상상했던 new time 머리에 맴돌지 no way 넌 감당 못하지 쉽지 않을까 you don't even know I can do whatever everything I want all day 노력은 필요 없어 이건 타고난 DNA 넌 원했겠지 나 향한 loyalty 가치로 해도 결국 갖지 못할 걸 날 봐 눈을 들지 못하잖아 내 머리 어깨 무릎 봐 하나하나 빛나지 yeah. 언제나 focus on me If I like it I'ma get it No you cannot like me 한참 멀었지 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸넌 내 앞에 서 있는 지금 날 봐 꾸미지 않아도 알잖아 난 지나니까
타고난 fit 강력한 hit 나는 너와 달라 포기해 넌 모자라다 여기까지 뭐다 갈수록 더 특별해질걸 이제 받아들여봐 yeah focus on me
날 봐 눈을 뜨지 못하잖아 내 머리 어깨 무릎 봐 하나하나 빛나지 yeah. 언제나 focus on me If I like it I'ma get it No you cannot like me 한참 몰랐지 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸넌
I'ma feel it in my mind 그 누가 내게 뭐래도 나는 알아 나의 power 볼 수 없는 at the top of the world 내 뒤로 따라와 새로운 길 아무도 나 아니면 못하는 일 앞으로 더 놀랄 걸나 flying up
If I like it I'ma get it No you cannot like me 한참 몰랐지 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸넌
If I want it, I'll make the world all mine. You want it, can just come follow me. I like it, 아무도 날 막지 못해. 지금처럼만 focus on me.
with a big vibe and sound.
Don't tell me when to stop
Good times to make your vibe get down, 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 get down. Don't care if you're the talk of the town. I'm what they're all talking about. Good times to make your vibe get down. Get true with a big vibe and sound. Good times to make your vibe get down.
Attack the dance floor, 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 attack the dance floor like a bulldozer.
take you on for a ride, get high, get wild. Shut up and drive, can we just shut up and drive? 한 손은 박스바퀴 다른 손은 우리의 밤. We can talk for the night. Give me something to make me leave it all behind. My heart is racing for you on this road. 또 터져간 차분했던 너의 미소를 다시 번지고
Oh baby, can't you see?
Oh my God, you know what? I'll just try it. Oh my God, you know what? Like 우리 맨날 봐 너와 함께 걸어. Oh my God, you know what? Like can't you see my beaming lights? Yeah, it cuts through. Baby, we're on the highway now. Yeah, this our life. Cartier, Louis, BLG, Westside, Saturday, 따라하지마. License required LAX to ICM back in July. 뜨겁지 sound, I don't go back, no rewind. 난만 보여 pedal to the metal till the yellow lines blur. I'm speeding through time and it doesn't matter where we go. It doesn't matter where we go. My heart is racing for you on this road. 또 터져간 차분했던 너의 미소는 다시 번지고 in the night.
Oh baby, can't you see?
Oh my God, you know what? I'll just try it. Oh my God, you know what? Like 우리 맨날 봐 너와 함께 걸어. Oh my God, you know what? Like 내게로 달려갔던 그 밤 절대로 잊을 수 없는 날 너와 함께하는 모든 순간 빛이 나. Oh my god, you know what? I'll just drive. Oh my god, you know what? Like cruising through in the morning, windows down in the night. We didn't know all the warnings. I just can't understand why we don't speed through the lines. Baby, I'll take you on for a ride. Get high, get wild. Shut up and drive. Can we just shut up and drive? 한 손은 박스박 다른 손은 우리의 밤. We can talk for the night. Give me something to make me leave it all behind. My heart is racing for you on this road. 또 터져가 차분했던 너의 미소는 다시 번지고
Oh, baby, can't you see?
Oh my god, you know what? I'll just drive. Oh my god, you know what? Like 우리 맨날 봐 너와 함께 가. Oh my god, you know what? Like can't you see my beaming lights? Yeah, it cuts through. Baby, we're on the highway now. Yeah, this our life. Cartier, Louis, BLG, Westside, Saturday, 따라하지 마. License required LAX to ICM back in July. 뜨겁지 sound, I don't go back, no rewind. 난안 보여, pedal to the metal to the yellow lines blur. I'm speeding through time and it doesn't matter where we go. It doesn't matter where we go. My heart is racing for you on this road. 또 터져가 차분했던 너의 미소는 다시 번지고
Oh, baby, can't you see?
Oh my god, you know what? I'll just drive. Oh my god, you know what? Like 우리 맨날 봐 너와 함께 가. Oh my god, you know what? Like 내게로 달려갔던 그 밤 절대로 잊을 수 없는 날 너와 함께.
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, Because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon. Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the faker and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He blocked it well with the arcane storm, doing so much work in Genji! They are just going to ace them!
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
넌 나를 속였지 Somebody like me 상상했던 new time 머리에 맴돌지 No way 넌 감당 못하지 쉽지 않을까 You don't even know I can do whatever everything I want all day 노력은 필요 없어 이건 타고난 DNA 넌 원했겠지 나 향한 loyalty 가치로 해도 결국 갖지 못할 걸 날 봐 눈을 들지 못하잖아 내 머리 어깨 무릎 봐 하나하나 빛나지 언제나 focus on me If I like it I'ma get it No you cannot like me 한참 멀었지 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸넌 내 앞에 서 있는 지금 날 봐 꾸미지 않아도 알잖아 난 지나니까
타고난 fit 강력한 hit 나는 너와 달라 포기해 넌 모자라 더 여기까지 뭐다 갈수록 더 특별해질걸 이제 받아들여봐 Yeah focus on me
날 봐 눈에 띄지 못하잖아 내 머리 어깨 무릎 봐 하나하나 빛나지 언제나 focus on me If I like it I'ma get it No you cannot like me 한참 몰랐지 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸넌
I'ma feel it in my mind 그 누가
HLE versus BLG for a spot in the grand finals at MSI 2026. That is what is on the line today as we see them both with their signature moments to make sure that we know what's coming on the Rift. Welcome, my name is Shox and I'm joined by the analyst with the most spreadsheets in the world, Emily, a literal world champion in Azael, and a professional rage baiter in Joshua.
That's what it's become?
Do you like it?
I used to be the stats guy. Now she's the spreadsheet girl.
I watched the podcast. What can I say?
He's
Betty
a
is
WoW
always
world
has to
champion.
be.
The times change, you
Yeah.
know? She's staying with the current trends.
I was a Guild Wars world champion. Nobody talks about that.
Okay, next time. I got you.
No,
okay.
it's fine. It's fine. It's
Hey,
fine.
It's fine.
You're just rage baiting me. It's fine.
It worked. 1-0 for Shox. Hey, let's take a look at what happened yesterday because it was a wonderful day to be an NA and an EU fan, Azael.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of people are saying, oh, it's this expected result for Lion, but TSW, I was not looking at that as a guaranteed win after they did take down top, and we know how good CFO has been, so I was a little bit nervous, but I was proud of our boys. They got the job done, and they did it very convincingly.
And I'm proud of my boys. Let me tell you that. I haven't had as good as the day and I had yesterday in 7 years, chat.
Isn't this something that is so MSI? Like, NA does something good, and it's just immediately forgotten.
Oh my gosh.
Last time we did something good, the next day it was forgotten. Within 4 hours, this one was forgotten. We're top 4 guaranteed.
Don't worry. Tomorrow, you can make sure to prove to everyone that you are the better team.
But I think the really cool thing here is for the first time in a long time, the top 4 is a different top #1 team from each region, right? So we have NA, EU, LCK, LPL all represented, which is amazing.
Absolutely, and it's since the format changed, since there have been 2 LPL and LCK seeds at MSI, the #2 seeds of those regions have always been in top 4. So the fact that they weren't this year, I'm not going to say that the gap is closing because we know how that goes.
Oh my gosh.
I am not going to say it because it's not, but I'm still very excited about the prospects of G2 Online.
It's awesome.
I wonder how many people remember the original meme watching
I think
now.
it's not many.
But I'm going to skip across that because I'm super hyped for this matchup, HLE versus BLG, because these are the 2 tournament favorites that everyone kind of identified going into this series. They play a bit similarly, which is kind of why everyone pegged them as favorites, and I'm so excited to see them face off
And we
today.
got to talk about the greater context
We
here,
do.
which is the biggest running story in global LoL Esports, LPL versus LCK.
Absolutely, and if you look at the overall trend, it's going to be LCK favorite, but let's cherry pick.
Okay.
Let's look at just MSI. Total MSI titles, the LPL has more than the LCK. They won the first MSI. They have not won the most recent MSI, but they still have more titles, 5-4. But if you zoom out as well and look at every single game they played against each other, the LPL has that edge as well. I believe they have 46 game wins
That's close.
to the LCK's 42 game wins. And this is kind of representative of how I feel the strengths of the regions are. And it's just Worlds T1 that ends up messing this up. But in terms of MSI, it's a very even playing field.
It is. I will say, though, don't despair because T1 is out. You know, HLE still has a really good shot. And historically, even, you know, if you discount T1, the LCK does have a winning record in best of 5s against the LPL, even at MSI. So people who are just saying, oh, there's no T1, there's no chance, that is absolutely not the case.
And
Look at this.
This is a very cool graphic. So top is first stand, middle is MSI, bottom is Worlds. You can see the LPL had that amazing 3-year streak at MSI and also had a Worlds title, but the despair was pretty large going into 2026 for the LPL because of all those consecutive LCK victories, 4 Worlds, 2 MSIs, and the inaugural first stand. But BLG has broken the streak and are looking to make something special happen.
Where's the color code for LCS?
Where's the color code
It's black,
for
maybe. I don't know.
your face?
Wow!
I got nothing.
We are
I got
back in
nothing.
third grade.
My foundation match is excellent. Okay.
Do I
ask the makeup
do I
artist?
need to like separate you two? What is going on?
Where'd you
This
wanna
is
get it?
about BLG and HLE.
Let's
Yes,
go.
it is.
But it's also, well, it is about the greater context, right, Emily? Because now BLG, of course, sole LPL representative here at MSI, and HLE, after T1 being out, now carrying all of that burden.
Yeah, and I mean, I think HLE and BLG, again, as I identified, since they play really similarly, since I think they had such a good read on the meta, even going into this tournament, I think it's no surprise that they're facing each other in the upper bracket. And with their first stand win, I thought that was really crucial to helping define the global meta that we've been seeing.
It absolutely was. I mean, we heard it from teams in LCS. We've heard it all around the world. When BLG dominated at First Stand, it became the discussion. We need to play faster. We need to actually reshape how we are playing League, how we define the best League as being played, because it had traditionally been about control from Korea, about playing methodically. And the LPL brought some chaos, and BLG specifically brought that chaos, playing aggressively, forcing skirmishes, non-stop fights, and skill checking you at every stage throughout the game. And teams have adapted to that. We've seen that here at MSI.
We definitely have, and to bring HLE into that conversation, Jet, right? They didn't start the year off phenomenally, but with bringing in Kanavi and making sure that that playstyle was adapted into being more proactive from HLE, we're seeing a direct connection to that BLG influence.
We really are, and I think the other small thing about this is I remember our discussions about the meta going into First Stand. We were thinking that it was going to be all about like lane lock 2v2s, and so many regions were playing around like bot priority and range supports. And then BLG really deprioritized that. And look at the teams that are playing here. We got a couple of mage bot lane players that almost never see their supports. So a big part of how these teams get on the map is they just unleash their supports from their 80 carries, and it helps in that fast play style, which is really cool.
Yeah, that's why I know I keep hammering home every desk I'm on, but jungle support duo is just super important. And both of these teams have very formidable jungle support duos, and you can kind of see other teams really trying to adapt to that. If we look at the combined kills per minute just from yesterday's series, I actually thought Skumon and Labrov were working super well together, especially in a lot of their teamfight setups. And the combined kills per minute in that series, I think it's 1.13, it'll show up in a minute,
I mean,
was insane.
Look at just the last game. We have like a Kled and a Caitlyn both with 15 kills. Like, it is absolutely insane. I think there were kill records for both of their champions respectively,
so
which was
Broken Blade,
ridiculous.
Broken Blade set an MSI record for all top laners and tied the international game record for top laner kills with Season 2 MacNoon.
Yep.
Oh,
And
wow.
then Pays, not only did he have kills for
MacNoon.
Caitlyn, he had the second most damage per minute in a game in international history.
Yeah, he did almost 100,000 damage in that game.
So Sneaky did the most on Caitlyn, also lost. Pays did the second most, also lost.
Something
there's
about
something
Caitlyn.
there.
Elo hell.
It's crazy. He really is.
We do have a little bit more time here, I just heard. So I did want to talk a little bit about that, because just a couple of days ago, we were talking so much about the mages in the bot lane absolutely dominating, thinking if you cannot play that card yourself, you will be in trouble. Then yesterday in the G2T1 series, we saw that, oh no, we can also go the different route and have the classic ADC matchups and lane prowess, right? What is the meta going to look like today?
I mean, I think we're going to see a mix, right? I still think it is extremely advantageous to be able to play those picks. Otherwise, you can be stuck in a situation where you're having to spend a lot of bans throughout the series on champions like Ziggs, like Mel, and Camille and Pyke are much better pairings with mages than they are with the traditional ADCs as well. So I do think it is still extremely advantageous, but I have always been such a supporter of playing your style, playing what you are best at, and I think that is why, you know, I've always been such a big fan of Broken Blade and his ability to play the game, because he brings out such unique picks, and even if that is not the strongest pick in the meta, it is the strongest pick for him and gives him the best chance of winning.
Yeah, one of the draft things that G2 did yesterday is they had the same 3 bans in all 4 games. So they banned Jace, Vi, and Orianna. And I think specifically the Jace and the Vi were really core in the way that not only they could enable the mage bot lanes, but they could also do snap engages if the games weren't going well. However, I would say with the way BLG and HLE have been approaching this series, like, we're going to see Jace picked most likely in the first game, no matter what, and it'll be some type of skill matchup. And it's not going to be a big difficulty to like get AD top jungle, because like both teams want to play like that, so they're going to exhaust their fearless cards and then go to the next.
Yeah, it's not necessarily that something has been trending that the teams who have been strong will go for that. And in this case, obviously, Azale, the top laners will be top of mind. Bin versus Zeus, what a matchup.
I mean, it is just such a treat to watch players that are arguably the 2 best in the entire world going head to head. There are great team fighters here. There are people who can bring out cool picks. But we want to see the 2-man with the best hands, and these are them going at it in the top lane. Both of them are just so aggressive in lane. They squeeze you for every little advantage, every CS you're getting punished on, and that is what makes it so exciting to watch, because you know either one, with a misstep, the other can completely take over the game, completely take over the series.
Yeah, I love seeing both of their forward percentage, especially Bin up past 40%.
I will be clicking forward.
You know he is going to be pushing that lane, and sometimes can get collapsed on and punished because of it, right?
That's Jungle Diff.
And yeah, I will actually say, I hope I don't speak out of turn, but you've actually not been infinitely impressed with Bin so far.
I think he's been shakier than I expected at this tournament. If I had to compare the way these two top laners are playing, I just think Zeus has been a lot more solid and steady, right? Where Bin has been a little bit more volatile, which is kind of his nature as well and the way he likes to play the game. So I'm super excited to see them go up against each other.
And I also just love the forward percentage combined with this quote where Bin is talking some trash, as he loves to do. And he's, I'm the person who's always at the enemy tower. And he's saying, just don't call your jungler. Let's make it a 1v1. Come on, bro.
Don't worry. I mean, I'm just going to have last pick. Make sure you don't call your jungler. It's chill. I'm going to be in a counter matchup. And I think that's the other small thing I'm looking for. Like, these guys are so good and can get all the small advantages out of any matchup. I really need to see, like, how many games are they going to save top lane for last pick?
Yeah.
Depending on Fearless, like, okay, if they can blind pick Jace, they're not going to do it. But after that, I feel like we're going to be seeing second pick be a very important thing in this series.
Absolutely, especially knowing that like the bot lanes, you know, kind of on their own, especially the AD carry. So maybe it will all be about top. But of course, we cannot speak about this matchup without specifically for BLG also talking about Knight in the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Knight has just been stellar. To me, he is the de facto best player in the world right now. I think most people were looking at him and Keria. Keria did not play to the same level I think that Knight has shown us so far in this event. Knight has been stellar in their series against T1. He was a major difference maker in that 5-game series win. And against Lion, he was the one breaking our hearts, it felt like, every single time in the team fighting. This guy is so well-rounded. He can go late game. He can play melee. He can play control mages. He can run over you in lane. He can dominate you in a 5v5. He's as close as you can get to the perfect League player today.
Yeah, and that's where I really want to point to his kill participation, because especially in these T1 and Lion series, there were games where he would just have 100% kill participation, right? And a lot of the champion picks, they did save for him. Swain in particular, I know the Swain highlight is in this highlight reel somewhere. Here it is.
Here it is.
Was just absolutely insane. Whenever it seems like BLG is in trouble and something is going wrong, I heard that, and left. Knight is one of those players who just is so good. He can bail you out in these team fights.
And he did it so often throughout the LPL season. Emily, you and I were looking at some stats a couple weeks back, and like, he was 60 kills above the next closest player in the LPL. His kills per game, I couldn't check everything because I'm not actually that great at like pulling databases.
Spreadsheets, I know.
I know, I'm just...
That's why he's the rage
Emily's the spreadsheet girl.
Spreadsheets.
His kills per game was higher than I could find. That's all the way going back to like Season 3 League of Legends. Yeah. The split that he had was so statistically exceptional. Yeah. Like double-digit kills, he seemed to have more often than not. And you almost never see double-digit kills in professional League of Legends games.
That's why it's so funny when people talk about Knight, like, how'd you let his Ahri through? It's 100% winning. Yeah. Well, how do you let him have Syndra? You can't let him have that. What are you doing? You're going to give him Ryze? You're going to give him Orianna? Yeah, you can't give him anything.
No,
You're going to give him Swain, you fool.
He knows everything. Let's talk about his lane opponent then. And for me, Zeka, the story of Zeka is one of the most interesting stories for a mid laner in all of League Esports history. I think, unfortunately, he shares the mid lane with Faker, with Chovy, with Knight, so that we don't talk about it that often. But let's take a closer look at Zeka and his career, right? Because in terms of like peaks and drops, it's insane.
Yeah, and I mean, when we first saw him in the LPL, he was not doing as well. 2022 was kind of his, he's doing a lot better, but only on his picks. And after that Worlds, it kind of unlocked something in him where he just became so proficient on stuff, including the melee carries he was known for, but vastly outside of it as well.
Well, that's what I really love about Zeka is there are players who peak in the right meta at the right time, and then they kind of just fall off the map, right? You know, people said that about Crown. People say, oh, you're just right place, right time. And people were making those arguments about Zeka when he won Worlds. He's just the melee guy in the melee meta, but he's been able to completely redefine himself as a player and become so much more of a complete player to be able to succeed in so many different metas now, and I think that is such a hard thing to do at the highest level.
Absolutely so, and we'll intro the next graphic because this is one that you requested. But for Zeka, it's also about, you know, he had Fearless thrown his way too, right? And if you can imagine if someone's already struggling with a champion pool, so what did he do to adapt?
So you see this and you think, oh wait, he played way more champions in 2022, right? But I do want to talk about some of the win rates on those champions, because in 2022, if you look at stuff like the Akali or the Silas, okay, he's 72% win rate, 76% win rate. Those are the kind of things, these melee carries, you don't want to let him have. But then especially on standard mages, Orianna, 0-2, 0% win rate. Rise, 0-3, 0% win rate. LeBlanc, 2-5, 28% win rate. There is a reason why Oxnard were like, even with how much he's improved, we're like, I don't know about the LeBlanc. In 2026, Ori, 75% win rate. Rise, 66.7% win rate. And LeBlanc, actually 100% win rate, because that was the only time he's played it this year.
That's not bad.
No. It looks smaller, but it's actually better.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's about not just the amount of champions, it's a proficiency with them, right? And it's the breadth of champions that he can bring out now, the breadth of styles. And he does still have all of those pocket picks. We have been seeing Akali get banned out much more than we've actually been getting it see played. But if you get deep in Fearless, do you want to maintain a ban like that the entire series long? It'll be really interesting to see what these teams decide to let through, where they're going to try to lay traps, because it is not easy when there are so many threats on the map. You can't give anyone their picks, it feels like.
It's true. Let's hear from the man himself, because Lord did have a chance to speak to Zeka in our Verizon Game Day interview.
Zeka, thank you so much for joining me ahead of the next round. First things first, congrats for making it thus far. Next opponent on the line is going to be BLG. What do you think of this team after watching them play against T1?
BLG, you know, they're the best team from LPL. They just won, you know, the most recent internationals, and they just beat T1, so their form is really good. So I think BLG is for sure the toughest opponent possible. So I think we have to really lock in and prepare as early as possible.
What do you think makes them that strong as a team?
Most of the players spend time together for a long time, so great teamwork, and also all of the individual players, I think they're like the strongest from the LPL. So by having the strong individual players, they're naturally really strong.
Looking at individual players, someone that we highlighted during the T1 series was Knight, of course, that you're going to be facing off against. What is something that you have to be careful about specifically when you play against Knight?
Knight, his laning phase is really strong, but also his skirmishes and team fighting is really on point as well. So I gotta trust myself and, you know, put out the best performance I've got as well. I think the key point on the matchup will be the mid-jungle fight, so I think we should be really flexible and also ahead of them.
Standing on the side of BLG is someone who used to wear your colors last year as Viper, who will be playing alongside him. Do you have a message for him?
Yeah, I really wanted to have a matchup up against Viper this year at some point, and he, you know, barely made it to this round, you know, by beating T1. I'm gonna send him back down.
All right, time for revenge then. 인터뷰 너무 감사합니다. Thank you so much. And Jason, thank you so much for the help.
They're good. They're good. I'm going to look out for everything. Just to paraphrase. I want to pose a question to my panel that Nymira actually sent out into the world, a BLG stan. And his thesis is basically that there is no team in the world that can answer the Bin and Knight question at the same time, basically. It's just too powerful.
So I actually don't agree, because I think that right now, Zeus to me is one of the guys who I would favor over Bin in a 1v1. And I think there's only a couple players in the entire world that you can even say that about. For me, it would maybe be Keen and Zeus. That is opinion-based. But I think if you can answer one of them in the 1v1, then you can answer the other one with support roams, with jungle attention, with coordinated play. And that is so much of what the game is about today.
It is super interesting with Knight. I feel like I'm not going to favor Zeka against Knight, but I'm not going to say that Zeka can't beat Knight, right? in the jungler ganks. He was like, the only thing we got to watch the mid jungle. But no, because we know how high Zeka's peaks can be. But I also think it's credit to Knight how good he is, because I remember we were saying the same thing about JDG back in 2023. Like, oh, no one can answer the Knight and Ruler problem, because they'd both just be in their lane, get an advantage, and then win team fights. We're saying the same thing about BLG now, kind of, with Bin and Knight.
I love
Knight's
that
the
callback.
constant.
I love that callback. That's really, really cool. Moving on with Zeka and Viper, though, as well. He had a message there. He had more messages. We're going to throw it up on screen as well. Of course, they used to be teammates, but it does lead us into a little bit about a bot lane discussion as well. But yeah, he said T1 BLG.
Zeka didn't believe in you.
No,
guys.
he didn't.
Shucks.
That's how we won.
But that speaks to expectations, right?
Yeah.
You know, this was a couple days ago. It's not like he forgot who won or anything like that. It just didn't happen after the series. But the expectation, of course, is the back-to-back-to-back world champions are going to make it past the Western teams in the lower bracket. You would think. That is not how it actually ended up, though. And it is going to be interesting to see how this bot lane will match up, because they are very similar in the kind of like expectations that the teams put upon them and in the playstyle, right? You know, there are two of these bot laners that you're generally not playing towards them. T1, we talked so much about how it was about Pays and Keria dominant in 2v2, playing towards that side of the map. These other top teams are playing it a completely different way.
Yeah, and I mean, that is where I'm super curious to see the jungle support, because that's where I personally answer the Knight Bin question, right? It's like, okay, obviously, I don't think Bin is playing up to his best level at this tournament thus far. But I do think the difference makers are going to be how Kanavi and Delight are working together to affect that top side, and how Shun and On are working together to affect the top side. Because like Isaac said, these are two teams that are going to play way more towards their top side of the map and leave their bot laners, Viper and Gumayushi, kind of on their own.
Poor bot laners, Guma and Viper, right? They can never show what they really want to, and Lord did also catch up with Viper in another Horizon Game Day interview.
Viper, thank you so much for joining me. Next opponent is going to be LoL Esports. You know them pretty well, but first things first, I do want to know, do you think it's going to be easier or harder than beating T1?
I think Hana Live match will be a little bit more trickier, but we went all the way to game 5 up against T1, and I'm expecting something similar this time around.
I do want to know, what do you think about the evolution of the team since Gumayushi arrived instead of you in the bot lane? How are they playing around bot lane now?
The biggest change is that they are now playing a lot more aggressively according to the meta. And also, they have a new jungler as well, and now they are, I think, playing a lot more topside games.
Yeah, a lot of people say that the addition of Kanavi, who played so long in the LPL, actually makes Hanwha Life the most LPL LCK team ever. Do you agree on this, and how much impact he had with the style he has in the jungle?
I kind of disagree. Well, at first, in the during the LCK Cup, we were able to kind of see those LPL-esque moments, but right now, he's fully adapted to the LCK style. I don't think there's any LCK team that is actually having an LPL style.
I've talked to Zeka yesterday and about you being his former teammate, and he said that you barely made it out against T1, so he's going to make sure that you send you guys back to the lower bracket. Is there anything that you would like to tell him?
First up, I think his manners got really bad because, you know, well, I'm the older brother, I'm the young, and he should have just said, like, a great game, Viper, you know, you worked so hard, but, you know, he didn't say anything like that, so his manners are really bad. And then, well, I guess he saw the T1 series, us up against T1, and he will realize that we are really strong into LCK teams as well.
Oh, yeah, teach him some manners. Thank you so much for the interview, Viper.
Thank you.
Oh, how dare he?
Yeah, that's so funny. It's like, oh, I think you're really bad-mannered now. I was happy to hear him mention Kanavi, though, right? Because I think for this HLE team, one of the things that makes them so like those snap engages that we see from them is from Kanavi. And even though I think they finished in 10th place, it's a little specious. However, this team has improved significantly
Yeah.
specifically with their synergy with how aggressive Kanavi is willing to be, now with the entire team backing him up.
And I just found it really interesting that he said that both HLE is playing more aggressive due to the meta, but also that they're not playing like an LPL style.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious on what his distinction is, because most people, at least in our world, think about LPL style meaning skirmish heavy, meaning aggressive, and that's kind of what he's saying that they're doing, but I guess he's seeing some sort of other distinction.
I feel like he feels like it's more supported by other things in HLE, because I think we are guilty of being very reductive sometimes towards painting the LPL as aggressive and nothing else.
Yes.
And maybe perhaps he's like, well, we have all these other things that we can also build on.
That's possible. I also kind of think he's trolling. I think he's saying, they're not LPL style. They're not in the LPL. Like, that's the
I'll have
distinction.
these stupid analysts argue about my
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. That's the thing. I mean, I'm looking forward to this because of the rivalry between him and his former teams, but also because of the fact that HLE's pressure has actually increased quite a lot. The fact that T1 got eliminated, the fact this is an MSI on home soil, and they kind of have to win now. I mean, Gen.G's won back-to-back MSIs. They're not here. HLE has something to do with that for sure, even though T1's the one that actually knocked them out in the best of fives. So, you know, pressure is on, and they're also trying to forge their own legacy, especially when I look at the former T1 players.
Yeah, absolutely. So there is a lower bracket, of course, but it still feels like there's more riding on this best of five than usual because of everything we laid out before. We can never get enough of Bin talking about everything, and I believe we have a special video from Bin with his predictions about this matchup.
下一场比赛再赢了，我们就进决赛了。我认为到目前为止，一切都在我的预期之内。我认为 HLE 确实是一支很强的队伍，但是遇到我们，他们的硬实力我觉得是不如我们的，所以我们会战胜他们吧。我觉得这是个很大的因素。我认为战胜更强的对手是证明自己的最好方式。我认为我只要正常发挥，我就可以击败宙斯。
Flash trying to get himself away as Big Dope's going to get bursted very, very low. Executed by the Golden Eclipse. Lion trying to get away for now as Berserker's in a little bit of danger. Does taunt up Shun. Has now the root down onto Inspired. He's in a little bit of danger here. Viper firing back. Inspired looks for a little bit more, but he's going to be knocked out of the Guardian Angel. Now the dive right back onto Sane Isles, and Sane in some danger. Bin for the kill onto Isles. BLG! They're so damn good! Lion are eviscerated!
我认为一直赢比赛对我们来说就是一个很正常的事情，因为我们的实力就是世界上最顶尖的。这个东西很难说吧，我觉得。我认为今年的 BLG 非常强，如果我们能拿下 MSI 冠军和世界赛冠军，那我们就是 LPL 有史以来最强的战队。我认为就是一个大概率能实现的事情。
High hopes, Golden Road still alive, Azael. Is there anything you want to touch on that we haven't before we head into predictions?
I just think we should talk a little bit about playstyle of the bot lane. Specifically, you know, they both are two similar styles, right? They have very low support procs, they have very low jungle procs. These guys are your prototypical weak side AD carry, if you want to put it like that. They're going to play mages, they're going to play things that are self-sufficient so that their supports can get out on the map and make things happen.
I think it's an incredible indication of what's been driving the meta. So many teams we felt like were playing outside of their comfort zone, and it's likely because they were getting slammed in scrims by these guys because they're so effective at this style.
I love that. Okay, let's take a look at the MasterCard fan predictions of the day to see which side they are taking before we dive into our own predictions. We'll see who was up to vote and who was on the platform. 70% HLE!
I did not expect that.
Yeah. LCK fans may be more voting on the platform than the LPL fans. Who knows?
But still,
representative?
70-30? No, I don't think so. I think personally, I see it as a lot closer.
Well, let's head into our predictions then, maybe right after this, as we do think that this is a little bit egregious. I can kick us off if we want to. I think HLE is going to take this, and I think they're going to take it quite convincingly with a 3-1. I think the classic strong points of BLG are going to be strong, but HLE just has the best points against them.
Hey, I see 75-35 or 75-25 in these predictions actually, so the fan prediction was somewhat on point. For the BLG argument, Nymeria's point about Knight and Bin is a bit of the difference. I think they have a slight edge on HLE in this, and if you just look at who's looked better, HLE's looked better. But I think it's because their opponents have been marginally worse. So I'm going to go with the first stand champions, current Golden Road possibility BLG team.
Worse, they played Lion and T1. And T1 lost to G2 yesterday.
Are you pooping on your own region?
I mean, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say the way I see it is my prediction is based not on what these teams are capable of, but how they performed at this tournament, right? Because I think if you're talking about both of these teams, their skill ceilings are like way up there. Like each of these teams can be the best team in the world. However, right now, their skill floors that I think they've shown at this tournament, HLE is about here and BLG is here. So BLG is gonna have to play a lot better, in my opinion, than they played against Lion to be able to take on HLE.
And I mean, I can easily see a world in which BLG solo laners win out, but I think that HLE is the more complete team as a whole, and I think as a result, they will make the difference in the solo lanes. It's not going to be a 1v1 that decides the game. It's going to be the 5v5s. It's going to be the skirmishes, and I think we are in for such a treat. We are about to watch the #1 team from the LCK versus the #1 team from the LPL, the pinnacle of League of Legends as it is today.
Absolutely, we should be in for the best of 5 we've seen so far at MSI, and that's saying something with the quality of the games and with the incredible back and forth about for the ages. HLE versus BLG for regional pride and a spot at the grand final of MSI 2026.
오래된 이야기가 새로운 장을 엽니다. 최강의 탑라이너 2명이 협곡에 오르지만 승리는 단 하나뿐입니다. 하나생명과 BLG, 각자의 지역을 정복하기 위해 만들어진 슈퍼팀들, 이제 글로벌 무대를 정복하려 합니다. LCK 역사상 최고의 탑라이너 중 한 명 제우스, 그리고 LPL 최고의 탑라이너 중 한 명 빈.
빈 선수는 강력한 탑라이너다 보니까 빈 선수도 저와 비슷하게 라인전에 집중을 많이 해서 좀 되게 공격적으로 또 그리고 능동적으로 상황을 만들어내는 걸 되게 좋아하는 선수라고 생각해가지고 좀 비슷한 면이 있는 것 같습니다.
BLG, they're so damn good!
我认为现在外界有很多人说宙斯才是11上，
This is just too damn clean.
因为他有2个 S 冠，所以大家都说他是历史第1上单。但这次我会击败他，证明我才是11上。
이 두 선수에게 MSI에서 빈손으로 돌아가는 것은 실패나 다름없습니다. 파이퍼가 친정팀을 상대합니다. 하나생명은 첫 번째 MSI 우승이 간절하지만 파이퍼는 그 트로피를 자신의 것으로 만들고 싶어 합니다.
觉得 LPL 的观众可能会有些担心我们吧，但是我认为大家不用担心我们，我们会赢到最后的。
It is BLG finding the fight, the ace for nothing.
또 저희 하나생명이 이번에 MSI 처음으로 진출했는데 꼭 우승으로 좀 화려하게 알리고 싶네요.
It's an ace for HLE.
세계 최고의 탑라이너 두 선수가 MSI 결승 진출을 놓고 정면으로 맞붙습니다. 누가 대전에서 팬들의 마음을 사로잡을까요?
因为我们在 LCK 的主场打比赛，所以大家会觉得我们是反派，但我认为我们是主角，主角会赢到最后的。빈 선수 이번에 확실하게 눌러놓고 먼저 결승에 가 있도록 하겠습니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to MSI 2026. We have 4 regions, 4 first seeds, and 2 of them are doing battle here today. First seed from the LCK versus first seed from the LPL. The Golden Road on the table here for BLG. They can lose a cheeky one like they did to WE here if they'd like to, and then they can have another one. This is all just to get the feelers out to see which team is better today.
Yeah, we have do-overs.
We do. The beauty of the upper bracket. What a lovely time to be alive. But I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Kobe and Dagda here to bring you into this one as HLE make their way to their computers.
I think this is set to be an absolute banger. So much history between the teams, the players, the regions, everything coming to a culmination now. But as you say, you get another fighting chance. But I think both these teams want to stamp their mark today.
They definitely do. Every single matchup is an absolute banger here across the Rift. And we'll have to see what the draft priorities are, because as you say, Alice, this is the upper bracket finals. So even if you lose, and of course, then you're going to have to challenge either Europe or North America, but you could earn yourself a rematch.
And the problem is, I think showing things in this tournament is so much more meaningful. We saw already the information advantage that a lot of teams have taken advantage of in order to get victories, and the information disadvantage when those things are out in the open, right? For example, G2 and the Seraphim pick, things like this that have come to the forefront. So I am very much looking forward to seeing who's going to be able to pick up a victory here today and can then keep things close to the chest moving towards the final.
Yeah, I mean, especially for HLE, they have not had to show much at all at this tournament. I mean, they're on the 6-0, have dealt with their series very quickly.
Minimum games.
Yeah, they dealt with their series so quickly, Rob. And even time-wise, a lot of the games are very quick for them too, so really not showing too much.
Whereas on the opposite side for BLG, we've seen some creativity and some craftiness coming out from them. Like the Vel'Koz in the bottom lane, the Swain mid for Knight. Like, it feels like these drafts still have a lot to show on either side, and I'm just curious, how deep does that pool go?
Yeah, especially for those mages that you mentioned.
Yeah.
I mean, spying at the solo queue, I'm seeing some Syndra bottom, some Xerath bottom. You know, there's definitely some deep ones to go to.
I mean, this is Viper. He played Teemo on purpose. Like, this is a thing that he has done in the past. But here we are into Champion Select powered by HyperX, and the Vi is already taken away. Certainly a big one for both Shun and Kanavi. Man, this matchup is so weird. I feel like we're in the LPL. The Bard going to be taken away there alongside the Poppy as well. The Poppy's kind of curious. One of the picks that Shun hasn't found a victory on just yet, but can really shut down a lot of strategies, and HLE are a team that like to go forward quite quickly, and Poppy can certainly disrupt that.
Definitely, and along those lines with the Bard too, as far as affecting the side lanes, Nocturne is another high priority jungle champion that has had a huge influence on some of these team comps, especially when we have solo laners that are this powerful.
Yeah, and especially if you want to try and get the supports out to work with something like a Nocturne, the Bard being gone is kind of the answer we've seen to the Camille in a lot of situations as well. So maybe HLE trying to fish for that Camille pick themselves alongside something like a Ziggs could be it, but they actually ban it themselves.
Damn, so On getting a whole lot of focus here. In theory, the Poppy could be going into that support position as well, wanting to limit On's ability to get around the map. And Dagda, you had talked to me about this earlier on today, the difference between Delight and On's playstyles. I think HLE have been reading into that one as well.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people were expecting with HLE now coming into this that Delight would be unlocked. It's gone towards that engage meta again. He's going to be really strong, but he's very good when it comes towards those team fights where it's On, who is very active on the map, loves picks like the Shen and the Camille, and with that now limited, what is going to be answered? Because the Fury first pick was not on my bingo card.
Yeah.
And the Fury is something that both these junglers have been able to use really effectively for invades. You know, both of them had a decent amount of success, and it makes you think, are we then going to get those supports that are still going to roam around and follow with that jungler? Because Nefiri loves having a support that's going to bring CC with him on those roams.
And Nefiri is the only champion that Shun has played both series as well. So getting rid of, I guess, theoretically, his most gone-to option there as well could be an interesting one. But the Cassio for Knight is a huge pickup.
Especially since this was his bread and butter when he started a career, was a Cassiopeia one-trick. Now bringing it out at MSI as well as the meta shifted that direction. Plus, you still have that option for the Nocturne. I think that's probably what the Nefiri was. We see Nefiri as an answer to the Nocturne in a lot of situations. So maybe trying to limit that pool. So Shun instead will go over towards the Jarvan.
Okay. With Rumble still on the table as well, they could do double AP solo laners and try and build off that Cataclysm. But the other side here, I mean, Ziggs and Ezreal are the two most picked bottom laners of this tournament because safety for your bottom laners and being able to leave them alone is such a high priority.
Not to mention, Gumayusi's never going to pick Ezreal. So obviously the Ziggs is going to be the choice here as a blind Gnar with two bans to protect it here from Bin. But man, this top side of the map is absolutely terrifying. HLE gonna have to find some counter picks after those two bans have come in.
I do like the strategy for BLG. When the enemy team picks no solo laners, you just slam both of them. You get your protection bans, and you know they're not going to be able to counter both of them. They have to kind of choose here. So we did end up getting that Rel, by the way, which is a good roaming partner for the Nefiri here as well. So it's going to be interesting as far as the push on the bottom side.
Also shuts down some of the things we've seen from our on, like the Shen, right? The Shattering Strike, being able to remove some of the shields is going to be excellent against that pick. So I do think HLE have come in with a very clear game plan of trying to shut on down in this draft and setting themselves up to enable Delight on his playstyle.
And I still think there is definitely some options for some mages for Viper here as well. Cassiopeia, even though she does magic damage, very consistent damage out of this champion against shorter range picks. Not necessarily the Ziggs, but you can still make things work, especially with a Gnar on your squad as well.
It's also, we have seen the Cassiopeia swap to bot lane into Ziggs. I haven't liked it, but we have seen it. Okay?
That's true. In theory, the Gnar could be the AD carry. If we're playing that game, I'm looking forward to the Jarvan support coming out again. It's been a while. I remember when Spirit played that back in the day. He was playing support. I know Spirit was a jungler, but things got weird. Mbessa going to be taken away from Zeus here. Definitely one of his favorite picks. Alongside that Vayne, protecting the Gnar as best they can. As the Lucian going to be taken away from Viper as well, pushing him even closer towards some of these mage pickups.
So, yeah, are we just going to have another mage into the Ziggs? Because Ziggs does everything that you want from this style, from the bottom lane, but Viper has been practicing so many different angles.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, because could end up going towards like something like a Varus if you wanted to just try and push out the lanes with a poke style, or if you do want to try and match these mages in the bottom lane. It doesn't mean a lot of your damage is quite AP focused though, which isn't ideal for BLG, but there we go. We talked about the Shen. Honestly, I think the Rel decent into it thanks to that Shattering Strike, but On still valuing that pick for that level 6 mobility around the map and being able to help out on plays.
I think it's more just about On's playstyle, right? Yeah. Utilizing the Shen, something that he will be able to exhibit incredibly effectively. That's an Echo Hover. Crazy things are happening here in this series.
Yeah.
Does Pays live on? Because there was a lot of talk of the Echo bot lane still existing, but may not be the case here.
Yeah.
All right, imagine if they picked Anivia Yone, and then you had no idea where they're going. The Rumble, though, is going to be a little bit more clear-cut, but there is the Yone we were talking about into the hands of Zeka here, jumping straight onto Comfort.
I mean, yeah, he has played so many of his iconic champions at this tournament already, slamming them all. Speaking of
he
which,
ain't gonna be playing that one though. Is Knight pick? Wait,
it's the Cassiopeia bot.
It is the Cassiopeia bot. We didn't know whether it was good, but maybe it will be today. As Knight is gonna be fighting fire with fire as the Akali is locked in. I got excited before I realized what was happening.
But it sets up nicely, right? Like in theory, we've seen the Cassiopeia does get pushed in, but the influx of gold to this champion makes her devastating in those later team fights, and especially when you've got some of the support there with the Shen to try and give you that shield on the ultimate. Super nice for the Cassiopeia.
Also, now because of the role quest, Cassio, even though she has to buy boots now, she gets her extra items back.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. She gets to hide the boots, which is, I think, more thematically correct, to be perfectly honest. I do think that bottom lane's going to be very weird, though, because I don't know how Cassiopeia is ever supposed to hit Ziggs with a button ever, because she spits things from a little bit too close a range. So that might be a little bit of a difficulty, but I assume Kuma and Viper are just going to be catching waves. Like, that's just how these two teams play.
And you have to be worried about the long chase down in that lane, because Cassio can just machine gun fire, chase you down if she gets the poison on.
If the miasma's in the right spot, that satchel will not work.
Especially if it's double melee supports, going at it. And On is going to throw hands, right? When On picks Shen support, he throws hands, and so maybe they look for the chase down kill, whereas Ziggs is a bit more cooldown reliant.
It's also On who loves to get on the map level 2 on this Shen, so we'll have to see if he can have an impact in the mid lane against two of these melee champions, but we're already on to Summoner's Rift for this best of 5.
Oh, and we get the Jayos versus the Hanadul sets, which I think is very, very cool. And we have a packed house today, ladies and gentlemen, for this upper bracket final. And already, the fighting has begun. Delight gonna have to crash his way out of there. Viper still sinking the fangs in. There's the Conqueror. Heal has to be popped here by Delight.
Yeah, that's that chase down. He popped the Ghost immediately there to get the health trade. So Viper getting a decent amount of damage, but used a lot of mana in doing that at level 1 as well.
Gumayusi will have, I guess, a summon a spell advantage, but not really because it's teleport. As now On looking for a bit of an angle once again. Playing very aggressively here. Misses the taunt though, misses the crash down on the other side. Good footwork here by these AP carries as Gumayusi doesn't get the bouncing bomb, just goes straight over the head of the Shen. And in the end, pretty even trade.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you managed to dodge away from that Shen taunt, though, and still take the worst for wear trade isn't exactly what you want. And Shun already invading onto this bottom side means he has an opportunity to try and look for a play in the bottom lane. But that ward and Tri-Brush will probably spot him out just as he tries to move in.
Yeah, the double wards here. And they're getting pushed into the tower as well. I also just love over-analyzing the early movements on skill shot dodges, you know? You're always trying to get in the head of your opponent, and Guma, on his first dodge, moves forward in the aggressive dodge, but not going to reveal himself at the moment over these wards that they did place, and so it's just going to go for the recall here. So that means that Naafiri is going to walk over the extra vision, and they're going to go try and counter.
Yeah, some pings out, so they know exactly where he is. You can see pings all over the place here by BLG.
This was talk about these level 2 roams that On consistently does on the Shen. Just trying to cover the jungle, though, it looks like, because they weren't sure where the Jarvan was going to be. A ward died on the blue buff on top side, but now mid lane.
Yeah, in goes Kanavi, looks for the angle, and they thought that he'd already gone into the jungle. Instead, he just pokes his head in, looks to try and get some damage on tonight, is able to do so, but Zeka already had a health disadvantage. It's not going to be the end of the world for the mid laner of BLG.
That's why it's so important, these wards that you leave behind in the jungle when going for those.
This might be, though, but the snapback does have to come through here for Zeka. What goes out must come back. And Kanavi on the blue buff here. Shun is moving over on vision right now. Gets the ward down. There is the blue taken by Kanavi, and now he looks to try and turn this fight. In comes On, looking for the angle, but Zeus is going to get him first, like you were saying. Knight's moving over. Blast Cone is there. He gets himself into the battle, but Zeus has the Flame Spitter out. The flash over, but the jump back from Kanavi. The flash taunt to come in, though, and First Blood over tonight. Shun gets out of there. Zeus is overheating. On is still trying to fight as Bin makes his way in. The hop comes through, but Delight is looking to try and keep them away from his teammates. Still, he's going to go down. 2-0 for BLG.
BLG strike first in the series with the invade covered with en masse 4 members from every team showing up.
Even with Rumble heading first, Knight also collapses from mid lane, and he gets in there first. They get the first blood. Let's take a look at it, because they're trying to trap the Naafiri, and even though Shun does not have his smite, he immediately goes for the attack here. EQ's in, gets his passive auto, so nice little bit of damage to start it out, and then here come the roams. On and Knight are gonna get there first. Zeus flashes to try and get there, but Shun immediately evades into the wolf pit.
And it's a blast cone the position's on to actually keep Zeka at bay. The flash with the taunt to come in, the heal to keep people topped up as well. Shun flag and dragging over the wall, using that mobility. And with a 3-man boomerang off the back of this from Bin, it's Delight who has to give his life so the rest can escape.
Really good evasive maneuvers by Shun. The flash, the avoidance over the wall with the EQ as well, and the early collapse. This meta, so many teams have said, is jungle-led, and we're back into the jungle scraps.
Yeah, Delight makes his way back from the Death Chamber immediately into another battle here, but not too much is going to come of it unless On has anything to say about it.
Not certain what happened in the bot lane, but both flashes burnt on Viper and Gumayusi, so there was some action that happened in that bottom side as well, which is why BLG now sitting in this Tri-Brush, considering going for Gumayusi, but this is his comfort zone.
Yeah.
He just lives under his turret.
Exactly, and he teleported back, so obviously lost a bit of a health trade there after the flash as well. Gets back to lane, but now the Ghost is up for Viper, so I don't think this 1v1 is going to necessarily work.
Yeah, you can see though on the side of your screens, this is BLG trying to see if they can move themselves to finals and start that Golden Road out strong, because it was kind of the last time we saw this potential for Golden Road was 2023 JDG, where it was Knight and Kanavi working together to make that happen, but it was the Zeus. Hang on.
Beautiful taunt is going to come through there. Shuriken backflip comes down. Zeka so close to dead, but is going to be able to make it out and holds the flash.
And so critical to be able to keep this pathway from mid to bottom clear of vision, because you know On wants to make many more visits over towards that lane. Of course, Delight trying to keep up as well, but BLG with the early moves, the early priority here, in addition to their 1,000 gold lead, they're going to be able to stack up the Dragon. And can Kanavi even do anything in the meantime? You see him kind of hovering around mid, but they are so low from Zeka right there that he doesn't have options, and Nefiri is just losing time, losing efficiency here.
Yeah, he wants to try and go in towards mid lane, but Knight not really given that opportunity, even with Delight there, so they back away. He's now just going back in towards his top side. Is Dragon taken? You've got Bin under tower. BLG are controlling this early game so well.
At the highest level, jungle is just the role that you can just snowball so effectively early on in the game. These incremental advantages, single camps can really mean the difference. And when you have an explosive invade like that involved 8 people, there are going to be huge ramifications, and Shun will be set up for success. Delight here, though, trying to get something back on the top side as Shun is in his re-clear at the moment on Gromp, and Delight kind of spying, but pops out of the brush.
Kanavi's trying to move over, though. Just finished his Krugs to try and regroup. Zeka even moving across. Maybe it's just a vision play. I wasn't sure if they wanted to try and make a play towards the Wolves there, but unfortunately for HLE, it amounts to nothing for them with all the moves.
Yeah, this is going so well for BLG, remaining incredibly efficient with their moves. Right into the next clear, and look at On, already going to move in to get bot side vision for his team. Thank you for the toggle observers. Shun's level 6 now, so he can go back up On as well. They can go for the aggressive play. They've got Knight post level 6 with his Dark Seal ready.
Oh, yeah. And Delight just, it feels like On is always there, ready to come out of that banana brush as they're looking for this blue buff as well. Kanavi is obviously going to fight for it as they dive over. Shattering Strike is going to connect On to On, but Shun is going to secure that blue buff. There's the taunt flash. Oh, Viper finds a petrifying gaze, immediately cuts down 2, and BLG move to 4-0.
It's insane, the synergy here. They instantly engage. On doesn't miss a beat. Shun takes the blue buff, then On goes for the taunt flash right here to be able to follow it up with a miasma. Viper already ghosting over to be in position. Dacta, BLG are hitting the ground running here.
But it's in a different style from what we saw from them domestically. It was Shun playing for lanes when they won the LPL. Now at MSI, it's BLG rallying around this Jarvan, playing for these invades, and BLG are looking slick off the back of it.
Yeah, and winning the jungle is a team event, and that's exactly what BLG are making happen here. On just seems to always be there, ready to poke his nose in, make things frustrating. As BLG looking to come over and grab these grubs. Kanavi in the area, Delight up here towards his top side as well. Looks like HLE do want to go for a fight. They're down 2,000 gold though. The first grub is going to fall. Gumayushi gets the minefield down, but I don't think they're going to be able to do anything about this. First couple of grubs go, and there is the third. BLG going to be able to pick this up without a fight.
Yeah, Knight has started to move up mid, so BLG were ready to fight all 5, but instead, it's this fight that really earned us, because you can see here On is incredibly patient with the taunt, kind of playing this gimme game with Kanavi, but instead turns on towards Gumayushi, and it's the miasma, it's the petrifying gaze, it's the cataclysm, it's an all-out nuke for BLG.
Yeah, Guma literally 100-0 right there. He got taunted into miasma, as you say, into the ultimate as well from Viper. He didn't get to move, and he got slam dunked.
Yeah, I think he was lucky to actually be able to press R in amongst all of that. Did manage to get the ult off, but it didn't do nearly enough to make any difference in that fight. And now, 1-0-1 on the Cassiopeia. HLE are looking to try and get an inroad here towards this top side of the map. But even Bin has completely evened out this matchup. It was something that Zayas was getting a little bit further ahead in, but not to be the case anymore.
I gotta say, if you poll a jungler who your favorite support is, I feel like 10 out of 10 gonna say On. This brother is a jungler support, and now he's gonna look for bottom lane for Guma again.
Well, he's actually gonna be supporting Viper here for what feels like the first time this game. There's another petrifying gaze, and man, is it scary.
Is On just the GOAT, okay? I mean, this Shen support is insane. River Shen into tower diving Shen. Can HLE answer?
Shun here.
Looking for a bit of an angle. Shun here for the defense. They do get the knock up onto Zayas. Everyone in the Cataclysm. The equalizer goes down though. The Flame Sweeper comes through. They do knock down the Jarvan. Bin trying to find a target. The crash down there to stop any sort of re-engage. But Bin gets the flash now. Finds the Rel as Kanavi needs to jump over this wall. He will do so. The house is not going to quite connect. And they go 1-for-1.
1-for-1? I mean, you still manage to get a lot of those minions under the tower as well, but Knight and On here. On's to level 5. I don't think you can go for this, can you?
Well, they're going to dash in. Double with the 5-point strike. He only needed 2 points as Knight will be able to take him down. It's now 8-1 and he's moved to 3-0 in the mid lane.
All right, that was nasty. That was absolutely nasty. The instant double kill. And On just happy to tank up the tower there. All right, that's my job.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't get the assist. Oh, hang on. Nice.
Yeah, he's teleported back in with a gunblade at the ready. Throws it out just there, and the flash has to be used from Zeka. He's like, what the heck happened to that guy?
He didn't even have the ultimate. That was just Knight kind of putting his foot down going, I'm first item. You might be another kill on the board, but this was insane underneath the tower.
Okay, so BLG, they're trying to set up here to counter this dive. Shun is here and ready, and they started out going onto Zeus into the big Cataclysm.
And it's the Light who's just barely able to get out of range of the turret there. But as Kanavi tries to set this one up, the jump away means he takes so much damage off the tower. Luckily having the invulnerability to dodge away from that flash. Good reactions from the HLE jungler. But unfortunately for them, Knight was already on the move. And this play is sick.
Yeah, goes in with the flash to make sure there's no reaction. Flash ult into Q for the double. Doesn't even celebrate. Job's not done. Job is not done. You know what the job is too, because Knight gave an interview just the other day with LPL English talking to Alk, and he said, I'm here to prove that the LPL is going to be able to take down LCK. And he
so
did
far, so good.
that tower dive at least.
Well, still early days like you were saying, but it's a 3.8k gold lead, and both of these compositions are very explosive. Viper going to give us a little bit of a taste of that as he says hello to his former support.
Yeah, I do just think BLG been playing so well off their lane states. Like shifting Viper mid consistently to match when Knight roams top, having Shun in position to cover some of these top plays. Like they've been playing the map in these early stages so well, and obviously On helping out massively with that, with just the presence he's had in keeping HLE in their own jungle.
Shun wants a piece. He wants another blue buff here.
Oh, Kanavi may not be able to fight for this one, but he still gets knocked up. There's the taunt, and Knight on a rampage. Absolutely perfect execution. And BLG will be able to steal away the rest of the jungle. That was just a little bit of a bridge too far.
This
Kanavi?
looks like an instruction video of how to play the game. Like BLG are just so clean on every single one of them. It looks set up, but now Zeka might be the next one.
Yes, the Soul may be unbound in more ways than one. However, he does go back. That turret is theirs for the taking, though, as Zeus and Ben facing off underneath Zeus' turret here towards his top side. And HLE desperately need to be able to slow this game down. I just don't know whether it's ever going to be possible with just the speed that BLG are playing with.
I mean, this is BLG's comfort zone, right? The ability to very quickly get out on the map and start to play. And now, even if you start to look for a side lane play as HLE, that becomes more difficult. On is ticked over to level 6, so he can make a play top, still protect Viper on the bottom side, and keep control of these side lanes so well for BLG.
Yeah, and it's Knight's comfort zone. As you said, BLG, they operate best when Knight is very fed. That happens a lot.
Yep.
And it is true this game, in addition to all of these kills and being the richest one in the map, on the map.
Yep, Coinbase Gold Grind letting us know 2,000 gold in advantage for this Akali, as On obviously is just always ready for a battle anywhere on the Rift. Is going to take that Mega Cone into the Baron Pit. And 2 Drakes already on the board here for BLG, looking for a Chemtech Soul here this game.
And one of the big discussions coming into this international tournament, you know, I always love the different leagues comparing themselves against each other. And all LPL talking about Knight is the greatest in the world right now. And people saying, well, okay, but there's a lot of really good mid laners that play in the LCK. So let's see how he does up against the LCK mid laners. And he hasn't missed a beat.
It's not even like you can kind of say, oh, well, you know, Zeka's on a weird... Like, this is Zeka down to the T, right? Like, this is his comfort zone, and it's Knight being able to outplay him on this Akali, pick up some of these early kills. Like, there's a reason this man was averaging 7 kills on average coming in to this tournament, and he wants to add maybe another one.
Yeah, this could be number 5 as the equalizer goes down from Zeus. He does have his teammates coming, but they're not going to be there soon enough. The Magna Storm is going to come down, but Knight gets himself out of there. Kanavi almost dies before he even gets in, as they do get the shutdown, but at what cost, ladies and gentlemen? Ben says everything.
It is a massacre. BLG delete HLE from the map. It does start around Knight, and it ends down here as well, Dagda.
And it's the immediate ult from On as well. They know that there's going to be a huge amount of pressure down in this bot lane. Knight gets the kill, On TP's in. Shun is here to support, but Knight survived for so long. Because even though you get the immediate crash down, Kanavi tries to get the ult in, Knight's able to step away from the sweet spot of the ult from Gumayushi, and this is when the cavalry arrives.
The name of the game is team play. BLG have been so cohesive from the very first play of the game, going for the invade. Shun steals away their bottom side of the map. Then on the response, BLG defend better on Ignite with that early collapse. And since then, every play has been BLG.
Yeah, the Masma just stopping Delight from being able to press any button at all, really. He does have Ghost, but that's not going to help him here as he is likely to go down. Gets the heal. Nice satchel, but it's not going to be enough. Down he will go, and Shun, he's the one to now pick up his 5th kill of the game.
Yeah, Kanavi just trying to hold on.
Oh, dear, Knight going for the 1v1. He'll find it.
I don't envy the observers here. How are you supposed to keep up with this?
Well, I mean, they're doing a pretty good job as Kanavi's going to go down as well. They knew he was about to bounce over that wall. He is going to stay alive, at least for the next couple of moments, as we toggle the vision on is obviously hunting. And it looks like the doggo is going to slink away for now.
So it turns out BLG can also snowball very effectively against the #1 LCK team.
Oh, and it's also, you were talking about Alk doing an interview for LPL English. She did one with Kanavi as well. And Kanavi was talking about how he needed to be aware of how quickly LPL junglers can play the game. Like, he hasn't had that same level since coming over to the LCK. And you're kind of seeing, you know, maybe he's slightly rusty coming into this one.
Yeah, might have slowed down just a little bit. It's not really been what we've assumed in the LCK. We felt like the rest of HLE kind of caught up to Kanavi, but we're starting to see that perhaps that was not true.
And I just love that it is all about the team play and everyone of one mind here on BLG. They're not hesitating at all. Every single play, you know, so well coordinated. The follow-up in CC between On and literally everyone else, especially Viper with these key roams. We were going to be a little bit skeptical of this Casio bot, but he has been so good, Dagda, with his early ghost popping so he can be in position for a lot of these plays. On there going for a little bit of a check, you know. That's kind of a see if they flinch when you taunt at them.
Yeah.
I'm not going to throw my flash, but maybe I can get something.
But that's why I think this meta suits On down to a T, right? Like, this guy has always been so good at cheating tempo, faking the map movements that he's going to play, and should be able to step away from this, but it's also, as you say, like just there, trying to see if you can maybe blow Summoner Spell, just kind of be a bit cheeky. And now this roaming style meta where he's able to be out on the map is perfect for him. And I think that's why BLG could thrive just off the back of him alone.
He's also immune to caster curses.
Trying
your best.
Which I appreciate.
Oh, I was going to say, like, even that is maybe an extra layer he didn't deserve. Yeah, it was kind of beautiful. And it's all right. Zeka going to be able to grab himself a plate, take some of that crystalline overgrowth off, but BLG, I mean, they just kind of look at the river and take full control. HLE down 7.5k gold, pre-20 minutes. I mean, this is an absolute massacre at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, BLG are just such an insane team at snowballing. So good at snowballing. And they've done it yet again here. So I think this one is just incredibly hard to stop, obviously, because of not only gold, but also the dragon. So I mean, HLE, they might already be thinking about like draft for the next game because right now they can't even get their red buff.
Yeah,
and also got the smite dialed in, Atlas.
This is the problem, though, as well. If you're looking at the next game, if you're looking at like the fearless value, I guess you could say Kanavi took away the Nefiri. HLE fans probably not too excited about that, but in goes Knight, and he could have used Zeka's skin if he would like to on this champion. And that is another denial from HLE. I think BLG get a lot out of this, even as far as Fearless is concerned, moving into game number 2.
This is just insane. Like, BLG are trying so hard, just continuously keep this pressure up. And even now, like, with that push away, you still have Shun covering for Knight. He's starting to get more turret plates. Kanavi.
Yeah, I don't know what Kanavi is supposed to be able to do here as he does bounce his way out, but he's still just dead. That's a solo kill here for Shun.
Absolutely absurd. Like, Shun is just living in his jungle, and it's so incredibly difficult for Kanavi. Like, you're a voltaic Cyclosword in a dream here, hoping that you can hold on to things.
I think it's a Cyclosword in a nightmare, Dagda. That's what it's feeling like for me. As the Rift Herald will be thrown down here in this mid lane. That is going to get a very comfortable kill on this outer turret that's lasted a much longer time than I was expecting. Shun driving forward, a beautiful taunt. They catch Gumayushi, just the edge of the petrifying gaze. And I think that Guma was scared at the beginning of that play. Definitely was at the end after Viper got in there.
Man, the read from On right there and the fall. But he's like, you know what? I'm going to play up the Rift Herald as well. Guma's in a great spot right now to throw my flash this time. I'm not faking this time. We're going to full send. They combo again and get another kill. I mean, there are the memes. The only thing, you know, as we might see Knight delete another.
Well, Delight is going to try and exhaust him, but even tired, Knight is very capable of just murdering Kanavi.
So there are the memes of BLG bad late game, but I think the chances.
What late game, Kirby?
Yeah, I think the chances of that showing up are literally zero this game. I think it's actually we never get there.
I think it's also when you don't really have to play macro, you just send Knight into a position HLE might be. I think it becomes a lot easier to try and do that, you know?
Yeah, I think being able to attack move is all you really need at this point in time.
It's also like, I do think BLG have this insane ability to just lock the hell in whenever they are up against some of these really top teams. And especially when you're playing against some of the guys that, you know, for Knight that denied you that golden road back in the day, like, it gets personal for these lads.
Oh, it does.
I mean, the idea of, like, play to the level of your opponents or ideally just above the level of your opponents. And here they certainly are. So game number one, of course, you know, this is an absolute blowout from BLG. But we have seen teams, you know, bounce back within best of 5 series. We had a very rare, even reverse sweep already at this tournament. And so even when an individual team is a blowout like this, it does not mean the rest of the series necessarily is going to go in the same favor. You could definitely see a world where HLE are also able to do, you know, a very massive snowball game within this series a little bit later on. Not this one.
And also shellackings are much easier to bounce back from than very close, long games. Because that is very strenuous, incredibly stressful, and then the whole time you felt like you could do it, and then you're one game further away.
So for this game, they're like,
this game,
at no point did I feel like
based on what I've seen Kanavi doing, he is already thinking about what to play in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, the Mascot Prices moment there coming up with the Soul, but I did want to just highlight, like, the hunt for the Golden Road for BLG is massive for them. Like, this was denied from Knight and Kanavi on JDG back in 2023 by Gumayushi and Zayas, but now they want to get a little bit more.
Yeah, Cataclysm onto only Kanavi is not exactly the target they're looking for, as Delight is just kind of dead as an afterthought. Kanavi gonna have to run the heck out of there as the Twin Fangs are being sunk in. And BLG now just knocking on the door of HLE. And HLE, I just don't think they're going to be able to. They're hiding in the attic at this point in time. They're like, you can take all the stuff. Take all the stuff. We'll just hang out here. Please.
Don't answer that door. You're not going to like what's on the other side.
No.
It's also when, like, they just don't reset. They just go and they go and they go and they go. Like, it's insane. BLG really just kicking up the pace here.
And we haven't even had time to really talk about items or anything like that, but Knight does have a very cool book that he's put together already.
He does like it.
A few pages in there as well. And Shun getting closer and closer to his Guardian Angel, not to mention Bin with a couple of items. I mean, man, this is just... It's just over, isn't it?
Is Knight the most... okay, we got another on-ult. They're going to kill someone.
Kanavi is dead, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to flash first, but then he is indeed going to go down.
Is Knight the most prolific writer of all League pros? Because he buys Medjai's the most of any pro for internationals, guaranteed.
It's literally every game.
Guaranteed.
Every single game he picks it up. It's like known in China as Knight's murder book.
He's got,
like, it is just, that is his thing. It's his shtick, you know?
Yeah, he does have the death note.
Well, Zeker is going to look for a bit of an angle. He does manage to buffer the ulti, but still gets knocked up. Nothing he could do. Shun able to lock down that kill as Knight gets into the back line. That is an electrocution onto Gumayushi and an execution onto HLE here in game number 1. My God, it was not close as BLG just paving this road right over the top of Hama Life Esports.
BLG just not giving Hama a chance. Kanavi Senpakin is nice, looking for one more.
Yeah, he may as well see whether he dives the fountain. Not going to be the case just yet, as Kanavi is trying to tempt them into it, but the Nexus is going to be the focus here. BLG, all business, as they will be able to take game number 1. Utter demolition.
I want to know what BLG did to warm up for this series, because it looked really good, analysts.
I don't know. HLE.
I saw Knight bench pressing the bus.
Did you? Hey, I just got a stat fed to me by a producer saying this is the 22nd time in 2026 that Knight has had 10 kills or more in win a game.
Yeah, he's been doing that a lot this year.
Not too bad.
Yeah, no.
Your average night game, you know.
What is this? You did not predict BLG to win.
That's
What do you have
true,
to say
that's
for
true.
yourself? What do you have to say?
I was wrong. I'm so sorry, Knight.
I like how you're ragging on him, but not me.
But I
'cause
did also say he's the best player in the world.
It's true.
You
It's
know?
true.
I got some things right,
It's
okay?
true. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, we saw that crisp double kill top lane as
Yep.
one of the many highlights.
BLG show up, they make this collapse. It started with this initial dive that was supposed to happen on Bin. He gets 1 kill. Everyone is moving instantly on the map from BLG. On takes the tower. Knight goes in, picks up an easy double, and this is the last man you want to see get ahead of the pace of the game because he just runs the game over.
Oh yeah, he completely takes over this game, and as we're going to see a lot more Akali highlights from this, I do want to call out, again, the boys, Shun and On, setting up this early game. This was so classically BLG in terms of how they played, right? That early invade down on the bot side. This where I believe he just hits, although that was another play, but the play on bot side where he hits level 6, immediately Jarvan ults. I love the way that these two played in tandem. And then Knight just, yeah, absolutely popped off.
I mean, the solo kill on Zeka, the solo kill on Kanavi through exhaust. He's just walking anywhere, killing anyone. Early Magi's, getting all the stacks in the book, wiping them off the map. That is a melee champion. 20,000 damage. Zeka did 5K. He did 4 times.
Embarrassing screenshot.
On did more damage than Zeka.
I mean, this is crazy. You know, I came into this, yes, I did predict HLE. I thought it was going to be more about HLE being that more complete team, but how they actually function as a unit. This felt like it was more about individuals, more about individual outplays. That early skirmish that we did watch decided a lot of the game, and there's individual outplays. There's little moments where it could have gone the way of HLE, but BLG, it felt like, got the better of them in every little fight, and then it just got further and further and further away from them to the point where HLE could do nothing.
Yeah, and this is BLG at their best, because I also, like you, predicted HLE, and the reason why I did is I was like, okay, I feel like we haven't seen that level of play from BLG yet at this tournament. Well, here it is, guys. I hope you enjoyed, because it's very, very entertaining. I love watching BLG when they are on.
Yeah, this brings me back to that Viper quote about LPL style and this and that. It's like, yeah, we're going to show you. We're going to show you what
Kyle is a 24-minute win with 100 kills.
Yeah, 25 to 2 kills. Yeah.
Crazy. We're about to go to game 2 after the break. So pointers for HLE. Us three all said they were going to win.
I mean, I think you just have to wipe that one out of your memory. This one was decided in the early skirmishes. I think if a couple little things went the other way, it could have been HLE snowballing the game.
Yeah, and I mean, I do think HLE absolutely have the players to be able to contend, so it's about tracking, especially Shun and On in the early game, not allowing them to set up for the BLG carries.
Yeah, we'll see. There's a lot to review and not a lot of time. We're going to kick it over to a break, and we'll come right back to see if HLE can fight their way back into this.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game and fans can focus on the moment.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He dropped it well as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Genji! They are just going to ace them!
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret Lab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Center stage.
Red Bull gives you wings.
From again 분위기에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 오늘 밤은 one take 되돌릴 수 없게 my friend you know we got no time for hesitate then now take that red pills feel like living in the mattress 맞아 즐겨 춤을 추는 객기 yelling
Hey, what's up, Paul?
I think I figured it out, Andre.
Figured what out?
A way to go back.
Back where?
It's not where. It's when. It's all right here. I mean, just have to figure out when. When is it, you know? Let me ask you this, Andre. What is League to you? Is it season 1? Is it season 4? Could it have been season 2 when we started having with jungle pathing? Could it be when we had Heart of Gold? It was a shell. Why was it named Heart of Gold? It could be anything that we want.
I mean, I get it, Paul, but I really do think...
2 Shens in the game? Is it OG beta when there was 40 champions? Look at Lux, look at the way she used to look. It could be any of these things, Andre.
I mean, would kind of like to play Old Graves again.
Pretty good. What if we went back to that time? It could be any of those times. Be a lot of fun.
What would you call this thing if we did it, though?
Clash Fates.
No, we're done with that.
All right, okay. Old League.
Who's that even for?
Your favorite league. Okay, that was a little weird. Okay, I think I got it. League. Classic.
Well, Zeker is going to look for a bit of an angle. He does manage to buffer the ulti, but still gets knocked up. Nothing he could do. Shun able to lock down that kill as Knight gets into the backline. That is an electrocution onto Gumeyushi and an execution onto HLE here in game number 1. My God, it was not close. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, MSI 2026. Man, that first game was pretty quick, but I am woken up by the speed at which BLG played it.
Atlas has been warmed up. BLG, they warmed up a long time ago. They came in hot already.
They did. Yeah. HLE needs to do the same thing, please.
We need to check on them real quick after that. But, you know, a lot has been said, Atlas, about how much HLE improved when everybody got on board. Play around Kanavi's game plan, you know, be in sync for jungle timers, play for all this, you know, aggressive style. But BLG just beat them to the punch and then snowballed so effectively after defending that first invade.
And this is why I think a lot of people kind of were surprised when, or at least coming into the tournament, were surprised when people were saying BLG could win the tournament, right? Because I think a lot of people are like, hey, HLE have the advantage, they're better all around, but BLG have these moments where they can just wake up, they turn it on, and they go, no, we are just going to outperform you in every way, shape, and form. And we kind of got to see it in game 1, but Game 1 does not define a series. You still have to get yourself across the finish line, and as we get into our Champ Select presented by HyperX, we're going to have to see exactly what that game plan is going to be.
Yeah, and I think Rises are now sort of on the mind. With the Cassiopeia already taken away and used in the bottom lane in game number 1, maybe the blue man is going to be a thought. But HLE just banding the same champions here. They are on the blue side this time around. That was their decision, and it was second pick chosen here by Daejeon and BLG.
Yeah, I 100% agree as far as Rise priority right now, skyrocketing. It's another like side effect of bot lane mages being so prevalent. It's only game 2 in Fearless.
Yeah, stop stealing my picks, Daejeon!
But also, yeah, fearlessly blocking out the Cassio down there, and Orianna going to remain banned because she's been so high priority.
Your Nocturne still up and available though, Kobe, if that is going to be the focus. The Syndra banned away as well by HLE because we were seeing a bit of funny business with the Syndra being swapped around as well. So I am curious what this first pick is going to be in that mid lane.
And I think the Rise gets even a bump from that as well with the Syndra ban. And respect to, yes, it is Knight Syndra, but Viper's also been playing it in solo queue in bot lane too, so they could even could have even flexed it. But yeah, I think that one also puts even more. But of course, you can still play like Talia and stuff into the Rise if you do give it up. It's not the end of the world. There are still plenty of other possible answers BLG could go for.
Mel, also another option if you want to go for it, but they're going to take the other side of the coin and go for this Camille, so trying to take that one away for Delight.
You know what? I also agree. Game 1 had a pretty big support difference.
Yeah, it did.
On was insane, so they prioritized that roaming support, and they are going to have to give up the Rise in order to do it, though.
And also taking away the Camille from On for the rest of the series sounds like a really good idea when he had a game like he just did, but it gives away the Rise, like we were saying, incredibly high priority. The Anivia, as far as an answer to the Rise is concerned, is going to be there. You were mentioning the Talia already, so there are some options, but it doesn't feel like a lot of them are all that good at the moment.
Yeah, I was going to say you can also take the Nocturne here for Shun and have a great time. Like the Nocturne being able to support this Rise in a side lane is an option, but going for the Lee Sin, wanting that early aggression. So do HLE now. Mel, is that the option here to try and pair alongside this? And yeah, maybe in the jungle there for Kanavi.
Kanavi has played it already this tournament, as has Shun in fact, but we'll see what they do decide to go with. The Wukong going to be the option instead, or at least considered for now.
Yeah, some AoE to go with your Camille here. I mean, they can build an Annie Wukong combination. It's the synergy like this.
We love it. Keep it simple, Rise Group. It's Kissinger. We're loving it. All we need is a Rakan from Delight, his signature pick, and this is perfect. Back to basics.
The most common pairing here, and it's like, okay, we'll get some extra AoE with our AoE. Problem is that Rise has pretty good options for splitting, and Lee Sin is very mobile as well. If you add on another Mbessa here, you know, another solo lane that can gain priority towards sides, you can put a lot of pressure to spread. And Camille she can force a fight. You know, you're going to have to still group and force only one area, so you still can get picked apart across the map.
I am curious what Viper and all want to opt into this Camille, though, because you could end up banning the Mel here and just trying to limit that pool for BLG. But we've seen things like, you know, the Caitlyn Elise attempt to be an answer in towards this Mel bot lane if you want to. On very capable of picking up that champion, but then you're kind of in this situation where it is a bit more difficult with trying to land the cocoons, and it hasn't quite worked out, I think, as a lot of teams have planned. So options for BLG, sure, but I think if I'm HLE, I'm trying to limit that with things like that Caitlyn ban in the bottom lane.
I do like the protection, though, this Renekton ban coming on through, making sure that Bin's life is as good as possible towards that top side of the map on the Ambessa. Speaking of on, that is going to be the Alistair taken away. Not necessarily speaking of, I just said the word on, so it's not necessarily
I say just keep going with it. No one's going to question you.
I hope not, because we're going to make that mistake a lot throughout this series.
Okay, so something that's been pretty fun this tournament, but hasn't popped up quite yet. Everyone loves talking about the solo queue picks and the Jax support into the Camille. Hey, the dodge zone of the Shen was already used, so you can't use that. But you could use another dodge zone if you want to get spicy, and we can keep our insane, battlefield of supports going. We'll throw it out there. The likelihood is still probably not that high because you don't have
Nautilus
to
is
quite
being
yet.
banned, though.
Yeah.
The Bard's already banned. They're thin in the
better
pool.
and better, Atlas?
Yeah, it certainly is. I don't know whether it's actually going to be the choice. There are still other champions up and available. But let's see.
I will also say on an exceptionally good Rakan, so maybe that's the option for like a Zyra Rakan in that bottom lane to try and send you up easily, but
I love this. It's like, you can't play the Rakan because we're just going to play Leona instead.
I mean, could be the case. This is... We saw it yesterday, at least from Labrov. Could be a decent play here to just try and have solid CC, the ability to start roaming around, try and match some of that Camille in the early stages.
Yeah, Leona very sturdy. They do need some help for face checking here. So
I was weirdly assuming Camille was going top lane, but never mind. Continue.
the flexibility options, Atlas.
Yeah, I got blinded by the Wukong Annie Rakan.
They're limitless. The flexibility options are limitless.
Wait a second, they're picking both of them.
You can literally get away with saying anything is flex. Here we go, baby. All right, so we are still assuming the normal of the Camille bottom lane support, but we'll see here. Leona, though, back to the Leona, though. I really do think this is such a good pairing with Lee Sin, because you can have priority on the Wukong. Like this duo, Shun and On, already their synergy and their roam timers are really good, helping Shun, defend jungle and go for invades. When you have a Leona at your back as Lee Sin, you feel like you can literally do everything. Your engage range is insanely long, and you can really punish.
Oh, Viper, okay. The Taliyah bottom lane, I remember this, and I'm sad that I do. Yeah, the Taliyah Pantheon back before Fearless. They played it 3 times in a row. The series went 3 games, and they did not pick up a trophy. But this is with a Leona, a different story.
And also against the Camille, that hook shot not going to look so fancy if you're just jumping over a pile of stones that are whacking you in the face.
Yeah, you're sort of like tripping over the stones, and then you turn up, I'm here, guys.
I think it works out pretty well, and you've already got so much set up there as well. The Leona working with the Taliyah, the Ambessa, even the Lee Sin, I think BLG have the opportunity to start playing off of a lot of these synergies in the kits.
Yeah, I mean, if Camille tries to go for the engage and Leona just stands there and stat checks you, hits you with the stun into the Taliyah combo, just try and fight him front to back and delete that Camille.
Yep, and somewhere CV Max is sitting down going, I had this idea first. In 2019. It was a very long time ago.
2019 mentioned?
Yeah, I mean, hey, hang on. That's getting into tomorrow territory. I will not burden you guys with thinking about that one. I do not want infighting on my desk.
I think tomorrow's going to be more of like a 2023 vibe, actually.
Okay. This is what I didn't want to happen. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 2. BLG already leading the scoreline there with 1-0. HLE probably still a bit dazed after that first one.
Well, let's see if they get stunned early on in this one, because On walks up, and that combo, if they actually go for anything here, hovering and trying to use On as a little bit of bait. Nobody's going to walk in and face check, though. Zeka will hold his anti-stun. On will just hold his skills, too.
Yeah, it looks like they were waiting to see if HLE took us some space in the enemy jungle and were like, oh, we're going to place a ward, maybe cash them out. But it does mean there is a ward already down at the Raptors for Shun, so Kanavi having a bit of information as to what this Lee Sin's up to.
All right, having a look first here towards his bottom side. What is your guys' experience with the Taliyah Leona bottom lane?
My experience is it's going to be Leona stun into EW combo from the Taliyah, and that's about it.
Well, I mean, that sounds pretty good.
Yeah. And I mean, you've got decent wave clear on the Talia, right? Like, the only thing is, the Talia I kind of want in like a side lane, so then she can kind of play off of the fact she's the Weaver's Wall. But honestly, Weaver's Wall out 2 side lanes to support the Mbessa is going to be pretty good.
There's the hook shot in. Viper taking a lot of damage already. 4th shot picked up there by Guma. Will be able to walk his way back.
Threads the needle right there, though. Being able to get back onto Viper and get a round on here for the engage. And HLE did a good job getting their Bush presence first here, so they get to control the push on in.
Yeah,
and,
extra bit of vision here removed.
I mean, the burst damage and the value out of Halo Blades, level 1.
Shun is avoiding the ward, though. Cleared out towards his top side now. Moving in towards mid lane. Zeka?
Oh, yeah.
Used his ward hop.
Zeka was feeling safe. Shun is out of the brush for the moment.
Nice
Zeka is
ping.
going to be able to move him down.
Yeah, the blue ping there as well.
Shun wasting a lot of time here, though. So, yeah, going to now be spotted just walking across. So, for Kanavi, you know you're very far ahead of the clear. Is on.
Yeah.
Takes a little bit of a love tap from Delight.
A nice use of the true damage there as well, but does get thrown back by that seismic shove, and so Delight going to have that trade completely equalized by the Talia.
Okay, so this time around, you know, going to be a bit delayed for Shun. We'll see if that ends up mattering. You know, Kanavi on Wukong obviously is going to look for the power clear, really wants to get to the level 6, so just get back into the re-clears, but finishing up towards the top side.
Yeah, I'm curious about Kanavi doesn't like the respawn of the timers here for BLG, right? Because an opportunity to go back, spend your gold, then try and look for the Raptor camp that's respawning, or even avoid the recall and just immediately try and invade, because you know Shun is spending a lot of time on this bottom side, and he's in not the quickest of clears in that regard.
And having a look here, the matchup between Zeka and Knight, things pretty Knight favored historically, and the history as recently as last game is certainly going the same way. We'll see whether Zeka can figure it out here, as right now, with the wave pushed up, is actually in a very good spot on the Annie, but still very early days.
Yeah, it is also going to be a little biased. Like, you had Zeka in the LPL, not the best teams, but there we go. This is the invade we were talking about.
Yeah, Shun going to make his way over. It's going to be a smite fight, secured here by Shun. Few popcorn chickens going to be picked up here by Kanavi, though, as they make their way out. Shun still on the aggression, though, as On moving over a ward, and HLE are able to back away safely.
Yeah, I mean, Shun, at least he does it as East right here, so he secures the big Raptor, but still taking some of the babies there for Kanavi. And Delight was there, you know, very early with the Camille, so they can force that play onto the second respawn of Raptors.
Yeah, he's going to go back over towards his Wolves, which he didn't pick up on his first clear, so then going to move up towards his Krog. So it's kind of in an awkward spot now for Shun, where he still hasn't got this reset, which is giving Kanavi a lot of time on the map where he's not there.
Yeah, and it makes your next reset really awkward as well, because they're just ping-ponging all across both sides. So it definitely incentivizes you to look for ganks or look for invades on your opponent as well when your respawns are kind of so out of sync like that. But controlling, again, the vision and the roams around mid has been so critical. And BLG had done a pretty good job of that. Delight, of course, trying to get some early moves on the Camille and even up that difference.
As AS actually, Spidey senses tingling here towards the top side, is not going to be walking up towards Bin, and Shun not going to be able to find any gank angle there either. I was actually thinking about saying it, you know, when in doubt, just try and kill someone. But that wasn't even really an option there on that top side of the map. Dragon now coming up, as we will start with the Cloud, as a bear comes down from the sky, and there is a nice Zenith Blade here from On. Gets the cleanse already out of Gumayushi.
He just had the Unraveled Earth used by Viper, though, so there's no real follow-up. To me, this speaks more about, I think, Viper and On trying to get some sort of push on the bottom side, so they could look for Dragon, especially off the back of this Gromp take coming through from Shun. But we'll have to see if that is the case, because you can see there's just no real camps up, apart from the Raptors that are just about to respawn.
Knight having a battle with Tibbers right now. Zeka feeling all right at the moment in the lane, but On and Shun are going to move up just to make sure that Knight is okay. Zeka will lose his bear, 50 gold over to the Lee Sin.
And this is some of that kind of downtime on his own camps for Shun, so, you know, he's looking to scrap instead, looking to create some action. Good job pushing the Scuttlecrab top.
Yeah, I don't know about Zeka's positioning here as he's in amongst 3 people. Tempest goes down, and so does the Annie. First blood over to Shun.
Shun found that scrap, Kobe, managing to take that kill in the mid lane. Kanavi does get that crab on the top side, pushing him to level 6. So a little bit of tension in this mid lane. BLG even sending Viper in just to cover in case something went awry.
It's always the fallback. All right, I don't have camps to farm. let's do something. And I think it might have been some comms about the crab, because Kanavi was pushing crab up to the top, and so Knight was kind of leaning into the river. But if you're getting that close as Annie and checking like that,
didn't they see them all on the control wood?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
That's what I thought as well. So Zeka thought that maybe he could sneak his way in there, but I think was seen. But bit of an error there from the mid laner. Zeus is also going to miss a cannon. Oh, it's a cavalcade of errors here on the map at this point in time. But Delight going to be going back. It is nowhere near any sort of insurmountable lead at this point in time. Very different to what we saw with those couple of kills picked up in game number 1, but still a decent start here to bail Shun out from a difficult early path in this game.
And just a little unfortunate for Delight that he didn't actually have any wards that he could have placed a little bit deeper into the jungle there to spot out exactly where Shun was. So at least for the moment, Shun going to stay hidden as he moves back up towards the top side. And Zeus doesn't actually have any wards at the moment, and you've got Knight with the Realm Warp moving, so you can see Zeus immediately starting to back off that top side.
And while we have seen a lot more roaming out of Delight early on, and it seems like, oh, where is On? He hasn't been doing it as much this time. He has been getting an extra level in the bottom side, so he does have that full level lead over Delight with the Leona. Even though not as quick as the Camille, is going to be very scary when you get your ultimate first, because that is a very long range, and if they can blow some flashes, it is going to spell death.
Yeah, you can see, though, the pressure that you have with the Camille and the Jhin on the bottom side has netted at least a nice gold lead for Gumayushi on the Jhin, as we're able to push in, now opening up in the mid lane as well, as there is some trading from BLG going on. I don't think they've spotted that Gumayushi could be here yet, so just going to clear the wave.
Yeah, and some grubs going over to HLE in the meantime. Kanavi able to at least grab those, still with a bit of a camp lead as he takes the first one. It looks like there's going to be no contest. But Viper's here towards this bottom side, grabbing some crockery out of this turret. And that should be unanswered at the moment with Shun clearing out this control ward. The dragon has been begun as well. So even though the grubs will go over to this Wukong, it's not without a cost, as Zeka does find another bear towards Knight. Knight seems not too perturbed, but he's still taking some damage.
I mean, honestly, a pretty hefty cost. Going really nice for BLG here. Turret plate money, getting the dragon as well in trade for those grubs.
Yeah, that's why I'm keeping my eyes on the bot lane, because I'm still seeing some of those cheeky HLE wards in behind Viper as he goes for those pushes. Like, they've been so good at TPing Zeus into some of these scraps, almost having that TP available for Zeka as well. So it may be a case of HLE trying to blow open something through this bottom side.
I really, really, really want to see if On can coordinate something to play off his earlier level 6 as well. I mean, he gets it now, and they did see him get it, so maybe nothing too sneaky. But again, that experience difference for supports is so huge in this mid stage of the game, when Leona's roam now can be devastating.
Yeah, I think lucky for HLE that it's 4 minutes until anything is going to be up and available as far as those neutral objectives are concerned. But maybe something that they could fight around, as BLG have been very good at just creating things to fight around, like a blue buff or a red or maybe even a ward. There have been certainly ways to accelerate the game that they've been demonstrating. Exactly, the Krugs have been started here by Shun. Navi and Delight move their way up. Bin is just going to move back towards his turret, and the defense is just too good here by BLG.
Yeah, doing a nice job of just shifting across the map, covering the plays. And honestly, this was the thing that I expected to see more from HLE. Like, I thought they did this fantastically in the series against G2, always catching where Skumon was, making sure you're in position to cover for some of these plays. But at least in game 1, they couldn't keep pace. This game, it's BLG who are actually managing to keep up some of the pressure here. Has been good trade against Zeus. With the public execution, though, a little more difficult to hit on towards Jax, who can just leap strike away.
Yep, Solar Flare going to connect, though. That is an extremely dead Delight. And was level 5, I don't think the ult would have helped.
Yeah, in the dirt instantly. It was a really good pick there, right over the wall.
And it was with a Solar Flare. They found it.
I mean, yeah, it's so hard to deal with, right? It's a lot more simple.
Kanavi able to use the Warrior Trickster decently there, still has to flash away, holds onto the Cyclone and elects to use the flash instead, maybe feeling like he'd have to use it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you got a lot more roams earlier for the Camille, but he didn't get, kills or assists on them, and so On just kind of played the more stable game, and then once you've got the bigger firepower, It's going to be a big difference.
It's also just how deep the ward coverage has ended up being for BLG versus HLE, right? Like, we've seen those roams, but actually the wards just died on top side, but quite shallow in the BLG jungle, whereas you've got now very deep wards that are littering the bottom side of the HLE jungle, and it gives so much more information over. So as you say, like, the roams were there, but I think the capitalization, what you can do with those roams, hasn't quite happened for Delight.
Well, here towards the top side, Zeus continuing to take a little bit of a battering. That is the Eclipse spike here from Ben in full effect. The Ambessa is just way stronger at this point in time, as we do see some pings towards the bottom side of the map.
And 4 people going top at Ben.
Yeah, there is the Deadly Flourish as well. The curtains are being called. He's looking for Zeus, who flashes out of the way of the public execution. Delight gets in the Hextech ultimatum to take the kill, and HLE are on the board.
The flash forward to make sure that he covered the distance on towards Ben, who's doing his best to get out of there.
At
but
what
still,
cost?
A kill for HLE.
As BLG look to grab some plates here in this mid lane. Zeka moving over just to try and clear these last few minions. Will be able to do so before too many plates fall.
I will say, one of the very common fallback patterns against BLG, when teams start losing versus BLG, I mean, we did this, Lion did this when we were losing a lot early on. To get back in the game, they were just like, all right, let's look for Bin in a side lane, try and pick off Bin a couple times and add to those isolated deaths. This one is like, okay, like, you cannot do much to get away from this. Like,
no.
Camille with ultimately a flash on you. The Jhin is walking up lane, hitting the W on you. They're sending 4 people straight to your lane, and it's still, towers are still
Ben
up.
asked them really nicely to let him
Oh,
win.
yeah, that's what I was
That's a big
thinking. I mean,
deal,
it's
you know?
pretty poor form, isn't it?
He
made a formal request.
Yeah.
Let's 1v1, don't call the jungler. Can you
nicely
call your AD
subjective in
carry
this.
and support, though?
I think he specified the 1v1.
Did he also do a little trash talking beforehand, or
Yeah.
before he was very nice and kind about it? Yes,
It's subjective, you know? It's
true.
It's open to interpretation.
All right, well, Knight here towards this bottom side of the map. Zeka is staying away from this rise. We'll be able to catch that wave before it gets towards this outer turret. Still, it's a 1.3k gold advantage for BLG. They have been able to snowball that small lead that they picked up with the first blood.
I don't think, like, for HLE, though, like, you're too stressed about it. You still got the Camille who's now roaming towards Bin again, who doesn't have flash. And you still have an insane wombo. And you've managed to pick up Void Grubs, which is great for Zeus if you're going to get this Jax fed, right? So it does seem to be that HLE have just adapted the game plan to, as you said, Colby, kill Bin.
Well, they're now looking to try and kill him underneath this turret here, or maybe catch on rotation. There it is, the Eclipse. A whole lot of value, though, as he does flash his way out. The teleport to come through as well, as Zeka is joining this play. They are truly overloading this top side of the map. As now, looking for a turn onto Zeus, perhaps. The rest of HLE trying to now get themselves into position. It's taking them some time, as the Dragon's already gone down on the other side of the map. And there is the kick flash out at Shun. Guma taken down. And on the other side of the map, he's left hanging.
It's so good for BLG. They defend while they're taking Dragon. They defend the weak side there. On slips in. He's happy to tank the engage. Wait a second. Okay.
Just
at
barely.
least they got the crab, you can say, for HLE. But BLG do so good taking the objective bot and then defending the other side.
Oh, Delight making his way in. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Vipers. Kanavi wanting to make his way in. He will be able to get there, although... Never mind, elects not to go forward.
Engage.
Now On could be in a little bit of trouble. Does have that Eclipse to make him so durable as Kanavi gets the next Cyclone to take down the support. But the Monkey will be traded for it, and Bin picks up the kill.
But it's BLG who've just been using these globals so well. You get the Realm Warp to pick off Gumayushi. Then as you get that TP from Zeus to the bottom lane, you end up with Knight teleporting down to match that play, and this then jungle for support as Shun able to cover on the mid lane as well. It's this constant rotation to keep pace with HLE.
I mean, BLG, yes, they are setting the pace. They are on fire here. They're the ones calling these plays, and it's 2 Dragons. Not as early as last game. I mean, last game was an insanely early Dragon Soul, but still fairly a quick pace for them.
Well, this is the ridiculous thing, is the fact that I haven't seen HLE get this out-tempoed at all, apart from maybe the LCK Cup, but they were barely even in that tournament.
To be fair, they have 2 of the mid laners that are the most mobile when it comes to map movement, right? Which is definitely helping out a smidge, because even as HLE went for that top play, Viper was mid and just started walking top lane, which meant they had to cut it off. Now you get Gumayushi, who's Realm Warped on, and Shun, excellent flash kick to set up the kill there.
Beautiful stuff there. The synergy on display. They get the Realm War pick, and then they're defending Viper here. Shun is on a ward, so he's sitting in the sitting there and defending. Now going in.
Yeah, Zeus going to try and leap his way away. Kanavi for the defense. Delight going to be showing up as well. On obviously is right here as well, as the Rift Herald will be given on over, or at least forced to reset. HLE, they need to say goodbye to Zeus, but there's a deadly flourish. That's the pickoff onto On, but he buys so much time. The curtains have been called now as the bullets fly. Delight should be answered though, and Shun so incredibly low, but is going to survive. Public execution is a little private this time, as HLE will back away, but BLG once again, it's them on the objective.
And it's the TP from Bin that gets the members from BLG into position to cover for the play, support for support, but objective control for BLG.
Yeah, they pick up the extra one. BLG had the option there. They're like, okay, we could just keep Bin split pushing, or we can start this playoff on as well, and they just see it. They get the extra objective on top of it, and the Rift Herald will allow them to crack the rest of this outer turrets. I mean, it's 2 turret plates on top and mid and only 1 on bottom, so they can one-shot that mid turret. Bin's gonna take care of the top turret here. The outer ring of defenses for HLE will fall very soon.
HLE want to try and make a play though. Shun trying to cover, but there's so many members. Zeus has to back away.
Kanavi's just going home.
Kanavi does not want to...
Oh,
he got
dear.
spotted.
Yeah, spotted on the Scryer's Bloom. Now looking to try and get himself out. Warrior Trickster comes through. Delight is going to try and defend. They want to save the monkey, and it looks like maybe they'll be successful. Flash out of the way of the Solar Flare here is Zeus with the counter-strike and the leap strike trying to get himself out. But now Hextech ultimatum to cut off Knight, and On is the one that they turn on to. The Incinerate helps grab that one, and Kanavi's even able to get out of there.
Shun kicked to try and save Knight, but end up saving Delight in the long run. It's a kill back, and Viper now a low mana needs to be careful, but Bin doing some damage in the top lane.
Yeah, it was a 4v5 play on the other side of the map. You're right, I mean, the instincts are there. Here we go.
Oh dear, more fighting is now Gumayushi down very, very low, still able to walk it off. Didn't have his flash up just yet, but when the Realm Warp comes through, BLG always making those plays.
The instincts are there, and you don't really blame Shun, because you're like, okay, you're always thinking, I'm going to kick this Camille out of her ultimate as the counterplay. And then they didn't really count. They had that much damage. They could have just almost finished and burst instead, but they thought defensively first.
But now it's Dragon in 30 seconds, and flash down, flash down, flash down, flash down. It is going to be a difficult fight for HLE if they try and take it, and it's BLG who are already out on the map first to try and look for it.
Yep, and Viper's flash will be available for the Infernal that is coming up. That is going to be Infernal Soul point for BLG if they're able to lock that one down. Now Zeus could be in a little bit of trouble here, and by a little bit, I mean a lot. Solar Flare comes through. The layering of CC is perfect, and Knight is going to grab his second.
Just going to keep up this pressure on the top side. Delight trying to move in towards mid. Viper to cover is spotted, though, crucially.
And again, BLG make a topside play, but they're coming over. They're transitioning to defend the opposite side. Every time they're going to make a play and then still defend the cross map. They're not letting HLE make any of these trades.
Yeah, and Knight is even able to catch the wave in the bottom lane as well. Kanavi, I mean, the best you can hope for is a steal, but I don't think he's coming back from it. And that is going to be that. Soul point picked up for BLG, a clean sweep of Dragons, and HLE are just behind the play, and they have been all day.
Yeah, no trades allowed. They're going to keep them on the back foot and make them watch. Whole top side of the map for BLG accelerated and ahead, and that's just where you want it. You want those solo lanes on their 2-item power spikes, and they are going to be hitting, Dagda.
And it's so hard to try and match now on the side lanes, because you have a Talia mid. Like, the ability for this Talia to now influence on these side lanes is basically like she never left the laning phase. So for BLG, they just want to keep up this pressure, and Delight has to run for the hills as a result.
So those strengths we were talking about from Champion Select with those side lanes being able to play the map, but it's also the gold lead in the jungle, Atlas.
Yeah, the Coinbase gold grind coming on through for Shun. After that first blood, he's been able to make play after play on a killing spree right now on this Lee Sin, and it feels like such a lovely game to play Lee Sin, doesn't it? You've got Rune Prison, Solar Flare, Shield of Daybreak, even the Seismic Shove to move them into the right position.
And
man.
And you've got your mid laner realm warping you on their AD carry over and over. Yeah. It's like a delivery service right to Gumayushi's face.
The amount of convenience that BLG have had in this game has just been glorious.
It's very nice to just bring their own barrels to put the fish in, you know, just constantly over and over for Shun. And I think this is where, again, now you have this pressure of, hey, we're going to push mid, Shun's there, now we start to roam over towards these side lanes, and there's one turret plate on the tier 2. You have this Rift Herald to take the tier 1 in the mid lane, and now HLE trying to congregate on mass the mid, and it shuts down the potential for the 2v1 they were looking for in bot lane.
Exactly, and a bit of a herald right here, but it's going to be a very short one as Gumayushi is able to help Kanavi take that one down. Now Zeka moving towards his top side, throws the bear down, but Knight is so tanky. Those first 2 items have been put together. He is still going to respect the Annie as he does Realm Warp away. Impossible to interrupt without that passive stacked up. Zeka will hit level 13 at least, but he is still pretty far behind.
Yeah, the 1-3-1 is great from BLG. They keep up enough pressure towards mid and top side to get both towers using the Rift Herald here, making the escape. And I mean, I'm just thinking back to what you're talking about is, you know, Guma's like, well, I might as well die. It's like that SpongeBob meme where he just jumps in the grave. I see Realm Warping the Lee Sin onto my face. All right, great. Well, time to jump in the grave. But at least he was able to walk to his minion wave the second time around. We'll see if he is able to survive the next one as the play top side from BLG is looking pretty good.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall available here as well. There's the kickback onto Kanavi. Solar Flare going to connect onto Zeka, but only for the slow. Kanavi's still going to die though as Shun locks that one down as Zeka flashes over the top, sidesteps very nicely, but he's still dead, ladies and gentlemen. Bin locks it down. BLG are just so mobile, and now they're able to move over to the Baron if they'd like it.
BLG are just everywhere in this game. And the big purple worm is only going to make things worse for HLE in keeping these towers safe.
I mean, we were saying during game number 1, all right, getting smashed in the first game doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to continue in the series and you're going to get smashed again. Well, you might not get smashed in the same way, but BLG still are just looking so much better.
And the
It
guy
feels pretty similar, to be honest.
And the guy you tried to shut down has nearly a 2,000 gold lead, now wants to pick up Delight to really make it that much worse.
Delight going to flash away, but Zeus may not be as lucky as Bin moving towards the minion wave. Zeus fighting against On, feeling better about that one as Zeka is booking it towards his bottom side, throws down the bear, but Shun gets on in there. Delight finds a Hextech ultimatum. It's taking them everything to take down Bin, and they're still not able to get it. Finally, he goes down, but at what cost, ladies and gentlemen? As Knight's able to kill Zeus as a response, another Realm Warp gets in there. Gumayushi playing defense. He might be able to keep them alive for a little bit longer as the threaded volley from Viper not able to do too much, and the flick back onto his former mid laner. Oh dear, HLE, I think it's all about whether they can also get themselves a reverse sweep.
It's looking that way.
It is not over just yet as Gumayushi's going to have to flash and use everything to get out of the way of the Weaver's Wall.
Viper wanted to add one to himself there, but not quite able to do so. As BLG, I mean, this is so impressive. This is the BLG that we got to see domestically that people were questioning in playoffs, but it has finally made it to Daejeon.
All right, let's take a look at this one. They attack the side lanes first. On and Bin are here early, and then the teleport at the arrival of Shun goes for the kickback play onto Zeus. Bin survives for a long time, as you pointed out, Dagda, even inside the Hextech ultimatum, that they overreach for him and they can't get back after extending this deep.
And there's the Realm Warp to help just jump onto Zeka's head. This Rise is so tanky. Viper on the side. And even though it may be in Korea, Viper's from Daejeon. He's got that home crowd advantage still there for him.
Oh dear, there is the Dragon Soul as well. Infernal Soul picked up for BLG. 8,000, I mean, it's the same game as game 1.
I mean, the coaching staff celebrating early, but I would say, actually, it's not even early. I'd say it's right on time.
Yeah. I think they need to do the celebrating now because they might just plan on how to do this in the next game very soon as well, as Viper getting out of the way of Zeus the best he can. Kanavi trying to cyclone his way to safety, but everyone is getting attacked from every angle possible. And Zeus is just like, well, get me the heck out of here. Viper knows exactly where he is, throws him towards Knight. The gift that keeps on giving is BLG. They're the Harlem Globetrotters today.
It's absolutely insane. There is no keeping up with this team right now for Hanwha Life. And honestly, like, this is...
Viper is everywhere. Like, wasn't he just top lane? What is he doing down here?
You've got
they're catching him between the turrets in the mid lane. Zeka gonna get thrown back, delivered to Bin. Oh my goodness, that looks like a strategy people use in co-op versus AI.
I mean, this is crazy, Atlas. The BLG are making the #1 LCK team actually look like bots.
Yeah, like they just cannot respond in time. This is unbelievable from BLG. They're now looking for this inhibitor turret in the mid lane. They're realm warping to the top lane. They are attacking every single front. And HLE just don't even really know where they're getting hit anymore. The Solar Flare going to connect onto Gumayushi. He's backing away. And at least they know that when the Nexus turrets are under fire, that is all that BLG are going to be hitting, and so they can be in the area for it.
But you've got Zhonya's, Seeker's Arm Guard, GA for BLG. You don't have to do it once, you got to do it twice to find the magic for HLE, and Bin is fishing.
Well, Zeus looking to see whether he can at least stay alive against this, but On is moving over. There's the counter-strike. Viper in a little bit of trouble. As Zeus trying to keep himself alive. Kanavi is going to be able to get out of there. The question is, can anyone else? His Delight is basically dead to start this one off. He does manage to get Viper in the back line, but that is all he's going to be able to claim. The last shot from Guma doesn't do anything at all, and he's desperately trying to defend. 2 inhibitors down at 27 minutes, and BLG, they'll just go back and spend their hordes of gold.
And HLE, they're probably already, wait a second.
Yeah, Knight in a little bit of trouble perhaps as Kanavi gets over there. Doesn't waste any time, uses the Cyclone immediately. There's the double knock-up to come on through, but Knight just kills him.
Yeah, Knight's never alone, it seems like this game. He is forever having someone there to help him.
I think even if he was alone, I mean, he was a 606
level 17, big shield, big damage.
Yeah, ready to actualize.
Fellas, it's time to start talking about the conspiracy theories.
Okay, all right, what's this? Are we putting the tinfoil hat on?
Because HLE, this whole tournament, you know, they've been focused on 3-0s and showing as little as possible in their stage time.
Yes,
and this is a double elimination, you know, tournament. So
got it.
They're looking to just get out of this series as quickly as possible? Question mark? Like, what in the heck?
Do they know that they will have to then do this again?
Yeah.
If they do manage to get round through the
And
low
also, sure, BLG have shown a lot, but like,
I mean,
there's so much they've shown. I don't even think it matters.
I think it makes it worse. They've shown that they're just way better.
Do everything.
This is actually insane that it is stopping this heavily 2 games in a row. Yeah. I mean, we could say don't be a game 1 Andy as much as we want.
Don't we?
We're in game 2.
Game 1 Andy. I can't say it actually.
Don't be a game 2 Billy. What happens if game 3 is the exact
Game
same?
3 Stewart. Okay, well, BLG are looking for an angle, and Bin will find one, gets into the backline, eliminates Gumayushi there. Zeka died at some point in that play, but I didn't quite see it. And there is going to be the Cyclone on tonight. He's going for it. If at first you don't succeed, you're not going to succeed in this series, as BLG will wipe them from the rift, and it feels like mercy here in game number 2, as Viper just teleports in, looks to get rid of this last Nexus turret. And gentlemen, I think this is the quickest we've made it to a match point so far here at MSI, and it's in the winners final.
I mean, the question is, what's the quickest 3-0 we've had at this event? Because BLG are looking like they want to break us.
My goodness. I've got some whiplash. I'm going to solve that as we throw it over to the analysts.
The most unlikely candidate for the biggest shellacking at MSI so far had to be this one, Jack, but it is BLG that is calling it into existence. I do not know what's happening here.
I mean, they're slowing down. Game 1, they got 25 kills in 25 minutes. Now it's 24 kills in 29. Can they keep it? I mean, what is happening right now?
7 more games.
HLE, this is behemoth. This isn't even close.
But you called it.
I called the 3-2 that was close. That's just as wrong as everybody else with how this is going.
Okay, where are the big differences here? You know what? I'm just going to start immediately by something that Emily has been talking about non-stop in our HyperX Reflex replay. Shun and On.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 are going to be the 2 that set the early tempo. As soon as Zeka face checks this brush, Shun and On are just already there. I didn't actually know it was going to be
The crazy thing, though, was he literally just saw the mid lane kill his Timbers and then face checked them.
I think the big thing is, even with like, okay, that was a play with Knight, right? We saw the Talia flick back, but Shun and On are always, at least one of them, if not both of them, are always at the scene of the crime. And this is why when we talked about Nymira's question of like, okay, how do you deal with Knight? How do you deal with Bin, these two strong solo laners? My question is always, how do you deal with Shun and On setting these two up? Because when they are roaming the map together, BLG is at its best.
And how do you deal with Viper? I want to take a look at the draft because I thought that they had some really clever drafting here.
Like
honestly, it didn't really become that relevant because the game was such a stomp, but Camille has been kind of the support of the tournament. And I thought what they did in draft was actually so clever. So obviously they're hiding, what is going to be their bot lane. We're kind of expecting, hey, it's maybe just mages versus mages bot. The Camille gets early picked. I was thinking that they might have been going to be banning Mel or something along those lines. Didn't matter. Comes out with a Jhin. But instead of picking to actually kill the AD carry, they're picking to kill the support. You go Leona, one of the tankiest early game supports in the entire game, and you're combining it with the Talia. Has not only the seismic shove out of the stun, but if you ever hookshot in aggressively, Unraveled Earth comes out, you're going to be stunned, you're going to be killed, and it's so easy to focus down this Camille who's so reliant on having gold and levels to be survivable, something he can't get in a lane where you can't be active. And we can run through a couple of these kills. I mean, again, it's not exactly illustrating the point because the game got super out of hand, but it is really something that was just a denial play. He can never actually get aggressive. He could never find windows to actually look and start fights as he wanted to, because as soon as the Camille goes in, seismic shove, stunned up, burst down, they are focusing the Camille in so many of these skirmishes. And we saw Delight was only ever even looking for something with Flash because the only way in is Flash ultimatum. He could not really go for any hook shots to start plays.
And the big thing to me is that Viper is one of the few AD carry players, or bot lane players, we should say, that you can do this with, right? That's why I made the meme sign, the return of the awesome dude meta, because he is willing to play anything in this bot lane.
And it's so interesting because you look at what he's played so far at MSI, and that's his 4th or 5th different mage. We have Cassiopeia, Ziggs, Vel'Koz, Talia. But the game's really not about him. It's about the top side and how everyone else can support the top side. And then when they have these 15-minute skirmishes, he's just stronger than whatever the other AD carry is because his items are cheaper than the other AD carry. And they're so good at accelerating these games, we're never seeing what the potential downsides would be. So I'm incredibly impressed with how they've come out today. I'm pretty disappointed in what we've seen from HLE and Zeka specifically so far today, but the games have kind of felt like they've been over within the first 8 minutes with how good BLG's been snowballing.
I agree. HLE in this tournament so far, they steamrolled everyone they were up against, and I think this is something we'll have to carry into Game 3 as well. Coaching staff, right? BLG just feel like a bit of a more of a complete team than we've seen of them in the past. Shout out to Denny, for instance, because of these draft adaptations. If this is thrown into the mix as well, this might as well be a sweep.
HLE has to reverse sweep, which they have never done, and BLG has never been reverse swept before. So two things that we have never seen happen will have to happen if this is not going to be a BLG win.
We had a couple of crazy moments here at MSI so far. Let's see if this is another one or if BLG closed the door in Game 3.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart.
He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He blocked it well as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in GG! They are just going to ace them!
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
특별해질걸 이제 받아들여봐 yeah focus on me 날 봐 눈에 띄지 못하잖아 머리 어깨 무릎 하나하나 빛나지
이 세트 팬 여러분들에게 에너지를 드리기 위해서 다시 팬 이벤트를 하러 나온 전화 아나운서 배혜지입니다. 자, 이번에는 팬 여러분들에게 가위바위보 게임을 준비했는데요. 자, 지금 BLG가 2대 0으로 앞서 나가고 있는 상황에서 BLG 팬분 4분과 하나생명 팬분 4분이서 가위바위보 대결을 해보겠습니다. 하나생명 팬분들 자신 있으시죠? BLG 자신 있어요? 네. 좋습니다. 그럼 가위바위보 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 맨 앞에 계신 두 분이서 가위바위보 해주시기 바랍니다. 시타오, 젠다오프, 오케이? 1, 2, 3, 가위바위보! 하나생명 승리했습니다. 자, 그러면 다시 한번 가위바위보! 하나생명이 2대 0으로 앞서가고 있습니다. 자, 다음 가보겠습니다. 시토 젠다오프! 오! BLG 승리! 자, 그럼 마지막 가위바위보 가보겠습니다. 가위바위보! 자, 하나생명이 승리를 했습니다. 하나생명에게 티셔츠 드리도록 하겠습니다. 축하드립니다! 오렌지들 소리 질러! 자, 그리고 지금 팬 여러분들 좌석 밑에 한번 확인해 보시기 바랍니다. 행운의 좌석이 있는데요. 누군가의 자리에는 특별한 선물이 붙어 있습니다. 자, 여러분 좌석을 체크해 주시기 바랍니다. BLG 짜요! BLG 짜요! BLG를 한번 응원해주는 팬분들이 있었는데요. 자, 행운의 좌석 됐나요? 자, 한번 좌석을 확인해 주시기 바랍니다. 축하드립니다! 행운의 자리에는 이렇게 선물이 있기 때문에 여러분 자리 꼭 한 번씩 확인해 보시기 바랍니다. 자, 그렇다면 하나생명과 BLG 한번 응원을 해봐야겠죠. BLG 먼저 응원해볼까요? BLG 짜요! 좋습니다. 자, 그럼 오렌지들 하나생명도 응원해보겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나생명 화이팅! 3세트 달려가시죠!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, MSI 2026. In case you missed it, because it's been a couple of blinks since this series
We've been
started.
here a long time, okay?
Yeah, sorry, yes. It's been a
really hard.
slugfest. They've been very close games. BLG...
And that was just makeup.
Yeah.
The slugfest.
BLG kind of just scraped HLE off their boot twice in a row, and now we're here at match point. And I don't know, man. It feels like this golden road will not stop here from what we have seen thus far. Obviously, it is not the final of MSI just yet, but it might be a sneak preview of what we could be seeing there as BLG just looking so dominant.
Yeah, the problem is, though, like, I'm actually slightly worried that if BLG do just hard 3-0 this, that suddenly they get way too much confidence like they did against WE domestically.
The complacency vibe.
Yeah. I always have a little nervous with this team. Yeah.
More conspiracy theories. I
love that.
It's all part of the strategy.
I feel like Top Esports may have hurt you, Rob. It's okay. It's okay. They cannot hurt you anymore.
No, they will. I know.
This tournament. So you cut me off. You know, I couldn't finish the sentence. HLE, though, very capable of hurting me further. And there is one more game to do so. This has just been... I mean, I was kind of expecting that if HLE were going to win this series, it would look similar to this. Unfortunately, on the other side for them. And it has just not been the way. They need to wake up.
Yeah, I mean, at least for them, always a second chance, right? This is not the elimination series. This is the upper bracket final, so they will end up dropping down facing the winner of G2 or Line, whoever comes out of that tomorrow. But for them, I think they would like to do a lot of the legwork today if they could manage it, but there's still a lot to do as you're down 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, I think HLE would like to play a little bit more League of Legends than the short games that they've had already available to them. Let's see if BLG let them, because it does feel like it is up to BLG whether HLE are going to be able to enter this series or not.
And it's once again a blue side pick here for HLE, even in the very final game potentially of this series. They need to make it work. Coach Ohm, let's see whether he's actually got a plan here. Of course, spent an incredibly long time in the LPL. Kanavi, they're in the LPL as well. I mean, there is a lot of experience understanding how this league works on this HLE roster, and a lot of experience with a lot of the players that are on BLG as well. They just have not been able to keep up the pace. I think there's some sort of whiplash here between these two squads where HLE are like, oh wait, this is what it's like in the LPL, actually, where a lot of these players do have a lot of that experience.
Yeah, I mean, Kanavi spent like 6 years in the LPL, and he has a very, good winning record versus Shun individually from his time there, but not on his time here in Daejeon.
Yeah, and then Shun had to try and fill Kanavi's shoes when Kanavi left JDG, then ended up coming over towards BLG after all the shenanigans they had last year with their jungler. But Shun selling in nicely, being able to support the solo lanes. But that has not been the story of today. It has been more about BLG and specifically on working with Shun on the invades, shutting down Kanavi and making sure Kanavi cannot play his game.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing that I've loved so much about how BLG have looked this series is how in sync they are.
Yeah.
The layering of CC, everybody being there on really good timers for the skirmishes, everyone on the same plan as far as defending the plays, cross-map plays, not letting your opponent get anything while you have the lead. When they have the lead, they know they have the lead and they will not let you get a trade. So, back to the draft, though, and our love of flex picks, Atlas.
Yep.
The Skarner flex pick is alive and well, too. That's one
it's really alive and well. This is another flex pick. This could be the bottom lane.
It very well could.
Okay, well, the Lucian is going to be locked in. This is when Gumayushi's like, no, guys, I want to win the game. I don't know whether he's going to be allowed to. Delight is now on the Melio duty as well. Not necessarily his wheelhouse, although he has had some good games on the champion.
And I have liked the games where we've seen Lucian Melio to try and punish the Mel lanes, regardless of what Mel does get put with. So if you're going to do that, though, you have to play to that lane. Play to the bottom lane so that Lucian can do those trades onto Mel, can continually dash in and keep that passive uptime. And I want to see if they can actually get jungle under control the jungle towards bottom side, and play to the Lucian Melio.
I don't think it's going to be used into the Lucian Melio, but just put it out there, On does play Skarner. So it could also be the flex of the Skarner down into that bottom side as well. So options here still for BLG. And I do think you kind of want something, though, that can still get out onto the map, because that's mostly where BLG have been able to find the success here. And Skarner are definitely one of those champions who can come in from multiple different angles and make things very uncomfortable for the likes of a Victor in that mid lane.
Yeah, and I'm kind of assuming that maybe the Renekton could be played by Viper as well. Like, at this point, everything is on the table. The Caitlyn is going to be taken away, though. They do not believe that this Mel is definitely going into the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Knight could obviously be playing that. But we do expect that the Mel is likely to be used there towards that bottom side. But a pivot away from the matchup could be a good idea, so eliminating some of those better options.
Yeah, I mean, with the prevalence of flexing everything around, you don't want to get hit all of a sudden with a Caitlyn, Elise combination or something from Viper on. And that would just be brutal. Let's take a look, though, what else they're worried about to cover on their side. I mean, the Mel is pretty good for mid lane too into Victor, so that's why they're really covering bottom lane. They don't want to deal with a hyperscale combination either. The Zeri Lulu has been on display already by PaY's quite heavily at this tournament, and so take out the Lulu half of it where she pairs with just so many other better AD carries too.
Also, we've seen like Cog Lulu sometimes as an answer into the Lucian Emilio. BLG had a great performance on that actually domestically in the playoffs as well. So looks like On going to get his hands on Rakan. So literally called the handsome support because of how good he looks on this pick. So definitely a massive pick for On. And we'll have to see if he's going to be able to find that same kind of roam timers that we talked about for.
Can be a difficult thing to make work into something like a Victor with so much AoE damage going around. We'll have to see how this one is going to be evened out, as the Aatrox is an interesting one. I had that Kanavi game in my head, seeing whether they could find a way to springboard themselves back into this series with a good performance. The Skarner, though, is going to be the lock-in here for Kanavi.
I mean, we saw T1 do exactly this.
Did I say Skarner's the Trundle?
Because, I mean, Shun is a Kindred player, and we already just said, hey, we've already got that Skarner potential flex. This is what happened with T1 where they got cut out before.
So where are they flexing it, though?
Yeah,
that's the question. So the Xayah is coming in. I was thinking maybe Viper was going to play Skarner this time. So I was right there with you. I was right there with you. But no, not going to be the case. We are going to have the Lovers Duo there towards the bottom side of the map.
And then with the Mundo lock-in, I mean, Xayah solo killed Pun with this matchup. With the Mundo into the Renekton with the surprise reset on him. And Pun was pretty good this tournament, so we'll see. Bindo, different monster. And I have to say, I think that Bin, with pushing, priority on that lane, with Mel going to have priority early on in that lane as well, I think this is another pretty good setup for BLG.
I think if Hanwha can slow the game down, though, there is so much scaling on their side. Like, with the Mundo, with the Victor in the mid lane, that Trundle going to be able to steal away a ton of stats from the Skarner. So I think for Hanwha, it is once more going to be a case of, can you shut down the early game?
Yeah, we'll see whether they can actually make that happen. I think if HLE can find a way to keep up with BLG, that might allow them to stay alive in this series. And honestly, with the amount of picks that have been fearlessly taken away that are so high on the tier list, I am very interested in what these drafts are going to look like moving further forward. That being said, getting way ahead of myself, because HLE need to wake up and actually start dictating the pace in some of these games as we get onto the Rift for potentially the final time this series.
The crowd doing their best to wake them up, Atlas.
Yeah, and they've been yelling even throughout the entire break. We saw Heji there as well, trying to rile them up. The Dio's coming through as well. HLE, let's see whether they've finally had enough time to get into gear here. And the Trundle for Kanavi is something that he's found a lot of success on in the LCK as well, so something that he might be able to find some advantages on, especially with Shun, on something that is a little bit more on the back foot, at least very early on.
Yeah, and we have exhaust on the Xayah here for Viper too. Try and deal with this Melio.
That immediate exhaust here in this bottom lane. I don't know whether it was the right move, but it's more valuable to put things on cooldown as quickly as possible so that you can potentially use them more per game.
Yeah. I see what you're selling.
I was just going to let that one sit.
The trade didn't really look that great anyway, but I like the salesman. Atlas here as facing his team getting demolished.
I flash out a fountain, by the way.
Yeah, I love
to
that.
get to the lane.
Hey, League Classic is coming back. You can get your extra 5 AD with your Ignite early.
Oh, exactly. I'm lighting the Wraith on fire on my way through. That's precisely what's going to be happening. At least I think the Wraith is still going to be the man. Do you even remember that, Kent? The Grump before Grump.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we do have...
Invade. We got an invade, buddy. Trundle going to go try and use the early dueling power. He does start up the blue early here, and they see the ward go down, so here comes the chase.
Yeah, level 3 for both of these junglers. There is the kennel thrown down, and Kanavi gets the chomp onto the Skana. It's going to be a battle for these wolves, and it's won by Kanavi this time.
Kanavi didn't even have the smite. Chun just missed timing that, so Kanavi ended up to get the majority of the camp, which is very nice for the Trundle.
The defense as well from HLE. It feels like the first time that they were ahead of the play.
And what were we asking for in Champ Select, Alice? It is to get jungle, play for bottom side. They do that. They get winning jungle, they play for bottom side. It's a much better, different story for HLE, for Kanavi. And on the opposite side, of course, you know, Shun goes into countermeasures there, and he at least is going to be able to take away the enemy blue quadrant.
Yeah, I'm taking a lot of damage on the bot side, though. That feather pull from Viper not actually connecting onto Gumayushi. So now on, only just ticking over to level 3. I have to play a little bit more defensive on this model, especially with Kanavi there. I'm a little nervous, but looks like Kanavi just going to walk his way through mid lane and see if he can match the Skarner on this topside crab.
Yeah. 22 minutes and 5 seconds, the time to beat here for BLG to enter the top 5 fastest best of 5s of all time.
Okay, that would be insanely fast.
Yeah, 16-19. Oh, wow, that number. That really does not make me happy. It's never mind. Gumayushi going to be able to dash out of the way of the grand entrance. Nicely played here. Looks like his Lucian is still pretty dominant. We'll see whether it's going to continue as it's still very early days.
And I want to highlight how good of a defense there it was from Kanavi. He crossed back to the other side, chases away Shun, who is still only on 20 CS, but now...
Yeah, Kanavi might be in a little bit of trouble. Never mind, Knight could be in a bit of trouble because he's forced to flash out of the way of that kennel. Zeka putting down a great gravity field to force it.
Yeah, still HLE putting a lot of pressure down. I don't know what's happening here on bot lane.
Gumayushi's taking a lot of damage, Dacta. That's what's happening, as Viper is also going to follow suit. HLE just trying to get this minion wave shoved in, and they will do so and go for a reset.
Yeah, I mean, BLG struggling now when it gets back towards the AD carries. Like, we've seen BLG really cooking. You got to see that on the side of your screens with, like, the Swain, the Vel'Koz, the Talia in the last game. But now with this Lucian melee, Viper and On not looking so hot when it comes towards the 2v2.
So as soon as it's a normal lane, they don't know what they're doing.
Well, this was the thing, right? I do think that like the speciality of On has been getting out of the lane and interacting in the map, right? And we've seen in years past when it comes to 2v2, On is still very good, but like when it came towards matching like Gumayushi and Keria, now matching up with Gumayushi and Delight, like it is not as simple as a time from, especially given the matchup. So I do think for HLE, this is where they can find that success by putting that pressure on.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people would have been confused by the Victor first pick as well. We didn't really go into it. Zeka has been really, really good on this champion. It's something that I think Showmaker really started to make look kind of broken in the LCK earlier on this year. And Zeka did manage to find some great angles with it as well. So you might be looking at it going, that's not a Sylas or an Akali, but he has been doing well on this pick.
Yeah, I like how he's like fully assimilated to control mages, to have the options. And it's so nice. You've got pushing mid and pushing bottom this time for Kanavi. And I am very jungle pilled, yes, I know, but this is so good for Trundle.
And it's good for the bottom lane as well. Forcing that vertical jungling is gorgeous.
Exactly. It's so, so good. And it should lead, wait a second, the collapse coming from BLG. They want to scrap this one out.
Yep, the flash over from Kanavi is Knight trying to get out of there, does find the Solar Snare as Gumayushi, he wants to turn his attention to the mid laner of BLG. First blood as the chomp comes down, and BLG just have to get out of there. This is the pace we were hoping to see from HLE, and I guess it's better late than never.
And this is the Kanavi you wanted to see. It gets even better for him. They are expecting it. He flashes immediately over. They take him down, and they might not even be done yet. They got Scuttle Crab as well. Full dragon control is theirs. The ward seeing everything. HLE retaking control. Well, actually, just taking control for the first time this series.
Yeah, Viper now in a little bit of trouble here as well towards this bottom side, taking 50% of his health bar on as well. Able to utilize the Gleaming Quill for some extra healing, but Kanavi just comes on over, takes some King's Tribute as well there towards the bottom side, and is now looking to start the Drake.
He's burning Summoner's Fellows on the bottom side, punishing the fact that Knight didn't have that flash, and now starting up the Dragon. It looks like Shun going to try and trade this for presence on that top half of the map instead, because he is hurting for some gold right now.
Yeah, 55 to 36 in the jungle is kind of ridiculous. Is Gumayusi going to push on away? And so that will be what feels like the first Drake for HLE this series, is it? I think they did just sweep Souls in both of the first 2 games. So there's their first one. HLE have realized that there are neutral objectives on the bottom side of the map.
Definitely worth being said, though, of course, been performing really well on the Renekton here. Has the lone lead for BLG, has the push consistently into that top matchup as should be, and provides a little bit of space.
Yeah, Cullen going to be thrown out towards Viper there, on with the battle dance. Going to join him, takes a little bit. Viper not looking too worried about the situation.
You can see, though, again, Kanavi taking this jungle camp thread on the bottom side, going to move over towards Krugs, and then potentially cover this bot lane as well, which you've already got Zeka moving too. I think HLE want more.
Well, there's the exhaust onto Gumayusi at the beginning of this one. They spot Zeka moving down. Great ward in the Pixel Brush has got them a lot of information so far this game. But the fact that Zeka can finally leave the lane, this is a very different game from the first 2.
It certainly is. I mean, we're going to go way out there and say this game's going to be the longest one of the series so far.
Whoa, you are so
way
out there. Oh, Kobe, stop it with the
BLG,
brazen predictions.
BLG, you know, they still have plenty of options to themselves, but as you were highlighting earlier, this is much more of a focused area for HLE to be able to play off. Zeus up here is just scaling on Mundo, trying not to give up too much on the top side of the map. Kanavi actually does have Delight trailing, so he can start these up, and since he's so far ahead of Shun, he can just force objective after objective.
Yeah, we'll be able to take that first little grub. Zeka moving over here as well as Delight in position. He's on the Melio, not necessarily going to be starting off any fights. They do get control of the Banana Brush though, but now Bin is moving in. Grand Entrance is going to come down as On is in a lot of trouble, but the Mundo is able to get on top of Shun. The kennel goes down, Shun just having to get himself out of there. Zeus dealing with the rest of them. The quickness comes through. Can On make something happen here? The answer's no, as Zeka locks down the Scorpion. The Crocodile running for the hills, and another briefcase will come on down. Kanavi distracted by a camp. In the meantime, Viper is fighting Goomer, and there he sweeps him up with the feather recall, and it's a solo for Viper in the bottom lane.
HLE are able to make the play happen on the top side, but Viper, punishing the fact that Guma couldn't get his reset on the bottom side of the map, manages to answer one back.
The Blade Caller flash reposition to finish it off. I just say, though, they did receive some defeats on the top side. Shun here used the ultimate on Skarner, whiffs that one, not able to get anybody, and drops immediately. So let's take a look at it. They're respecting Bin's move down from the top side, so they pull back off, and then Zeus just moves right up into the team. Shun there, sitting duck, even though he tries to flash out, just gets walked down by the Trundle.
Also having to heal from Delight to speed him up. On trying to move towards mid to get that ultimate so then he can help out, but still HLE very strong. But Viper here, so Gumayusi, when we had Zeka move down towards that bottom side, Gumayusi wanted to look for the reset. He couldn't actually get it off because he was trying to help out with Zeka, which means that Viper punished incredibly well, flashing to connect with the feathers, getting some plates, and suddenly what was a CS and a gold lead for Gumayusi, Viper now has access to.
Really nice geometry performance there as well to make sure that feather did manage to pick him up. As now Zeus hit towards the top side, just going to be eating his potions. And will be able to push Bin away. And I feel like this is one of these matchups that just gets more and more annoying for the Renekton. At the beginning, you're like, yeah, I'm winning, it's great, it's great, it's great. And then I'm winning less, I'm winning less, I'm winning less. Why isn't he taking damage? This is annoying. And then the Mundo just does anything he wants.
He pushes.
He does.
Pushes. and he continues.
He throws paperwork at you, and you're like, I don't want to do more paperwork, boss. All right, well, Delight and On, just some supportive combat here, but not exactly the end of the world. As far as damage potential, it's not quite Camille versus Pike or anything like that. So Gumayusi parking himself up here. And Kanavi going a little bit of damage himself. Another exhaust comes down. Featherstorm for the damage. Gumayushi tries to keep himself alive and fails at the task. And Viper will kill him a second time.
That's even with Delight's heal and ultimate. Viper punishing with that one-item spike beautifully there.
Exactly. He already had the Essence Reaver. Guma gets to buy his while he's dead, back in base now, but that is too late. On and Viper have already done the deed. Another kill for Viper Zaya.
And he's now 800 gold ahead. Kanavi was leading by 1.1k, still is, right? He is a huge advantage here for HLE, but the Zaya's carry potential later on in the game is kind of absurd.
It will be a different look for BLG, though. They've been traditionally about Knight and Bin. And even Daney said in some of those chats behind the scenes, look, you can't all be superstars on this team. Someone has to take a step back. And for most of the split, it was Viper who did it. Now it has to be Viper who steps up.
Well, I think he can. Having, watched Viper previously.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
I think he's capable of making that happen and has been on some teams with a lot of chefs.
Guma flanking from bottom side. Lucian down here is disconnected from the rest of HLE. He's going to take a while to walk over.
Yeah, Death Ray comes down. Knight able to avoid that. This Mountain Drake taken down to 50%, but pretty durable as far as the Dragon is concerned. This Ward down to 50%, but spots Guma on his way over. And now might be HLE's turn to make something happen. Never mind, Smite comes through. Shown able to lock that one down, and they even out the Drakes. Chemtech again. But God, there's a Mundo on this team. And a Trundle? Okay, it's a Chemtech day for the HLE roster.
Yeah, and I mean, they're kind of staring him down as...
A little bit early on the Ixtal's impact there for Shun.
HL are kind of staring him down, but it's so hard to steal against Skarner, especially when Skarner has the inside route on you like that, because you can just throw out the ultimate. And so they're respecting On and Knight's presence there, not walking up, nobody actually going to fall in the play, and just seed the extra Dragon.
All right, Zayas chasing after Bin, or has Bin chasing after Zayas? I think it's Zayas chasing after Bin at the moment. Kanavi's moving up. Dominus is there, but I don't know whether Bin's going to be able to survive this one. Slices and dices, creates some space, and in comes the Skarner as well, but Zayas flashes on top of the Crocodile. Kanavi held in position and taken out as Knight looking to try and answer the play as well. On gets over here. Zayas doesn't look too worried about it just yet. Zeka's moved up, and Delight is now over the wall, able to support his Mundo, who just wanders his way down.
On had the quickness, but didn't want to pop it until he knew, but Viper getting some back rubs off of Gumayushi. But yeah, the quickness, they didn't want to use it until they had members from BLG in position. Still Zayas able to step away from that top side after the kill. Very good for that Mundo.
Those AD carry combat summoners are fairly closely synced. Guma's barrier is going to come off cooldown a little bit earlier as they go for Zeka top.
Zeka, really nice sidestep there, is now On having to battle dance his way away, and Zeka is not afraid. The sidesteps on this man are looking fantastic. The Arcane Storm, he's ignoring the Rakan completely. Throws circles down. He's doing some Venn diagrams, but there is no Rakan included in that as Delight moves up, and HLE going to look to grab some plates.
And this has got to be the biggest difference in this game. Zeka here, he had been getting gapped by Knight in the previous games, but this game has been all Zeka. And the Victor is going to be able to get the push. They're going to be able to get this second tower actually for themselves because they already took mid lane one down and add another one to their collection.
And now it's almost like 2.5k gold, the advantage for HLE. They are doing their very best to perform the same kind of snowball that BLG have been doing to them all day long.
And this is what we talked about for HLE as well. Like, they have a composition that scales incredibly into the later portion of the game. Zayas, with a very early heart steal, may even try and stack it on Viper here.
Yeah, he doesn't have Featherstorm available. He does have the exhaust, but Mundo is not tired. Zayas is just walking him down, immune to the CC and the backhand, or the back briefcase, if you will, as he takes him out.
He just slowly walked up and down smashed Viper.
It looked so gentlemanly as well when he did it. Just flung it through the air. Okay, there's the grand entrance. The quickness comes down as well. Impaled. Zayas, has he noticed yet? That's my question. On now looking to fight Delight because he knows he cannot fight this Mundo. He's got his special brew running. Does now wear off at least, but BLG are pushed away from the turret.
Well, maybe we're going to have to like take a poll or something. What is actually the biggest difference this game? Is it Kanavi having the better jungle early on? Is it Zeka actually not getting gapped by Knight? Or is it Zeus on this Mundo?
Well, there's a teleport in. The Mundo is up here one more time. It's Kanavi. He is not going down to this one. The slice, the dice. Is the kennel going to be available? The flash comes through. There's no turret here, though, Bin. Where are you going? Kanavi eats him. And BLG are going to have to run away from the bottom turret as well. HLE are turning that tempo all the way around.
HLE, their G3 reports are going to be all profits, it looks like, in this one.
I'm getting a flashback. Insane. I have the plan. I understand. Their biggest problem around this time of year was getting reverse swept and then not being able to play the game. They've realized, wait, we have to lose the first couple of games. We're going to be sorted out if we manage to figure it out after that. And they are making it work, at least here in game number 3.
Maybe inform them that you only need to lose one in order to not get reverse swept next time.
And also, they could have just won the series in a normal way. You're exactly right.
But, I mean, yeah, the precedence has been set at this tournament for reverse sweep, so we will wait and see.
It also just shows how terrified it is giving either of these teams a lead.
Yeah.
Like, HLE have not taken their foot off the gas pedal since they got that early control with Kanavi and then gave it a lot more gold over towards Zeka. And now you're looking at turrets being taken across the board. That bot lane one is just about to fall. And Zeus, like, when he finishes this Warmogs, I think basically completes everything he needs at this stage. So for HLE, they're now invading Shun. He doesn't get to enjoy his jungle anymore.
Nope, Kanavi gets to enjoy his jungle instead, comes on over and bites the Grump, and will be able to take that one down. 150 to 117, but 1.6k the advantage as HLE looking for Double Dragon. And as these Chemtech Drakes get stacked up, the closer to immortality Zeus and Kanavi get, if they're not there already, it's going to get kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of feel bad for Viper this game because, you know, he's got some, 1v1s and 2v2 kills.
Yeah, Danny's like, it's your turn to carry, Viper. Let's see how you go. If you do this, we'll let you do it again.
Yeah, and we've given you an immobile wall and an immobile wall to get through.
Oh, dear. Well, at least he does have the option of going over it, you know. Doesn't have to necessarily go through everything because he does have that Featherstorm available. Does have 2 items complete, but Gumyushi is right there with him. As we have a look at the Coinbase gold grind, Kanavi is very far ahead. That is basically what it's saying. He's been clearing out so many more camps, being able to really punish Shun on this Skarner that was picked blind this time. And I think that's the big story for me, is that HLE actually had answers to what were being presented by BLG in this game.
Yeah, even with the flexible possibility, they really called it as soon as they saw them, especially with their cover bands. And pushing will continue for Zeus. I actually just... All right, well, the invades will also continue.
Yeah, Kanavi just going to bite down onto On. Delight is moving up here as well. He's got that fire kick, as now Kanavi with Shelly over the wall. They're going to look to knock down this inner turret. They are keeping up the pace in this game. And Bin, let's see whether he can keep this turret alive. A charge is going to come through. He definitely cannot. Now, will the Dominus actually keep him alive? That's the question, as Kanavi's just beating him with a club. Slice and Dice will get him out of there, as Kanavi is going to take the Shellfish exit. Viper is able to flash his way out. That is the smite to come through from Shun. Gets the Impale over the base gate, and Kanavi will finally be shut down.
Kanavi was having a little bit too much fun. Thankfully for him, his team still got 2 extra turrets while this is all happening. But yeah, he was having a lot of fun there. He was looking at using this Rift Tail for the escape. And then he was like, wow, I'm very close to killing Bin.
Yeah.
Now I'm very close to killing anyone that's near me. And in the end, they smite him out of the Herald and kill him.
Yeah, and it's nice for Viper to pick up another kill, but honestly, I don't think this really changes the game for HLE. Like, you just have those 2 items there for Zeus. You're able to just continue with this control on the top side, and it's not like there was any objectives here for BLG to pick up off the back of it. HLE, in fact, are the ones that are sitting around looking for picks.
Well, On is now potentially in some trouble, but does grand exit the situation here. Zeka, without the mobility of the Rakan, is not going to be able to chase after him. However, he does, and just walks around the red pit in order to get on top of him. Mega Cone available, so he feels very, very safe. And look at how far forward HLE are positioned. It is kind of absurd, making sure BLG has no access to their own jungle.
I mean, should we do like time trial comparisons? Because BLG ones were really quick, but
yeah, what was it? 22 minutes and 5 seconds. Yeah. That's what we're looking to beat. That's probably not happening.
And HLE also let them have a dragon. Ah,
yeah. But now that they've got a taste for dragons, they're doing much better.
Is that why we asked all the players their favorite music? Because you need the music for the time trials. You know, if you don't have a banger in the racing game, it just doesn't quite go as hard. So
that is a good point. All right, Death Ray's flowing on over. As the fire kick going to be able to delay Shun here. They are on the Baron, as we can see. Gumayusi taking a lot of damage from it as well. Relentlessly pursuing away. It's not necessarily how pursuing works, but he is going to have to go back, as Zeus is just in the bottom lane. BLG are trying to ignore it and hoping that the problem goes away. I think we've all had that sort of take.
Well, see, Zeus did ignore the problem, who was Knight, and he did go away. So I think, yeah, it is kind of working the other way around.
That's true. Everyone's doing the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, Zeus is at the big power spike now. When you get that Warmogs on top of your Heartsteel, it gets really difficult to do anything on the map now for BLG because the Mundo is going to be relentless pressure, and so HLE can return to this Baron because Mundo just goes straight on back, pushing, and meanwhile the rest of the team will control all this vision around the Baron, and if you step in, then they will punish you.
But it's also because Zeus just gets to step up, tank all the damage from Knight and the tower, step away for a couple seconds and heal it all back up as the wave comes, and then do it again.
And then gets to buy Warden's Mail so that he can be more durable in the team fights, because it's Viper that has the task of trying to kill the Mundo. Zeka will take some damage from Knight here. This Mail, 2 items have been completed. Knight is still somewhat strong, but I mean, the same 2 items have been done for Zeka. He's got a cute pink rod as well, and he is doing a bit of extra damage. Has been able to keep up in levels somewhat here, has Knight. Hasn't been as much of the experience advantages that we've seen in the previous games outside of Kanavi here over Shun, perhaps. But let's see, this game has slowed down, and I feel like that definitely benefits BLG. Even if HLE have a composition that scales beautifully, I think BLG needs some time to breathe in this one. As Zeus does about 1 trillion damage to the inhibitor turret.
And now let's wait for the Warmogs to kick in as well, and he doesn't care anymore.
Yeah.
I don't think he cared to begin with. All right, he's going to be channeling the back. He's not doing that to heal. I think he's doing that to purchase. As Gumayusi now looking to try and get some damage onto Shun. On comes over here. And the Kennel is going to make sure that this Skarner cannot do anything about the red buff.
Yeah, I mean, I guess BLG are just going to full send it for the Dragon Soul fight, but HLE don't even have to full commit to that. They can just take the Baron if you commit your resources to going to try and contest that. It's just, the options are really off the table now for BLG.
The Spirit Visage is going to coincide with Chemtech Soul as well. I don't want to... I don't want to even comprehend
this is
what
like
this
a
Mundo's going to be
crazy
capable
build
of.
path.
Over under on Zeus, never die in this game.
It's
I mean, is it going to die 1 time? Let's put it at that. We'll go under 1 time.
I was about to say, well, if he dives the fountain, and then I'm like, hang on, would that even be enough?
No, because I don't think, Viper has 3 items. I still don't think he kills him.
He does have one of the good items for killing tanks.
Now let's see.
But he's level 16.
5 members of BLG go kill that Mundo, sacrifice the Baron, don't care about it.
Nexus for Mundo trade.
Get him.
That's going to ruin our over-under, though. All right, HLE now clearing out vision once again. And Kanavi will be able to grab this ward towards the back of this pit. Shun getting control vision down, but HLE just kind of making the map so incredibly dark, and Kanavi sprinting around on, not able to get on top of him whatsoever. And all right, HLE still playing it relatively slow, just trying to hold this game in a position that they like, and obviously based on their composition, they can do this pretty comfortably. 3 minutes on that Chemtech Soul.
Here's what you do. You hold them in this game for as long as they held you in the first 2 games. So that you, after this game, then you've been winning for as much time. How about that?
Oh, you're a genius.
Yeah.
Would that even get to the longest game here at MSI?
The first 2 were so quick.
So very doable is what we're saying. All right, let's find out. The Impale is going to go wide. And yeah, Kanavi just walks to the back and eats a ward.
Yeah, I mean, they can just hold them here. As we've gone over, the scaling is so good for HLE.
Oh dear, well, the snare is going to connect, but Shun is just taking so much damage. There is the pillar finally coming down. The Arcane Storm chasing, but Shun still needs to go back. And HLE should be able to just take this Baron. It's even a teleport from Zeus there committing to this one.
Yeah, the silver lining was that Gumayushi wasn't there. The big, massive storm cloud is now everyone in HLE is on Baron.
Look at Zeus' health bar. That's too many.
That's a lot of bars again. Yeah. Count those bars right now.
That looks like a meter. It's like a meter-long ruler. You know, it's like that's too many of the little bars.
That's actually the barcode for apple juice in the shop.
Oh, that's what that is.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe someone try scanning it, seeing what comes up. You never know. All right, Kanavi is going to get back on over as they get themselves a Baron. They can then use the Baron to make sure that they claim the soul, or possibly even just win the game.
Honestly, they... Okay, Shun under attack again.
Yeah, put into the kennel one more time. That is not where Scorpions like to go. As Delight, will be able to help holding him in place. There is the fire kick. Zeus grabs it with a briefcase. And the Skarner knew there was nowhere to go.
LPL junglers and down for Crab. What a beautiful thing to see is BLG give everything to get that little spot of vision in the river. But it does mean now HLE just immediately move to bot side.
Yeah.
The wave is coming. Mundo exists in the mid lane, so BLG are petrified.
And Kanavi exists on this bottom lane as well. I mean, he took the first 2 games personally, and I do not blame him. It was a monstrous performance from BLG, and this must feel very cathartic to be able to finally get some revenge, as he is just taking a lot of damage here. Can take some tribute to try and get that health bar back again. As speaking of health bars, here comes Zeus. And this is going to be the base broken. Gumayushi able to freely hit this turret as the Arcane Storm is chasing down BLG. Gumayushi is so incredibly far up here. He's got a lot of frontliners to stand behind. He's decided not to, as 2 inhibitor turrets are going to fall. 2 inhibitors probably to fall at the same time. BLG haven't been able to take a turret so far this game, as HLE moved to an 8,000 gold lead, 13 seconds on the Dragon, and HLE can just move back and grab it before spending their mountains of gold.
Yeah, BLG's only hope. They have to make this play now before the Dragon gets here, before that soul comes in. Otherwise, HLE will just complete.
Oh, Sean.
Oh no, the kennel is so perfectly placed. He does manage to drive through. It is on with the quickness, not able to do anything as Delight just blocks it. Bin looking for a flank angle, but HLE, they picked that one up as well, and Gumayushi is just being a typewriter over BLG. Bin has to flash to get over the kennel, and now Zeus, where did he come from? Well, it is going to be Bin locking down the kill onto Kanavi. That is the smite now dead, but the top laner is also down. HLE, I don't think they're actually able to leave though, because that will mean sacrificing the Dragon.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure HLE can just move over and pick it up anyway. Shun, it feels very difficult to enter with half HP.
Things are quite dark, are they not?
Yeah, and Zek is kind of hitting you in the face.
Oh, Zeus did not go to the Dragon. All right, well, that is another Arcane Storm, as Zeker is still just chasing down 3 people. Zeus will move in. Knight over here as well, as the briefcase is going to land. And Gumayushi, he is the one that's now jungling, as Kanavi is dead for another 11 seconds as well. He's got a Randuin's when he does come back. And HLE just feeling phenomenal. The Spirit Visage was completed. Zeker just bounces on top of Shun with that Blast Cone. And that is going to be the soul picked up, and Zeka removing the soul of Shun here in his jungle.
Yeah, Shun wanted to eat a little bit. Just a little jungle camp, please. And Knight slaps his hand away.
Well, the Milio is dead. Delight is just going to be caught backing in a place where he's not really allowed to.
Yeah, Viper gets some more gold. He's probably not really going to appreciate that much. Still happy to get it. You're always still happy to get it.
Yeah. It does,
but he won't get to use it for very often.
If you can keep making picks, something might happen.
I like that I could see your brain trying to figure it out. And it's like,
it went down every road. There was an it was just HLE
turning in real time.
And I saw them balk. My watch is broken. Well, HLE back to it once again after they've spent that money, as Gumayushi on 3.5 items right now. The quickness to try and hold Kanavi in position. And he's wondering why. As okay, looking for Zeus, as in goes Bin, trying to find a flank angle, gets a Mega Cone to get himself the heck out of there. The question is he out? The Subjugate is now running on the Renekton, is on, speaking of which, he's going to take a full culling to the face, and the Arcane Storm is just terrifying, completely blocks them off, and Zeus just walks in to 4 people and selects Viper as his target. He'll kill everyone. Gumayushi thought that he might have been able to take down the Skarner there. Zeus' health bar does not move. He teleports underneath the turret and will be able to take these Nexus turrets as well. Look at that health bar if you can. We need better resolution to see how much health Zeus has. And HLE come alive finally here in Daejeon.
HLE are not done yet. Analyst desk, break it down.
What is there to break down? This Mundo was huge. Absolutely insane. Talk about taking over the game from start to finish.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Zeus pick of the Mundo I thought was really, really smart. Mundo and Trundle on the 4-5 I thought were brilliant. I thought that BLG did have a good response by moving the Mel towards mid lanes. You have enough consistent damage with the Xayah to, in theory, kill them, but they got so far ahead. They were just destroying them even early on with a comp that I thought outscaled heavily.
Yeah, and they set it up super well, right? They were like, look, we've been getting crushed by this jungle support duo. So they did set up for an early invade on the bot side off of their pushing pressure and then spread that across the map.
I really just think that they wanted to slow the game down here, and once Kanavi was able to get some early counter jungling off, they really just controlled the game. Yes, they outscaled, but the total kills and pace of game was so much slower here in Game 3 than it was in the first two. And yeah, absolutely, Zeus in the end, the Mundo pick was Giga. Even with BLG flexing the Mel to the top lane, I think the draft was kind of already cooked. Yeah, flexing the Mel from the bot lane to
Maybe
the
it would have been better.
So I think they would have been
I don't know about that.
extra screwed if they had double AP Skarner into that Mundo. Skarner Renekton into that Mundo.
Azale, you had something to say about the Three Giants belt.
So I was just excited because I thought, oh my god, he's actually going to do the Warmogs rush and play side lane. Because if you go triple Giants belt, when you complete your Warmogs thereafter, you immediately activate the Warmogs, and you're basically unstoppable in a 1v1. You just take infinite trades. You lose 70% of your health, they lose half. You win that trade because you're full health on the next wave, and you just force it, and you become unstoppable in side lane. He goes triple Giants, I'm like, oh my god, this is happening! And then he bought Heartsteel.
Yeah.
Which he could have just bought before doing the triple Giants.
Yeah,
exactly.
But you know.
What's going on? He's baiting you on purpose. It was interesting also in this matchup because we did have a quote from Bin at the beginning of the day. I don't want no jungle intervention. I wanna face you head on. You think he's gonna change his words?
Definitely not. Bin lives and dies by whatever he says. He doesn't take these things back.
Also, I think like the greater game state was a bigger problem, which enabled Zeus, to be honest. But like it wasn't just about that 1v1 isolated.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the Mundo was a great pick. I agree with that. I also thought they spread their map pressure really well. The biggest difference to me, again, was just that Shun and On were not able to really take over the game early, partially due to draft, partially due to prep. I want to point out the early objectives in this game to their prior games, because in this game, HLE took their first dragon of the series. And you can see in games 1 and 2,
they got some grubs.
Yeah. So, you know, it's a very
3 grubs
stark...
and 1 tower across the first 2 games.
Yeah, it's a very stark difference from this game, right? And that was the big difference maker to me, because you shut down this kind of engine of Shin and On. Knight was pinned to his turret. That also makes a huge difference if he doesn't have mid-prio. And then you just have this unkillable Mundo in the top lane.
I mean, it was great. You have Kanavi on Trundle, which Skarner just can never win 1v1, and then you have 2 pushing lanes, right? You know, Mundo is going to lose early. You're going to be getting pushed in, but they had the Melio Lucian pushing in bot. They were pushing in mid, and that allowed them to constantly invade. That allowed them to always be on the front foot, and I felt like it was a super smart draft. It was really well played. But I want some close games. Where are the 5v5s I was expecting? Because we have had 3 games. Now it is not a 3-0. It went the other way, but it is 3 stomps.
I totally agree with you. I don't want to walk away from here and having seen 5 games and none of them were close in the game, right? That's like monkey's paw is curling. I do want to call out HLE's mental. Emily, this is something that we talked about a little bit that we were worried about, right? You brought up the example of Road to MSI last year.
So it's just, and obviously a few pieces have changed, right? But I think the big thing for me is last year, Road to MSI, we did see this team get reversed up by Genji and then immediately lose to T103. And it's been something that has been talked about in the community about this HLE team. So if they were able to pull off the reverse sweep here, we already talked about how it would be historic because they haven't been able to do it and BLG haven't been reverse swept, but it would be a massive step forward for this team's mental compared to prior best of fives where they have been in danger of getting swept.
And seeing the player cams behind the scenes there for HLE, they look pretty calm. Yeah. I don't feel like they were that flustered, which after, it's obviously easier to look that way after a win, but after the way the first 2 games went, to then have this very slow, steady, methodical win is quite encouraging. The players on this team, Zeus and Guma, have multiple world championships each, so they should be able to kind of pull anybody else through any type of nerves. I mean, even Zeka with the world championship, they have the experience to be able to do it. They just have to do it here in front of their home crowd.
So much was started by just the early pressure, right? We saw Shunan on running the early game, the very, very early game in those first 2 games. Kanavi really showing more of his signature style. I'm seeing all the building blocks, but give me the exact recipe for an HLE win in Game 4.
I mean, good drafts and continue to, like, when you look at, I think WE did have a really good blueprint for beating BLG, right? Where you do kind of funnel gold into your jungle, you do destabilize the mid lane, you make it so that Shin and On can't take over the map, and you make it so that Knight doesn't constantly have mid pressure. I think you can do that during draft. This was a really excellent draft for HLE, especially on the 4-5,
I mean,
like you already pointed out.
This draft was luxury because you got pushing lanes, you got winning jungle, and you got outscaling. I don't think you can always get that. That is a huge draft gap, but I do think you can draft for winning jungle matchup and pushing lanes in bot to play around, to allow Kanavi to be the one on the front foot. So that is what I would be focusing on if I was the HLE coach.
Love it. BLG selects first pick, HLE pick blue side. Any surprises?
Nope, I feel like those are the 2 best choices, generally speaking. And the top lane counter pick hasn't mattered that much. It's more about trying to secure bot power, which you can do oftentimes with early prio.
Mundo mattered a little.
I mean, Mundo did matter, but I don't necessarily feel like that was a 5th pick.
Yeah.
We're going to crush you with the final counter pick strategy.
It's true. They crushed him nonetheless. We're back in it. No clean sweep for BLG. A reverse sweep perhaps on the horizon. We'll see what happens in Game 4.
Can I just troll that?
All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Welcome to Arcane, now live in Shanghai. It's your time to step into the real Arcane world. This is absolutely the wildest Arcane carnival you will ever experience. Follow at Immersive Arcane on X for the latest show update.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. MSI 2026 is finally, there is a series slowly starting to appear on our hands. However, what we want is a back and forth, a little bit of a slugfest, and maybe not just stomp, stomp,
Maybe
stomp,
that's
stomp,
the problem. We're saying we wanted a back and forth series. We need to lower it to back and forth game. It's the nomenclature that we don't have right.
Got it. Okay. Someone forward that to the teams. It's not just just clobberings on both sides, because that's what it's been so far. I think, BLG having a little bit of some whoopsies in the draft, like blind pick Renekton, often punishable, especially by a player like Zeus. I don't think they were expecting HLE to be able to wake up that quickly, though.
I'm going to be kind of mad if it just is another stomp. Like, if BLG then stomp this game and then we're just done here.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That would feel so empty.
Yeah. Don't will that into existence. Now that you've said it, maybe it's not going to happen.
Nice.
Sometimes when you think about something, you're like, this is exactly what's, and it doesn't happen. Hopefully that's how it's going to work, because I'm also hoping for either some silver scrapes, like HLE, they're allowed one more stomp as long as that gives us the close game, game 5.
It's just 2 bangers back to back. That's.
I mean, that'd
that's
be
all
obviously that would be the best Dector. But I mean, the step below that is at least HLE wins and brings us to the 5 games. But if BLG just smash this one, like Kobe said, that is definitely not what we're looking for. But that is what BLG want, to get themselves a position in the final, and then just get to watch a couple more best of 5s and see who is going to be coming their way.
Yeah, and that was really nicely done from HLE, investing early, grabbing the victor, and being able to utilize their scaling very effectively. Plus, it never really was answered, so let's get into the draft for the next one.
Yeah, I also think they caught BLG with their pants down a little bit. I think they wanted to flex that Skarner potentially to the support role, but you can't really play it into the Lucian Melio, and then you're just stuck with it now in the jungle, and they go, go, Trundle looks great here, Mundo looks great here, we're in a great spot. So now coming into this, do HLE kind of find BLG in that trap once more, or is it going to be BLG who are able to wiggle themselves out of that?
Well, we'll just have to find out, as the bans have started to come through. Very similar ones on the side of HLE, assuming this is going to be finished up with a Vi ban. The Nocturne going to be taken away, and the Poppy is gone once again.
Still focus from HLE on towards On, though, and I think that's where my focus is going to be moving through this draft phase. BLG have looked best when he can leave lane and play elsewhere. But his Rakan is now gone, the Bard is consistently taken away. You've gotten rid of Rel, Camille, Shen. So many of these picks that he's been phenomenal on at moving around the map do not exist anymore. So for BLG, how do they try and lean into that playstyle, and do we get more of those mages to support that playstyle?
What I want to see are some mages that look for kills, like Ari, Aurora, Silas mid maybe come out, the LeBlanc, but I want them to really get in there and get their hands dirty. So let's see what we actually get to. I feel like now is about the time in Fearless where we start to get in there.
It's also about the time where we're going to have a little bit of an issue with the draft. That's why we jumped out of it. I like how you were talking about on while the game was talking about off. We do have, a little bit of an issue, but a couple of minutes is probably how long it's going to take, and we'll just get back straight into the draft and see what these final bans are going to be. I don't think we see Vi this whole series because Shun and Kanavi are both too good at it. So that one was a guarantee for one of the final bans. And so that does give us a bit of a look as to what the first pick might be. But because we're so deep in Fearless and so many of the top tier picks have gone, especially a lot of the blind picks, are we like, what territory are we at for first picks?
Well, the one that interests me is the top lane picks. Because honestly, we haven't seen a huge amount of this battle back and forth between Bin and Zeus. Like, the Mundo kind of got the better of it thanks to the draft, and we've seen like some focus from HLE towards top side. But the game has already been decided before these two titans of the top lane have managed to tussle it out. And I want to see them finally have that 1v1 that we've been promised.
Yeah, keep everybody out of it. Honestly, though, with the ways that these games have been going, I think we're going to get a lot of extra visitors. We've had a lot of jungle and support has determined so much. I mean, this previous game, getting the early invade there for Kanavi, and then the flash at the dragon fight, and they never let control back. Having pushing lanes to do that with, pushing mid lane and pushing bottom lane, utilized so effectively. So we're going to have to wait until it gets right back up, because like you're saying, Atlas, getting down into these roles, in this kind of like middle ground for Fearless is into the like, ooh, we're gonna have a lot more skirmish heavy stuff. I feel like, you know, Xin, pretty high priority at this stage, and then you can get like Pantheon. And then if you're into Xin territory, do they want to pull out Kha'Zix as answers? Because both of these players have had some of these assassin opportunities. So I feel like there's a lot of fun in each of the roles at the moment where you can still kind of flex into individual flavor.
Yeah, that's where we're going to be getting to some of the more cool, interesting type picks, even though we've had quite a few of them already. The Mundo coming out from Zeus is definitely a great example of that. And I'm hoping that maybe we'll get something brand new, like not just a Vel'Koz again, even though the skin is fantastic. Yes, I do just want Viper to play Teemo again. That is basically where I'm at.
For the jungle, though, I think things like the Xin, the Kiana, the Poppy, all super high priority, like especially for a Shun. You're looking at that mid lane, we already kind of touched on things like the Ahri that I think can set up quite well. And I do think like coming back into that mid jungle duo can lend a lot of credence to HLE. Like this was their stock standard play, like how well Zek and Kanavi were working in tandem together. It has been a little bit disrupted by BLG, but if HLE want to push us to that game number 5, I feel like that duo lane, that combo is going to be so crucial to winning here.
And it sort of has been all tournament long as well. It's been very interesting seeing how things have developed, and I feel like it's developed into, let's not play AD carries anymore. That is not all that interesting. And it's so cool that we then get to go back to what was Viper's bread and butter. Like that was what Griffin really put themselves on the map as being able to do. It was play everything in sort of every role. Chovy was great at playing top lane champions in the mid lane. In the meantime, you've got mid jungles being picked as duo lanes in the bottom side, and BLG able to leverage that power that Viper has in order to unleash Bin and Knight. Just really does remind me of that sort of era of League of Legends.
And Viper really has had Guma's number so far in this series, so we'll see if it does continue. Even in the last game where they're losing, he was the lone member on BLG, you know, making some positive plays for them, getting that money, getting solo kill, plus then the duo kills that they were able to pick up. Don't worry about the fact that it's futile and he had a 10 billion health Mundo to get through later, but we'll look to the next one.
Well, speaking of to the next one, let's throw it over to the analyst desk, see what they've made of a few bans that have come through so far.
Thank you very much. We are back to chat a bit about the series while things get figured out on stage. And we're hoping for a competitive game 4 here.
Yeah.
We have had 3 stomps. We're hoping that we're going to get one of those back and forth kind of team fight exhibitions that I think everyone was expecting coming into this series.
Well, and that we want, right? Like,
Yeah.
these are the best players in the world. Like, these are 2 teams that really, we were talking about how strong their top sides are when they work together. And I want to see it because every other game has been a stomp.
So tournament officials were informed by BLG that Caitlyn was an accidental ban. Tournament officials are determining whether the team raised the objection before or after HLE banned Bard. If they objected before the Bard ban, they can remake the pick and ban the correct champion. If the Bard ban came first, then the erroneous ban is locked in. Obviously, you cannot give an advantage to a team of that extra knowledge and then run back a ban. So they are determining when exactly this complaint was filed and if it was before or after the subsequent ban.
Yeah, and this is always how this rule has worked, by the way. This isn't specific to this MSI or anything. If you mess up in draft and you immediately say, hey, that wasn't meant to be, generally speaking, they're not going to punish you for the misclick. It's only if the other team then reveal the information do you get locked in. So that's why they're taking some time to go through this one and get this right.
So tournament officials have determined that BLG did object in time, so they will remake picks and bans up until BLG's second ban, which they can choose the right ban. And with that, we'll be heading back to the casters.
Have fun, guys!
And I guess the right ban was the Caitlyn.
Yeah.
So, there we go. I'm confused, but that's fine. We're back into Champ Select, and we're having a look at what is going to be banned next.
Yeah, did he not just say that was
Yeah. So that maybe that wasn't the erroneous ban. That was actually the ban that they were supposed to do, and they banned something. It was Nocturne that they banned last time. So it's supposed to be Caitlyn, and so it was just, and brain rewiring. That's okay. I did the cogs problem thing again.
You got there, though.
Well, did I? I don't know. Okay, one more ban to come through here on HLE's side before we get into the picks. We'll see what Bin is going to be locking down for their first one.
No Orianna ban thus far.
Yeah.
So is that going to be the last one for HLE? There's actually the Nocturne. So Orianna up and available for Nice. This blew teams out of the water in the LPL, and we saw what he could do at MSI as well. I would not be surprised if that's the immediate lock here.
I mean, Zeka needs an answer to this. They have to have understood that this is exactly what they're walking into, but this is such a risk with match point on the table.
And the Akali gone, what has been one of the answers to it already. Yone taken away, like, Zeka, I'm not sure what he has in the tank, and I think that's why BLG trying to think this one through, run down the clock to try and figure out what are the potential answers.
Yeah, you're kind of like, okay. Well, yeah, what is this a bait? Because I'm going to do it. Let's see what the answer ends up being, because you also banned away even with banning away the Nocturne and the fearlessly used up Nafiri, you don't have like the most aggressive ball delivery systems. Jarvan also off the table from Fearless. But there's so many other ways, and we've also seen people just flash in with it. So are going to have to at least deny the Vi, and then maybe we do get our like Vi Ahri or Spy something with some kill pressure to try and get, say, a jungle mid kill pressure on that Orianna and punish the low mobility.
Wonder if Shun is going to end up opting in towards the Pantheon then, like try and have, when the Orianna's on a side lane, the ability to try and protect her, because that's the main focus oftentimes when you take something like the Vi is attack this Orianna the side lane. Also having the Varus there to clear out some of these waves, open up the light to try and play for those side lanes as well.
Oh, a huge roar from the crowd as one of Grimyushi's most famous champions is locked in. Obviously, Flexible could be going to Zeus towards that top side of the map, but you imagine everyone here in Daejeon is hoping that that goes over to Guma. As now, Shun and Knight to round out what we're going to see from BLG before we get into some more bans. And there is that Pantheon that you were talking about, Dagda. Will it then just be a bin pick for the top side of the map? Or what is it going to be? That is sort of my question here, as the Ezreal for Viper will be the answer.
So the extra safety in the poke.
Yeah, that's the main one that they're trying to focus on, and something the Viper has been very strong on as well, being able to keep himself in check and really power through these team fights when he gets an advantage. And I think that's where, again, you're going to be looking now at, hey, can we answer for some of these picks? Because BLG want to keep that counter pick for Bin so he can be a threat on sides and kind of open up for Pantheon if he has an option.
And HLE just double down. 4 point and click dive here. Nautilus and Vi to really put pressure onto this Orianna. I mean, yeah, Viper locks in a little bit of safety there with the Ezreal to be able to arcane shift away, but they're going to put as much pressure as they possibly can onto Knight.
This is going to be a very mobile bouncy castle that's going to be chasing Viper wherever he wants to arcane shift. So ban going to be coming in finally here for HLE. See where they're going to be focusing. I imagine top side of the map is probably what they're going to be looking at, but still a fair bit of flexibility, and instead it's going to be the Alistar taken away.
So still the focus on towards trying to limit his champion pool, but it does mean that Bin, if he really wants to, could still opt in towards something like the Sion. It's one of his most played champions coming in from the LPL. My biggest worry for them is that while he has a good win rate on the champion, sometimes he kind of overextends in team fights and doesn't play the front to back as much as you'd want from a Science. But I think with this sort of composition, it would then deviate the Varus into this on-hit build, which then opens up kind of him playing in range of this Orianna. So maybe it's an option that BLG want to go for.
And since HLE are showing so much commitment to the dive, I mean, you're thinking about the other like possible counter dive things that we have available still to be selected. Dude, what do you think about pivots to like Braum and stuff like that, and just look to be able to have team fight presence when you know they're going to be able to come in for the commitment? Like regardless whether the Varus is bottom or top side, they're going to be looking to follow up on a Vi or a Nautilus and use that chain of corruptions to spread through your team. So trying to get some kind of counter or blocker.
Ooh, okay, so the Vayne is going to be the ban away here. Probably not what HLE we're going to lock in right now, because they're going to be looking for Zeka's answer to the Orianna at this stage. With the Ahri banned away, It's a little bit more up in the air. The Aurora is an option. The Galio, definitely an option. Although damage will be problematic. That's a dragon. See what he... Oh my goodness, this was one of his favorites. I would have loved it, but instead it's going to be the Aurora. The Fizz was an answer to the TF that used to be like, you know, the hard counter all those years ago, that he did play a little bit earlier on in a different tournament, but that is the Aurora locked in.
And the Aurora is one of the ones that we were mentioning early on with the combos with the Vi to look for some burst damage and try and get that pressure, but regardless, BLG looks like they are going to still have a very stable fight for themselves, locking the Nico with the Ezreal.
Yep, more roaming potential here from On as the Cassante blind is looking to be the option. That's an Olaf. We did see that yesterday, and I prefer not to think about it, so thankfully the Cassante is coming back.
But there is what we were talking about, right? Potential to go for the tank and then just go for the front to back.
I love that flash, man. I love that. Putting a bit of fear into Zeus.
Well, he's also like, I dare you.
Asking, he's like, do you want to do it?
He's like, do it.
Honestly, double AP doesn't look too bad when you've got a potential lethality Varus from the bottom lane.
Also, like, I don't hate if he wants to go towards something like the Olaf, especially when you've got so much setup there as well. And the ability to chase down the Ezreal might be a bit of a problem, but Orianna not going to be too happy if there's an Olaf chasing her down.
I mean, very clearly, BLG are like, please, all right, which kind of picks it going to be? You know, we're expecting a carry from you. Is it the Olaf? Is it the Gwen?
I'm seeing Delight not doing very much right now. We'll see what is actually finally going to be locked in, hopefully very soon. As we are, once again going to pop out. I was sitting there, I'm like, I don't see a timer ticking down, and Delight's supposed to be doing stuff, and he's not really doing stuff. So we are going to pop out once again from the draft. We'll get you an update on exactly what did happen there. And I'm assuming that the Cassante pick was real.
Yeah.
Whatever popped out, Atlas, pop it back in.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, let's get this show on the road.
Have we tried turning it off and on again?
No. This is the only way we can extend the series. The game's going to be too fast, Kobe, okay? We're going to make sure that we just have as much time here as possible. Daejeon's beautiful.
If this is the price to pay for a close game, I'm down to pay it. Let's all sit and wait.
Heck yeah.
Let's get a close, scrappy game. Actually, let's all meditate. I'm right there with you.
Yeah, Faker's really started something. Just going for the reboot for our mid laners here. Zeka doing the same thing. And so I think we're just going to be quickly running through this draft to get back to where we were.
It does feel like a scrappy draft, though. When I see the champions that are there, I'm kind of like, you know what? We've got this strong mid jungle that we wanted for HLE, trying to play against Knight, who's on his Orianna, one of his strongest picks. And you get this like front-to-back team fight. It looks like if that Cassante was real, like this to me feels like we're going to have an absolute brawl in this game.
I hope so. The Orianna does really terrify me. I don't know whether the Aurora is going to be enough of an answer. I think if she doesn't really start to accelerate, can really not do very much on the Rift. But the tools that HLE has this time around to lock down especially a single target is absolutely ridiculous. So mid-game power for this composition is going to be through the roof, not to mention it's Kanavi on Vi. Like, he just makes magic happen on this champion. So does Shun, right? Like, this is why this champion has been banned all series long.
Yeah, the most frustrating part of playing with Kanavi on Vi is that he would just sit in a bush. And you're like, oh no, he's definitely gone now. And then he just murders you in the top lane. Like, this guy is so patient and is so good at finding those moments that dictate the pace of a game on the Vi. So I think this is where, like, Kanavi can look to just try and take over in the early game.
Yeah, and one thing is certain for me at least is that HLE have to get active with this team comp. You cannot sit back and let BLG just scale and win. You have to get active. You have Aurora, you have Vi, you have Nautilus. Get in there, make it happen if you want to extend this series.
And I'm really interested because we haven't seen Zeus' top pick just yet, and whether he is going to be going into that one as well. But ladies and gentlemen, some players have disconnected from the champion select, and so tournament officials are going to be investigating and making sure that we know exactly what has gone wrong, and then we can get in, everything can be stable, and it is all going to be okay as we get onto the Rift for this pivotal Game 4. And actually, like, interrupting some momentum here could be an important thing as well. It's one of these. Yeah, well, I mean, for anyone, giving these players time to breathe.
I'm getting dizzy up here now. we're popping in and out of it.
Kobe, you should stop spinning around.
That's my fault. What the heck?
But I mean, you know, for both these teams, like, there's so much for the players that they want to try and achieve, right? Like, people are talking about BLG potentially trying to complete the Golden Row, which hasn't been a thing. And you look on the opposite side as well, it's like trying to see if Zeus and Gumayushi can stop it. Kanavi changing sides, but we're going to change it over to a different desk. As analysts, welcome back.
Casters, please start game. Why,
start the
Casters?
game,
Start
Daejeon.
game.
These casters' ego, they just want more and more and more time to
It's
talk.
incredible.
It's out
Yeah.
of control.
It's
out of
incredible.
control. You can just press the button at any time, Max.
Yeah.
Press the button.
Yeah, you can. I know.
He
I
looked,
know.
you guys can't hear him, but Max just looked so
He's screaming.
overjoyed.
Screaming at
and
us.
he is yelling at us, and he is pressing buttons.
I can't hear
But
you.
they
Blah,
are
blah,
not
blah,
doing
Kobe.
anything.
I cannot hear you.
I will say I'm really interested what this final pick is going to be. You know, what kind of angle Zeus is going to go for, if it's going to be something more to actually round out the draft. Or
It's a fun game.
Yeah, I mean, because you have a lot of options here. So the other thing I will say that I don't know if the casters were talking about this because we had our headsets off, but there is the possibility of Varus always going top, right? And you pick a different AD carry, you try to play around that. There's options that, you know, we saw On was hovering like the Gwen. You can go for scaling matchups. There's options like the Olaf, which is up and available and can actually come out as a potential counter pick. So there are a lot of angles, but I do agree, regardless kind of what you go on 5 here, as Kobe was saying, I do think they have to get really active because I do think it can be difficult later on.
This was the draft before everybody disconnected, right? And they're leaving, so let's chat. Now, I want to hear an opinion. So, to get to Game 5, with the caveats or having to get active or whatnot, what do each of you want to see as that last pick?
Oh, geez, that's a good one.
Yeah, I don't know. There's actually so many.
I gotta pick one.
So I'm trying to. I was just trying to think if there's any mage pick that can survive against the Ezreal Nico, because at the moment I kind of feel like they need the Varus bot lane just because Ezreal Nico is so strong.
It's hard pushes.
And if they tried to go to something like Kai'Sa, they just get pushed in too quickly. And I personally feel like they're in a tough spot with the way they gave Orianna over, with all the things that were already gone in Fearless so far, with Cassio being gone, with Akali being gone, with Nocturne being banned. I feel like it's going to be hard to like wrestle control away from Knight's Orianna.
I would like to see Gwen, honestly. I think Gwen works pretty well here. I think you have more than enough physical damage with the Vi and the Varus.
Yeah.
I think it's a really good 1v1 matchup into the Cassante, but it's one that doesn't have to commit to split pushing the whole game. You can actually team fight, which is one of the things I've always really liked about Gwen, is you can create side lane advantages, bring that to a 5v5, have success. And it's also a champion that I think, especially if you are not, I don't want to see Ignite plus TP. I think you need, more defensive summoner, given that there is a Pantheon in the game and you are going to be getting attacked. It is someone that I think, with Flash or Ghost and the Shroud can absorb a lot of those ganks. So I think something like that could be pretty cool.
Emily?
Yeah, I mean,
but
like
you have a
Gwen.
different one, or?
No, I don't. I was just thinking, okay, I wonder if they just swap. Again, because I wonder if they just swap the Varus top. But I'm like Jat already pointed out, I'm not sure that's a great idea just because of how hard this Ezreal and Nico lane can push in. One thing that casters were saying that I also agree with, kind of regardless of top lane pick, my opinion could change depending on what they pick, but I do want to see HLE get really active early on the map. Because otherwise this is kind of an insane scaling. You have, especially with the Orianna, just so much playmaking on the side of BLG in mid to late game team fights.
I mean, I think 2 options. I was trying to think what would I want them to play if they actually want to move the Varus top. I was thinking about MF or potentially even Senna, and those would be 2 that I think could actually work pretty well. MF has a lot of laning power. Senna is more withstand the lane, and then you're playing more towards the other side. If you're assuming that you are going to be using the Vi and you're playing towards your Varus, you're kind of attacking in that way. I think MF definitely can work. To me, there's more than enough setup with the Vi and the Nautilus. I think it is more likely that Varus is going bot though.
Yeah.
And that we are going to see something else, which I personally would love seeing Gwen. I think it actually kind of rounds out the comp pretty well.
Have we exhausted this topic?
I think so.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Let's see where we go then. He said already getting active. Let's talk a little bit about, as former pro players, right? what this does to the psyche and what this does to the mental. They have been allowed a bathroom break, by the way. That is why some of the players left the stage, that you don't think that they're doing it in a clandestine way.
I think you definitely get up and walk around. When they sit back down, they're just going to be playing another game of League of Legends, especially players as experienced of this. Tech pauses do happen in esports. So I feel like with how veteran all these teams are, they're going to be completely okay. I mean, I'm just, you have an
You're a
anecdote?
world champion.
Well, my angle is whenever I lost and there was a delay, I was tilted like crazy because all you're thinking about is what you wanted to do different for this game. You talked about it, you went backstage, you discussed it, you said, this is what we're going to change, this is what we're going to change. Like, great, we're on the same page. Let's get out there. Let's do it. Oh, wrong ban. All right, start over again. Disconnect.
Yeah.
Okay, start over. And I feel like coming off the win, you're in such a better mindset. So, you know, for HLE, I think the pause isn't as disruptive. I know some people will always argue momentum and maybe that gets in the way. But from my own personal experience, I know if I had just lost and then I'm forced to stew on that for a long time in a delay, that is just blowing up my mental.
It's fuming.
But yeah.
So it was BLG who, no, it's HLE who disconnected with the last pick. And which team had the missed ban? I'm trying to remember
this. It
this.
was BLG who actually had accidentally locked in Nocturne as a ban.
Yeah, and then
when
said it was
they wanted to ban
Caitlyn.
Caitlyn.
And now it's HLE who's having the DC. So I'd be more tilted if like both of them was the other team and it felt like they were delaying it.
But
I
so
hear
it's
you.
like 1-1.
Yeah,
So
it's
you
it's
feel like
even,
more
it's fair.
Apparently, we're getting closer to them being back, and I see that my casters are back there.
They're ready to press the button this
Put
time,
their
buddy.
clothes back on. They've had their snacks. Back to you.
Button too early.
Yeah.
But I did find it.
It is a very nice button.
Yeah, so it is right here. It's lit up. I think it's ready to go, but I'm getting a bit nervous. Like, I don't know where, like...
Let me do it!
Do you want to do it, Kobe? You can do it. You were the birthday boy a few days ago. There it is.
Wait. Why isn't it working when I do it?
But Kobe, it shuts off... It shuts off my voice, though. It doesn't... It's not actually working. This is the wrong one. Hang on, no. It's this knob here.
Wait, this is better,
there we go. No one can see that I'm trying to talk, so it's really hard. Like, let me just talk, and then nothing. No, it just doesn't really work. Also, the start game button doesn't work. So sorry, Shocks. I failed, I guess. I couldn't find the button.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I am actually. I'm
I would
genuinely
like to
sorry.
get into the
Here
game
we go. I
personally,
found it. I found it. I got it.
That wasn't picked. That's not the pick. There we go.
All right, let's send it back to the analyst. Just kidding.
I thought you were.
Just kidding.
No, they could do the draft. We've already had a go. It's fine. All right. So, who wants to be the prophet? Who wants to do the memory test?
Oh, it's what was picked?
Yeah.
I thought you were like, are
You
they
know
going to
what?
fix the
Aurora
virus
looks
system?
real good here, guys. I'm feeling an Aurora.
Okay.
Wow.
Zeka.
All right.
Wait, did they have to,
They're
like,
back.
are
They
they
gotta
going
go
to
through
pick a different champion, though? You set me up.
No, but I think they should ban Vayne here, so there that is.
that was a good
Then
one.
the Aurora gets locked in.
Yes, Aurora Vi.
Yeah, very good. I think Nico is just brilliant in this position.
Yes.
I don't think there's any other choice. And then Cassante would annoy Showmaker, and we're in his country right now,
Yeah,
and so I think that's a
okay,
good
now
idea
do the
too.
last one. Where's the Zeus pick, huh?
And it's Kaiser for Gumayushi. No. So, we heard the test talking about flexing the Varus top. I hope that doesn't happen. And if I've made that a thing, then I apologize. But it could be the Gwen.
Well, we've just...
I'm not going to lie, lads. You've had enough time to think
this
about
is
this,
more
but
fun.
that would be cool.
Yeah, there's a hen.
Okay.
Gonna come through for Zeus. And he doesn't get punished in this lane. I actually really like this pick.
Yeah, I think it sets up nicely and works well with the dive, right? The Grim Deliverance does a huge amount of work, especially when you think of like Nico, Pantheon, Cassante all kind of playing in that same line. So I think you get a lot of value out of it. Good side lane pressure. Seems like a decent spot here for HLE.
Gives him some team fighting as well. But we'll just have to see how it works as we get onto the Rift. Just to remind everyone, we are heading towards game number 4. BLG dominated the first 2 games. We didn't even know whether HLE were here. Then HLE came back, absolutely smashed them. In the third one, we have a series appearing on our hands. It disappeared for a little while. We had chats with the analyst desk. Now we're back here, ready to get into game number 4. Everything's sorted out. The picks are lined up. And we'll just have to see whether HLE can line up some silver scrapes.
And don't go check the tapes on those first couple games. They were super exciting, back and forth, just pinnacle of League of Legends gameplay, and this one is going to be the same.
Yeah, just look at the timestamp. You know, it's been quite some time. And so
Quite.
obviously they were long games.
But don't jump too far ahead in the VOD because you might skip over one of the games accidentally. So like, maybe just press the arrow key a few times.
Shout out to our stage manager, Seb. They're getting
Oh, what a hero.
Oh, speaking of getting active, Seb definitely doing a lot of that today. All right, let's hear from the fans.
Beautiful noise.
I just love it when it's the lightings and the gyros.
Yeah. The dueling crowd. Now for the dueling #1 seeds, LCK versus LPL, and BLG still have the advantage. Had them on the ropes in the first couple games, as you said. And HLE bouncing back, but the momentum is quickly stopped, and we're going to split the map here very early on. I do like this for the Ezreal Nico lane. Try and take advantage of your range advantage. You get that poke to land with Ezreal Nico, and it can be very, very painful for that Nautilus lane. And you take away the threat of enemy jungle coming to gank you early on and play off the Nautilus CC. But it's now over vision, as the defensive ward there on red buff will alert them.
Also, the teleport on Gumayushi means he can be fairly vulnerable, especially when the heal now burned, if you can land that poke in the bottom lane for a potential dive. But Zeka trading well against Knight in this mid lane.
Yeah, Zeka really has woken up this series, finding some angles in the previous game on the Victor, and now the Aurora looking good. This is a champion that he has found a lot of success on in the past. As HLE just farming with piercing arrows here, understanding that this is not their strong side of the map. Kanavi finishing off his blue side clear right now, but Shun right over there. Zeka continuing to lay down the hurt onto this Orianna in this early stage.
Oh, so the reset actually coming through from Shun, so maybe trying to move up to protect his top side, or at least look for the fight. Curious to see now as he will pick up the longsword, but Bin taking some hurt here.
Interesting, yeah, they do have a top hard out. Max, you hit the button again!
No, I didn't even! I did that, my voice would stop!
It's not just like a normal button, it's actually like a switch.
Oh, yeah, it's like you catch it with the elbow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we have absolutely no idea why this happened, so hopefully it's just someone needed to blow their nose, and then we can get back into the game.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did you do it by pressing the button? Because that would be a good idea.
You didn't have to do it on my shirt. Like, that was crazy.
Man, I mean, if you don't have a tissue, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, what am I supposed to do?
I couldn't say anything because we were casting.
Yeah. I'm in a white shirt. It doesn't show up on yours.
But Atlas has my back. He saw this and he was like, pause!
Yeah, I pressed the button again.
Ruling from the officials, red card, Dagda blew his nose on his coat.
All I'm saying is I got your back as well. That, you know, it works out on both sides.
Oh, no.
Okay.
All right.
That's a red card for sure, buddy. You're out for the next game as well.
Oh, we're back in.
We're back.
See, look at that.
Yeah.
Provided the tissue.
Perfect.
And
got a new shirt.
Yeah, I've got a new shirt for Kobe. Yeah, so each team got a pause, and now the cast has got a pause on the English side. I think we need the Korean pause to come through. Yeah, that'll probably be the next one. We'll call Chips and Noir, see whether they need a pause on the French side. We'll see. All right. So far, though, we're just getting back into laning. Still a complete mystery as to why that happened.
Kanavi's in a bit of an awkward spot, right? Because he got the Raptor, sure, but his entire bot side was stolen. So now he's trying to go in and get the blue on the opposite end. And it's Shun who's just trying to keep himself, keeping pace with Kanavi as well. So Kanavi now going to be a little bit slower on his clear. And you're also going to be looking at Shun who can get this topside grab. Maybe look to help out Bin as well, as that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Gumayushi takes the full blooming burst almost.
It's interesting because he is out of potions, but as he said, you know, they're both running the teleports. They do have vision for a quick second there as the Nico walked up through the river. So now we're going to have an opportunity for Vi to come from Tribush. Can they get a good angle on this Ezreal? He's going to go right into his hands.
Yeah, the flash does come forward as Kanavi just decides not to charge the Vault Breaker and look for the Viper angle. Might have had it on cooldown, didn't quite see the Vi prior to that play. Shun going to steal away some Raptors. And that is going to be that jungle still under control of BLG.
Yeah, so Kanavi will be able to get the bot side scuttle, got the Raptor respawn, will be able to pick up his wolves as well at some stage. So Kanavi definitely a little bit behind when it comes towards the pressure that's been put onto the early game. And now Shun knows that Delight has no flash, but he's spotted.
Yeah, it's a nice little ward there from HLE. We'll be able to get this wave shoved on in. Knight not pressing the dissonance button, but it looks like Zeka just wants to go back home. About a wave in the lead, but that should be somewhat evened out after this wave is taken down. Max range anchor to come through, but nice buffer on the arcane shift from Viper. Gets him out of the way. Still, the poke is now starting to reign true.
Yeah, Viper doing a pretty good job staying safe with all of the early routing towards
Oh dear, Zeka in a lot of trouble. Minion getting a little bit feisty as well.
Both have no mana though, so I think it's kind of a, you know, both are trying their best, but it's kind of just hitting each other with wet pool noodles, you know?
Yeah.
And
speaking of which, let's look at the top lane.
Yeah, well, I was also going to say, you know, we also got the early look at Knight using his teleport to get back to lane super early on because Zeka was poking him so hard. But Zeka still has his, so Zeka's going to be able to use his to reset real quickly. And they do have a roam timer here, so Nautilus pushes mid with him while Kanavi's staring down these Raptors.
Oh, Kanavi doesn't know that On is there, does manage to catch him. Shun able to lock this one down, nice anchor to connect. There is the shape splitter there for for On. And we'll be able to at least distract them momentarily. Zeka now moving towards the top side as Bin is fighting against Zeus here in this top lane. And there's a Grim Deliverance. Bin gonna have to dash his way out of this one. The passive is stacked up. The flash in, gets the knock up, and there's first blood over to Zeka. And Anchor's gonna connect here as well. Is On taking the damage, but will be able to find the root. Zeka gonna have to walk out, but HLE with first blood, and Zeus off to the races.
HLE able to cover the rest of the members from BLG who are trying to get to that top lane. Beautiful play from HLE. The solo lanes working in tandem.
It's not the counter pick that BLG were expecting in draft when they were flashing the Gwen, when they were flashing the other options, but it is the counter pick that Zeus will make work. And he gets in there, says, I am the top lane god, as we have another invade over Raptors. Who gets this one? And it's Knight who gets this one.
Yeah, Kanavi decided Smite is not something that he needs when there's no jungler here, but he also doesn't have enough damage to kill it before Knight does.
In this game, though, as opposed to the other, game one where BLG were able to get control as well, like the solo lanes are still working out super well for HLE. You've got a nice lead for yourself with the assist and a place for Zeus. Zeka having that early kill is off to the races, so that's why we're seeing BLG now starting to move down to the spot lane in the hopes that they might be able to make something work. You do have the Pantheon in the jungle, but I don't think they're really going to be able to do too much.
Well, Viper is going to be pushing this one towards Gumishi and Delight. They're not looking for too much of an angle. There are a couple of Orianas on the map. I have a feeling the one in the bottom lane is not one.
I got a little baited because in LEC we have the name of the Nico still there, whereas in this we don't. So
I got a little bit frightened. I did look at the minimap and I'm like, oh, so On is laning in the mid lane against Zeka. And then I
got a solution,
that's not
guys.
what's happening.
I have a solution. Let's pause.
Push the button. Push the button.
I'm just kidding. I'll never speak of it again. No, but it does. Yeah, she doesn't have the little green glow as well. Okay, Scuttle Crab is up though. So Nico and Pantheon here for the Scuttle Crab fight, as Knight will also teleport back out. Now, they do have the early route for Kanavi to get the crab, but going for a deeper play here, Shun does drop the ward, which doesn't get swept.
All right. That is On that's going to deliver another Shun towards the jungle here. Zeus going to be pushing Bin back as best he can. Zeka is actually losing out on some of these trades here in the mid lane. Knight with a lot of power. Now that the range has come on through, level 7, feeling a bit better here for the Orianna. Catalyst is going to be helping him a lot.
Yeah, BLG just moving on and Shun up to make sure that Kanavi couldn't try and interact with Bin as he wanted to crash that wave. So now with the wave pushing back out, in a much better spot. Boy Grubs are up though, and I think from this position, with the early gold on Zeka, I wouldn't be too surprised if HLE are happy to take a fight here.
Well, Knight's moving over. Kanavi is going to pull off of these grubs as there is Zeus looking for some angles towards Bin, but Bin went all out. But maybe he's going out of this top lane once again. As Zeus, the sidestep is going to mean that it's going to be all right. He did have the passive, so he's not going down just yet. And in fact, is able to walk it off for the moment. Yeah, now Delight looking to move its way in, and the passive is gone. And so Zeus is just dead. Maybe wanted to go for a little bit more of a fight there instead, but will be going down. That is a good answering kill here from BLG.
Yeah, he gets kited out in the roam over from the rest of BLG. They get the kill. They're also going to be able to get the grubs here. Delight and Kanavi still looking at them. He wants to steal away one. He's got a smite charge.
Yeah, Anchor going to connect somehow onto Knight. That was a great threat of the needle. Only level 5 Delight, though, is now on, taking a lot of damage. There's the cease and desist. True shot barrage over the top of HLE's Kanavi, trying to stay alive, but Viper comes on over to lock him down. The teleport in from Zeus. Now we know why they wanted to start this one is on, having to get out of there. Gumayushi moving up now as well. Has been in amongst the fight, but the Chains of Corruption will hold him down. He tries to get away with the Grim Deliverance. He's going to come through from Zeus to block that one off. Another Anchor from Delight. He is threading the needle with a very large needle this game, as Knight will be interrupted momentarily, but HLE not going to go for too much more.
Thought it might have been a bit more with that hook from Delight at the end, but everyone backs away. TP from Viper back down to the bot lane. Ended up losing a wave to try and get to that top lane play, so he is going to be down a little bit on the CS, but still HLE keeping that gold lead.
Meanwhile, Guma just walked mid and was able to push that wave in mid, so gets all the way to the tower, hits it as well. And he's going to save his teleport. So let's take another look at the beginning. Shun puts up his, away from that side, but Delight went all the way through anyway. And then Shun flashes over to try and get the wraparound, but it is still right next to Kanavi, ends up going down. And so it's a 1-for-1 as Viper has walked over and can help collect.
Yeah, but it's again the flash burn by Delight, who nearly connected on towards the hook. But Bin's in no man's land at this stage, just trying to escape. Had the flash, but the amount of CC that comes through is just too much for him to try and get away from.
In the meantime, we've got another battle, as now Kanavi taking a lot of damage. Shun just walking on over. Bin going to come through, but Zeus gets to the safety of his turret. Perhaps a little bit of an overextension on Kanavi's side, as now looking for an answer here in the bottom lane. Gumayushi should be able to at least get a plate or two, but that is going to be it, as the piercing arrow does come down as well.
The never-ending grub fights. We've had more kills up there than the grubs have been taken. It's still only
one each. Yeah,
still only one each. Guma, meanwhile, again, he still was able to hold onto his teleport, so it's 2 teleport advantages to HLE with all this scramble going on. Both Zeka and Guma have theirs, but with the extra map pressure, this is going the way of BLG as Bin is up to the tower again, getting more turret plate money.
But it's also look at Knight. He got those 3 kills. He's finished his Rod of Ages. He had Dark Seal, so he's now at 6 stacks of the Dark Seal. Nice. Very much accelerated in this game. Whereas for HLE, it's kind of odds and ends across the board.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Knight is an absolute monster. We did know that that is something to be feared as far as this pick is concerned. We didn't need to give him a killing spree at the beginning of this game on HLE's side. Still, Gumayushi getting kills, always a great thing. Zeka also being able to get 100% kill contribution as well as kill himself is going to feel nice. Is on trying to get Delight out of his jungle, but that is not going to quite work as HLE take the first strike. Next one going to be a Cloud as Delight looking for a hook angle. See whether he can actually get in there. Does find it onto On. And there's the cease and desist. They should be able to get the Nico here. Depth charge is onto the Ezreal though. So On will be able to escape. Bolt Breaker gets Kanavi out. That felt like a free kill.
Support Honor?
Yeah.
He's like, you know what?
I mean, I was calling a panic if you want to go with Honor.
I didn't think that you could get a refund if you got something for free, but that's what they did. All right, well, Zeka now back in this mid lane against Knight, and everything is just calmed down once again.
Until we go back to Void Globes. They're still open available. So, and also, I love the fact we're getting this heavy trading in the top side as well. Zeus really wanted to push the advantage in the matchup. With a good sidesteps, though.
Yeah, great shockwave here from Knight to hold Zeka in position. The dissonance comes down as there's the Hex Splash from Delight. Looks for the angle, does not quite get it there on to Knight. And I'm really glad that Delight is looking for these angles, looking for these plays on this Nautilus here in this game. Yeah, there's that pesky grub.
Again, they really do have to be proactive with this comp here, trying to create some plays, and getting the vision is the first step. So uses his reset, walk out mid, and then look for another setup here. Again, Shun's Pantheon ultimate, though, is going to be up very, very shortly, so they can look to make one of these side plays with it and put a stop to the proactive HLE.
Delight got some great vision on that top side though, so if you want to try and nullify that Pantheon ult, having an idea of where the camps are going to be spawning is the first stop of understanding where this Pantheon has access to. So with that, it is going to be Kanavi taking those grubs. You can expect that BLG's jungler is going to be on the bottom side. So the Aurora just going to back away for Zeka, not wanting to contest this Orianna.
Yeah, manages to clear out the wave as well, so no harm, no foul. And the Raptors are going to be the trade here for Shun. We can see in the jungle, things very, very even. Same to be said for the top side of the map. And you've got a 700 gold lead for Knight with those 3 kills. Still very even on farm, but that Rod of Ages starting to stack up, and you were talking about the Dark Seal, very scary with all of those extra stats that you do get from those early stacks that he's picked up. Zeus here has the hard task of dealing with this Orianna, who is now just eating plates.
I will say, though, this is where Knight is at his most vulnerable. Like, if Delight can get in here, which he's trying to, or you get that point and click with the cease and desist and the Vi, Knight will go down to Zeus. So you definitely want BLG to be able to protect him. And at the moment, you do have on here, but that's not a huge amount to try and help out with 3 members of HLE here.
The thing for HLE, as Kanavi goes for it anyway.
Yeah. On taking a bit of damage, Kanavi sidesteps on those tangle bobs, gets the Vault Breaker max range, cease and desist, they hold him in position, the shockwave's decent, but the hook is better. Shun's still going to make his way down though, the Grand Starfall is good for the Grim Deliverance, looking to turn the play around, gets the knock up on the Knight, but still, he dies, couldn't stack it up, and now, Gumayusi turns up, looks to get the snipe on Knight, doesn't do nearly enough damage, and Shun picks up a double, and it's blast cones for the escape here for HLE.
BLG protect the play! HLE knew to try and jump on Knight, but the backup is there, and BLG respond.
Yeah, Shun had just reset. Good flash from him as well. Kanavi does not have ult, so there's no real pressure here on Knight as he's going to be able to push in again. And Knight is so dangerous on this Orianna. Being protected, getting more money, 1,000 now is the individual gold lead for him, and up to 8 stacks after the skirmish.
And Zeka must be feeling pretty annoyed that his lane opponent just keeps getting more and more money here in this game. Obviously not going to be matching up against him as much as this game continues. It's one of those interesting stories, though, as he's been the benefactor of just being in these fights at the right times, and Knight accelerating himself to a brilliant position very early on in this game. And it's exactly how an Orianna wants to be positioned.
So Kanavi here is going to force on. I was wondering if they were going to be more cautious and like respect the Pantheon ult. Pantheon had just reset into the Fountain, but they didn't have vision. But they do get the kill. They actually click on this time, so they do finish him off. But Shun arrives with Viper. Look how quickly they can actually kill Zeus here. Viper with his lethal tempo stacked up. And then Shun flashes here, the ultimate critical, so that they can then follow.
And also there's the fact that HLE went for this play as Gumayusi had reset in mid lane, so Viper was able to move down to the play without his counterpart on HLE being able to respond. So Knight now once more in this side lane, but much more attention to the top lane.
Now Kanavi, let's get onto his Grump. He's got a few friends in the area, as Shun and On both moving up, looking for a bit of an angle. Zeus taking some damage here as well, as, not having a great time in tonight right now. At least he has a null magic mantle. It just doesn't look like it's doing all that much, as the alternator has now been purchased by Knight. And Rift Herald looking to be started up. Viper moving over. And I think that they should be able to get this. Kanavi not looking too interested, maybe going for a trade, grabbing a double dragon if they could. They are beelining in that direction, and they have a lot of vision towards this bottom side.
Hextech Protobell's just completed for Knight, though. 2-item spike. Kind of nice here for the Orianna if BLG want to contest, but honestly, I think with the position they're in, they're just going to be happy to take the plate for a bit in the top side, put a bit more pressure. But as I say that, they're moving in, but I think this dragon's gone.
Yeah, it's just going to be taken here by Kanavi.
Yeah, I mean, good lead-up vision all around through the jungle of BLG, so they're able to slip in and take it, keep their dragon stacking going. They do still have to be fairly cautious. Knight still has not lost in spring on this champion. His KDA is 34.7.
That's a big one.
Currently on this one. Of course, you get to throw lots of Knight stats around from, from how dominant he has been, but it's always fun to throw him around anyway.
On does find a little bit of an angle here, doesn't have a lot of follow-up, but Gumayusi still takes some damage. Protobelt is done for the Nico as well.
Question will be, will they actually be able to get that kill on him with their Vi, with their Nautilus? They have so much possibility of getting a good flank, but everybody's going bottom, so kind of hard to go attack Knight and even get his flash when all of BLG consistently are leaning to that side of the map and playing around him when he's pushing up to a tower. So with Flash, with Proto Belt, you actually have quite a lot of mobility on this champion. And we'll see if HLE are able to get one of their flanks off with this team comp. It can be devastating, you know, with Zehen from one side and an Aurora from the other, but top side, they're actually making a play now.
Yeah, Bin gonna jump on top of Zeus here as Grim Deliverance is an interesting choice. Zeus just going to get the dash out of the Cassante. So the Coinbase gold grind between Zeka and Knight. Knight still in a lot of control, 1,500 the lead for him. And Zeus now, I mean, now that he's laning against Bin, I think he's feeling a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how passive Knight is playing once he doesn't have his jungler and support on that side of the map. He's like, look, I'm going to back away, even with signing a ward in Tribrush, which kind of just says he does not want to give this gold over. And as long as BLG are able to keep him safe, play for these dragons, I think you're in an okay spot. But for HLE, it is kind of trying to find those moments where you get a play towards Viper or towards Bane, or if Knight is overextended, to get this goal back in your favor.
And this is a close game, guys.
Yeah.
700 goals.
This is scrap.
At 20 minutes.
We did it.
Finally.
It only took 3 pauses.
Good job, everyone.
4 assists. Yeah.
And I really, really want to see if at the next, wait a second, ultimate.
There it is, Grant Starfall to come on through. Zeus going to be able to get to the next brush. Shun moving over and just wanders it off.
Yeah, Shun kind of checks a couple different angles here, but Zeus just straight walked out.
Yeah.
Through the brush there, and now they get a pick of their own.
The Anchor's going to miss, but the Chains of Corruption do land, and there is On going down. They'll take any pick that they can get, as Knight was picking up that wave towards the top side. Only a couple of plates left up there, and HLE are able to now get some invading done.
Beautiful. Catch on into the rotation over. Point and click. See him and kill him immediately. Nice follow up there with the lockdown. But still, we're looking at this next dragon. This next dragon, well, it's not Dragon Soul. It is kind of a pivot point in the game. And if HLE can get their vision set up leading up to the dragon, then it gives them way better area to create the dream team fight that they have with these champions that are trying to get the pincer, trying to get that dive.
And with Storm Surge just completed on Zeka as well off that reset, he's in a very good spot to follow up on the buy engage, find that burst. Even if you do have some of the mobility on picks like this Ezreal, you still have the opportunity to burst them out with just how much raw damage is available for HLE right now.
Oof. Knight with an arm guard also, though. Man, there's just more safety layers here. Yeah. Proto Belt with the arm guard, with the flash as well.
He is very scary. I think on BLG's side, they just need to trust in Knight. And that has been a pretty good strategy so far this year, and many years in the past as well. But Zeka is still strong. You mentioned the Storm Surge does have that one, so that the Between Worlds can certainly hurt. And HLE still have the composition that can select a target to die. As, all right, there is a little bit of a route onto Zeka, as On taking a lot of damage here. We'll be able to back away as Knight just deals with this top outer turret.
Yeah, BLG basically giving Knight a free lane, saying, hey, you go hit level 16, buddy. Next wave should give it to the Orianna, and that would be a devastating shockwave if it connects in a fight.
Pharrell Lord would be proud. It's okay. Zeka now. That's a very old reference. I apologize. I don't think that one's going to ring
3,000 ELO shockwave.
Yeah.
I got you, buddy.
Yeah, thankfully. I knew you were there, Kobe. Skuma clears out this wave, and the Cassante towards the bottom side is going to be getting that one pushed forward as well. HLE still with a composition that can certainly tango later on into the game as well. But the Rift Herald is going to come on down, and BLG, I'm just seeing like Viper on Ezreal. This guy's been a magician late game on this champion, and Orianna needs no introduction as far as value later on is concerned. The Rift Herald is not going to do very much of anything at all, as On goes maybe a little bit too deep. They do manage to take down a turret here as the Dragon is going to be secured by Shun. Looks to try and turn it here onto Delight. We need a depth charge to come through. It'll get the knock-up onto Shun as now Viper trying to play off to the side. And Zeus, can he stack up the passive this time? The answer is yes. Grim Deliverance is going to come in, but it's going to be a taxi out for Bin. They kill him though before he can escape. And On is thrown through the wall as Between Worlds came on down. Viper playing this one out gorgeously though. The arcade shifts the double kill. And there's the resurrection, but where is he being resurrected to? Zeus comes up and kind of wishes he had stayed down.
BLG, protect the president! Knight will not go down. On with a massive Pop Blossom wins the fight for BLG.
They do not hesitate. They force the light out of the fight. So much damage into him. He does the ultimate flash away, and then look at the re-engage. They do get the passive stack up for Zeus, and he gets his ultimate over, but everybody collapses back into this corridor, and then on strikes.
Huge shockwave, the Pop Blossom to follow, the snipe onto Gumayushi with the spear. BLG may have just ripped the heart out of HLE with that play.
And if you didn't think BLG champions did enough damage, did you see the coach replay? The jump kick as well.
Oh man, Danny absolutely popping off in the coach's booth. And they pick up the Baron off the back of this as well. You can understand the celebration. 700 gold on the Rebel Baron power play, but that will be extended even if it is an early Baron. 3.4 thousand is the largest lead we've had so far this game because it's been a flat line throughout it so far. But now after this, I mean, 10 out of 10 for Knight. That's his kill participation as well as his performance so far in this game. Unbelievable stuff.
And there's your Ezreal stats atlas for Viper. His most played champion and Knight's most played champion in the same game.
Mm-hmm. And this is something that Viper got some notoriety on for quite some years, both in the LCK and the LPL. He's continuing to play fantastically. Let's see whether HLE have got a miracle in them. Obviously, it's not the same kind of snowball that we saw in the first 3 games, but it's getting close.
Yeah, they're trying to leave Zeus in towards his mid lane, was taking the Raptors, thinking about a flank, but BLG congregating on this bottom side as they get the wave pushed in. It is difficult to kill this Baroned up creep without the Varus, so just taking pop shots to the tower, and BLG happy to support it.
And yeah, they just can't walk towards the orb. The orb is just too frightening. That's Azonia's fully completed here, 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. And Knight absolutely off to the races. And that stick on Zeka that we were talking about in the previous game, where it was like, that's the advantage that he has. It is now not looking very similar at all, as completed items are just coming through thick and fast here for Knight. Zeka now looking for an angle, though. He could go between the worlds as Knight taking some damage. Piercing arrow going to connect there as well. At least I think it did, as Kanavi trying to eat some honey fruit, but doesn't want to take that risk, as yeah, looking for Zeus here towards his top side. Grand Starfall does bring Shun up there, as now Viper possibly caught out of position. Kanavi going to be dancing away from him, though, and now we'll see whether Zeus can keep himself alive for long enough to get that passive back up again. The Grim Deliverance comes down. Pop Blossom going to connect, and they destroy Zeus. HLE did get one back on to On, though.
Yeah, On was stuck inside the Baron pit, and they actually do pull one back for HLE. So a little bit of room to work with as they rotate everyone mid, and we'll get the tower off that.
So honestly, HLE coming out the better for wear off of that. Sure, you do lose Zeus, but you get a kill, you get the tower, you get some much needed gold. Even having Zek in this bottom side for the majority of that, picking up some of the creep waves, I mean, those are the kind of mistakes that you want to see BLG make.
And Gumayushi does have 3 items completed. We know that his Varus can be absolutely devastating. This is about the stage of the game where he is going to have maximum value because Bin is starting to get very, very large, and Lethality Varus not as good at getting through these tanks. Thornmail is done. Maybe it's, it might be...
I think it's just on Zeus.
Yeah,
but
that'll be hard.
He could just steal 2 dragons. How about that? And a Baron.
It is Guma. That's pretty, that's
That's
doable.
his move.
Yeah.
See if he can steal some objectives for HLE, because BLG have the gold advantage, and it's concentrated gold advantage. You know, a lot onto Knight, onto this Orianna champion with the Medjais, so it's incredibly efficient here for their team. And they do have a lot of ways to deliver this shockwave. With Shun having a Guardian Angel, the Pantheon can just flash, stun right into their point and click and try to be the delivery. So Dragon will be avoided for now for HLE. Guma not in sight, so your smite is safe.
Yep, and HLE probably pretty happy that it's an Ocean Soul this game as well. A couple of Ocean Dragons, not going to be end of the world for them to give up. But that will start to get more and more dangerous as we look down the barrel of things like 3 and 4 of them, which can start to become a little bit of a problem. But buying themselves about 5 minutes of respite as True Barrage sailing down this mid lane one more time. This gold lead hasn't extended past that 4,000 gold mark.
as a clone gets broken like a vault.
Oh, they're on a ward, though. They don't realize.
Well, can HLE keep them interested, though? That's the question. As, well, if you throw an orb at the guy, I think you're going to give yourself away no matter what.
I do think, though, for BLG, you are pretty reliant on having the Baron to try and get out through these outer turrets, right? And I think this is kind of the thing we've seen a lot, is that especially when you're up against like the poke Varus, the wave clear from Zeka as well, that without that, I think it's a lot more difficult to push this game forward. Also, HLE have just abandoned Dragons and said, yeah, we're going to just play for sides. So that goal lead is going to stagnate for a little bit, at least for 50 seconds.
Yeah, it's just too dangerous. If you funnel in and you're trying to siege, then there's a lot of angles for HLE to get these engages off with their Nautilus Vi combinations. And so stick to the safer game plan out in the neutral territory here. And just look to the Baron, 30 seconds, and then you can try and draw HLE over to area that you already have controlled with vision, and they're going to find...
Yeah, that's going to be the Grand Starfall. Shun a little bit further away from Zeus than he wants to be, and Delight is going to be there for the defense. The anchor is going to land. Flash out, though, from Delight. Didn't really like that angle very much as he spots On coming out of the Tri-Brush. Good control here for BLG as they look to just really isolate this Baron, make sure there is no vision as Kanavi goes in. Not sure about that one. Zeus off to the other side is making that one work, but Zeka goes between the worlds. Viper off to the side is tagged by Delight. Shun now getting taken down to the GA, and Kanavi just going to die because he doesn't have that item. Zeus should be able to use his passive to stay alive, but once again, there are a few too many people in the vicinity. He does get the ulti, crashes down on top of Shun. On is going to be executed as well, as Bin is looking for the angle. Zeka and Gumayushi still alive. Delight limping from the battle, and there is Bin taking him down. Guma will be ushered towards his inhibitor turret, but is he even safe there? There's an orb on top of Bin, making him nearly immortal, and Gumayushi will be obliterated by this Cassante. Zeka now with a couple of invaders in his house, looking to try and see whether he can get rid of them. But BLG, they just want to head over towards maybe a Baron, but they don't have a jungler.
Yeah, BLG, they will chase Guma to the ends of the earth there, inside your own base. And they finish the kill, they'll finish the tower, and they will turn to finish the job. They increase their gold lead, and they still have the vision set up from the previous time, so they can go reset and then return to Baron again.
Yeah, I think that might have been the best opportunity for HLE, because there was a couple of whoopsies when it came toward the ultimates from BLG, but BLG still able to make it work as On stepping forward, spots out Kanavi, but I don't think it'd be much else, just being a nuisance as On is one to do, I will say.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see it in this fight, right? Because you get this as Kanavi goes in, the shockwave doesn't connect onto Kanavi, and I think that's why HLE full commit, thinking maybe they've got a chance here. But as this starts to follow through, Delight gets burst out by Viper, they can't really get on towards Knight. Vayne is doing a good job of keeping Zeus out of the equation, and even as they try to go in to help out Zeus, On completely whiffs on the Pop Blossom as well in just a moment as he tries to go forward onto Zeka, but still, BLG, just too much damage from Viper and Knight right now.
Yeah, I mean, even with the flash into the pit and the whiff there, as you say, with the extra chase down here, they can follow him inside the base, get the extra kill, and then as we're looking at it, again, return to the Baron setup. You still have the vision work that you did last time around to play off of. They can just repeat the process.
Well, they do get some information as to what's happening on this Baron, but Banana Brush control is going to be there for BLG. They are ready for the turn. Pathmaker there from Bin. The Baron down very, very low. Kanavi just not there in time. The pullback does come through, but Bin may not be the target they're looking for. Chains of Corruption. They do layer this CC onto the Cassante, but he is an absolute brick wall, and he just jogged it off.
HLE still want to try and contest here, though. They want to try and stop BLG from resetting. He gets out of the bush, but now it's a 4v5. HLE.
All right.
That teleport, though.
Yep, Zeus is down very, very low. Those Mystic shots really starting to hurt here from Viper. True Shot Barrage does come on through as Bin makes his way back with a gigantic shield. Piercing arrows not piercing that one anytime soon, as HLE will slink away. That is going to be soul point available for both teams. BLG in a much healthier position to go for it.
Yeah, HLE, I think there's no way you want to throw the game at this Dragon. Even though you're down in gold, even though they just got Baron, you still have to hope at a better setup. Don't risk it over Dragon number 3.
I think Gumayushi, though, with all these Ocean Dragons about to become pretty useless on this poke, Varus. That poke is not going to stick around for very long, and it feels more and more like BLG are starting to punch their ticket to finals.
Not to mention, I mean, even Knight feels too tanky for him to get through. He's got health on the Rod of Ages, health on the Dash Cannon, and then Azonya's. I mean, I don't think this is going to be a task that the lethality Varus can really do by himself. Even if he does, you know, land an arrow towards an Ezreal, you can see those ultis raining on down. Chains of Corruption having to be used defensively here as Shun doesn't quite have the GA back available, but that will be up relatively soon as Bin was looking for an angle as well. Kanavi now finally with his GA, as there is one on Zeus as well, who does clear up this bottom outer turret to try and bring them back into touching distance with this gold. But it's the compositions that are starting to become a problem for HLE.
Yeah, they're going to have to find some crazy angle, and they're going for it now. Teleport with the flank from Delight.
That is definitely an angle. Depth charge comes in, and Zeka will find it. Takes down Viper. Okay, that is a big pick here for HLE. Still 4 minutes on a Baron. There's 4 minutes on a Drake. Not a whole lot to go for, but maybe they can take a turret or two.
They bide their time. They give away the dragon. They split push, and they wait for an opportunity. Now another.
Yeah, Shockwave going to connect on to Zeus as he gets the knock-up on tonight, pulls him back. Grim Deliverance as Shun is now doing battle. Gumayushi does not want to 1v1 the Pantheon, and now he knows why. As Kanavi going to get pulled away by Bin, put down to the GA. Shun going to follow suit. Zeus is dealt with, and Bin is now just going to destroy this Vi with the help of On, who actually takes the kill for himself. BLG find the angle.
And that is one step too far into BLG territory. They punish HLE, and they're going to run it straight down mid.
Azonya's burned, 3 GAs burned, but it's HLE who are actually burned in the end. Zeka and Delight have to hold on. Decent damage on tonight, but can he do more?
Well, there's 25 stacks on that Magi's, man. If that orb comes in anywhere near any of these HLE members, it could just be lights out, and that Shockwave is just about back up again. First inhibitor going to go down, but BLG, a lot of respect here as they will back away, look to spend some money and set up for the next objective.
You see as Zeus tries to go in, the damage comes out very, very quickly. The Shockwave doing good work, but they jump on towards Knight because he knows that he has that GA, but the Pop Blossom from On, absolutely huge to buy that space alongside the Zonyas. Kanavi taken out by Bin, and it's Pantheon happy to go into the GA, just again to separate HLE and deny them any sort of follow-up on tonight.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus had his Guardian Angel, so he really wanted to chase this play and make their comeback now, but they still had Zeka so far away. You could see on the mini-map that Aurora walking the entire time, and so they didn't have the necessary pieces to actually finish that play. And now BLG are on the offense.
Well, Shun gonna get knocked up, no GA this time around as he's caught by Zeus. He gets into the backline, but he's just obliterated. My God, the damage out of Viper. True Shot Barrage to sail on through. But Zeka did manage to get himself a kill, now looking to try and take down this Ezreal once again. As he's looking to do some funny business, does have the teleport and not going to be able to use it. He'll be taken out. It's On that picks up that kill, and it's now only Guma left to try and pick up the pieces, and I don't think it's going to be enough.
It's a 1 for 4. Gumayushi has to clear the wave, but stepping up is so dangerous against BLG right now.
Okay, will there be enough wave clear? That is the question. I do not think so, as Ben also going to make sure that Gumayushi's not allowed to press any buttons. He can tank up 2 Nexus turrets, and it looks to me like BLG has a date in the finals. HLE are going to have to go through another target if they want the rematch, and honestly, with this performance, I don't know whether anyone wants to face off against BLG.
And will they be able to even touch Knight if they do get a rematch? Here's Deathless in this Orianna game, improves that KDA. Analyst desk, what's your takeaway?
We hated his build. We love this play. Builds don't matter in Pro League of Legends. That's our take.
Listen, he's the best player in the world right now. He carried this game with the first pick Orianna. I'd say Viper had an amazing performance on the
A
Ezreal.
little bit of help from Viper. Viper was insane this game.
Oriana was 3-0.
Their team is incredible, but throughout this series, Knight, I think, was the best performer on this BLG team, who are now in the grand finals of MSI.
Our Oppo player of the series is Knight. I think we had it penciled down Azael already after game 1, and then it became Ink early into this game.
I mean, this guy's just a beast. He is just so crazy across so many different champions. He can play so many different styles, and he has been so on point. 25, 3, and 29. What? Fantastic in the lanes, fantastic in the fights, fantastic at basically everything. Knight is the complete player.
Yeah, it's amazing to see him have this kind of performance on the international stage, because he has been pulling this kind of stuff all year, especially this past split in the LPL.
What's insane is his kills per game in this series is actually slightly lower than his split average.
Yeah.
So this is kind of just like an everyday Knight stat line, it feels like.
Underperforming, really.
Oh my God. Step it up.
I mean, it's just crazy to see him doing it against this level of competition, right? It's the LCK #1, and in a lot of these games, they made it look pretty easy.
They sure did. There was something you wanted to show us, I believe?
Yes, there was a team fight that to me felt like the series clincher. BLG went crazy in this, so we're just going to jump on into it. It was right around the 3rd Dragon fight, so we can bring this up and I can walk you through, because this is pretty incredible. So, HLE do have mid-prio here. You can see that Viper is answering, and on the minimap, you're going to see Zeus is in this flank position. BLG are going to be able to take this Dragon, and we're going to move on into the clip. So, as we see them moving forward, it looks like HLE has the superior position. Viper is stuck over here, split away from the team. Zeus again on that flank, and Delight is going to be threatening this engage. But what BLG is really going to do here is so smart. Immediately, Shun turns on to Delight to get this chunk at the start of the fight. Look how much damage they get down onto him. They force out the flash as well as the ult. And Viper, most AD carries would have moved into this positioning. He stays on the side and decides to continue playing the fight from this angle. So, BLG kiting back. Shun gets into a little trouble. Zeus is moving forward and is really strong at this part of the game. Zeus gets his fully stacked passive. He's going to go aggressive. Shun has to flash out. But right as Shun flashes out, you can see Bin moves in to control this space. Again, Viper still threatening on the side here, making it difficult for them. Then, Zeus ults in, the immediate turn from Bin onto him, ulting back, and then the turn right here from On goes in, and on the side, Viper gets a 3-man ult across everyone, wipes them from the map, wins the fight, wins the game.
And speaking of, let's go to the stage to hear from the victorious... not yet.
Oh.
My bad. Oh, now! To the stage for the Verizon post-game interview with Viper. No?
Okay.
You're trolling me.
We had more time. We had more time.
We had more time
Sorry.
to go
Anything
deeper.
else you wanted to add?
I mean, I just think it was unreal
kidding.
team fighting, because Viper, like, he played that in such a different way, and the way that they actually keep their battle line, Shun moving forward, as soon as his E is down, he's flashing back. Then we see Bin moving forward and taking that damage, soaking as much as he can, creating space for the carries to be able to find this opportunity. And On had so much patience with the Flash Pop Blossom. It's just unreal seeing this level of team fighting and the confidence in which they
That's
display.
why Viper said, nah, you're not a real LPL team. Don't worry.
I'm also just so happy to see this version of BLG show up, because like I said at the beginning of the day, the reason why I predicted HLE is because I felt like we hadn't seen peak BLG that we saw in the LPL show up on the international stage. And not only did Knight have like an insane performance, right? But then again, this jungle support duo, I'm gonna say it until I die, supporting the rest of the team, setting up, I don't plan on it.
We love you.
Setting
On
up
her deathbed.
the map.
Shun it on.
Shun it on,
My
guys!
last words.
Shun it on! But yeah, I mean, this series from BLG was so much more of what we were used to seeing from them in the LPL, just not in just the team fights and how quickly they can engage, but in how they set up the map from their carries from minute 1, especially in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, and luckily this was the closest game of the series. Games 1 and 2, we can't forget, were so incredibly stompy. So it's a 3-1 series that like, we were looking if it was going to be the fastest series ever, but now we'll be able to see the
over to the
finals.
stage to hear from the victorious Viper in the
real?
Verizon post-game interview.
BLG가 LCK의 1시드
take
하나생명을
a
상대로
3-1 victory
3대1로
over the
승리를 하면서
LCK's
가장
first seed,
먼저
Hana
결승전에
Life Esports, and
진출하게
become
됩니다.
the first team to advance to the final.
나눠보겠습니다.
We are joined by BLG's Viper. Congratulations on the win.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
네, 파워랭킹 1위의 위험을
Truly
보여줬습니다.
showing why you were ranked number one in the power rankings. You took a dominant win over one of the LCK's strongest teams, Hana Life Esports, and become the first team to lock in a spot in the finals. How do you feel? Before the start of the series, I came here to win. But once I got on the Rift playing up against my former teammates, it felt really different. So I hope they can step it up, pick themselves up together, and have a rematch up against me.
저는 사실 5판 할 각오로 왔는데
Were you expecting a 3-1 victory today? No, I came here to play 5 games, but everything went smoother than I expected.
결승전에 진출을 하게 됐는데요. 친정팀인 하나생명을
Just
상대로
like you
경기를
mentioned,
해
today's
나갔습니다.
match was you versus your former team, Hana Life Esports. Why did you focus on prepping up against a team that you know so well?
사실 바텀 비욘들 구도는 이미 다 좀 준비가 잘 돼
In
있다고
fact,
생각했고 그리고
I thought I was fully prepped for the mage bot matchups on the bottom lane. So I focused on kind of shutting down the enemy's jungler and how they kind of impact around the map.
오늘 승리해보니까 또 기분이
Back in
어떠신지요?
2019 LCK final, you had some hard time until Leah, but you finally got your redemption. How does that feel?
제가 자신 있고
I did play a lot of different champions, and Talia was one of them. Although I lost the finals on Talia back then, but Talia was still one of my strong picks, and I was pretty confident, and it feels amazing that I got to get a win today. As expected, your mage bot picks are incredible. Today you played Cassiopeia and Talia. How do you feel about the current bot lane meta? It seems like it would be a good fit for you.
올지는 몰랐는데 막상 오니까
I was
되게
not expecting
기분
a meta like this, but I'm kind of happy with this.
하고 싶어 할 줄 몰랐는데
And I was surprised to find out that the enemies were down to go for this mage matchup on the bottom lane.
팀적으로 양대인 감독님과의 시너지도 굉장히 좋아 보입니다.
From the outside, the team's synergy with Danny looks very strong.
님께서는 저희에게
Yeah, in fact, Danny is the head coach that can kind of give us a lot of tips for gameplays and also about what kind of mindset we have to bring. And that kind of helped us out a lot when it comes to kind of developing ourselves.
이제 직행을 하게 된 만큼 준비한 걸 모든
Now
걸
that you have gone straight to the finals, it is time to pour out everything you have prepared. What is your mindset for the upcoming finals, for the first MSI title for BLG? We will be watching and waiting to find out who our opponent for the final is. And we have played them at least once this tournament, and I wish it's going to be Hana Life that will be playing us in the finals. And that was Viper from BLG. And please give it up one more time. Thank you very much.
I think it's just so nice to see Viper having such a strong series because throughout this year he has been the piece of BLG that was receiving a lot of criticism. You know, before First Stand, people were really hard on his play. I think he didn't play as well before that, in that first split.
Yeah.
This split, I felt like it was kind of over-exaggerated. I know we have talked a bit about that. I feel like people were being kind of like overly hard on him because I felt like he was playing okay. But today I thought we got to actually see Viper at a Viper level. Even in the game they lost, he had a significant advantage over Guma in the Xayah game. This Ezreal game is some of the best team fighting you will ever see on Ezreal. He dominated on the mages. And at this tournament thus far, he is looking like the most complete AD carry.
Yeah, the fact that so many of these mages bot are coming back into fashion, he was one of the huge early adopters of this, had no problem playing. I mean, people knew him initially as the Teemo guy, right? That one guy who played bot lane Teemo on Griffin. So I think this is the way that things have evolved throughout this tournament as well is such a great meta shift for Viper specifically.
Yeah, it almost seems like the roads are converging for him to have the best performance in the final.
It's true, but he's not going to get his wish.
No?
Yeah, he said he wants to play HLE again in the final.
And Lion's taking it.
It's not going to happen. We can check out the bracket right here. This is we got AU versus NA coming up tomorrow.
We do.
Winner of that is who's going to be playing against HLE in the lower final.
What?
Lion. You're scared of Lion.
No, I'm scared of the G2 special. Beat Lion, beat HLE, give the LPL another international title.
No, that is...
A nice little swift 0-3 in the finals after taking out both the LCK.
Yeah,
Oh.
I mean, that's why the LPL loves them, right?
The BLG Golden Road is just a series of beating G2 in
finals.
I mean, that's why they're the
Unironically,
unofficial
though-
fourth seed, right?
Unironically, though, it would be really cool because that is the first stand rematch, right?
It
First
would
stand
be.
finals
It would be.
rematch. Like, that is a really neat narrative.
And I mean, if G2 got there, it means that they beat HLE, who completely obliterated them. That was the most one-sided series we've had between top teams by far, I think.
It's true. I mean, until Lion G2, right? So.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Lion, of course,
I
is
feel
going to
like
be the one.
I'm
We can get started on this early. You're outnumbered, buddy.
Fight tomorrow.
No, she's not going to pick. Oh, she is, isn't she?
I'm gonna hide from all of you.
You're gonna
Oh my God!
Come on.
You'll see
She's an
tomorrow.
LPL rep.
You'll see tomorrow.
It's us versus them. Oh my God. Yeah, that is tomorrow. As you can see, we're already super, super excited to finally get that clash. I think actually, in terms of like high importance clashes of EU versus NA, this rivals like the NRG G2 one, which Dokla was on, where they Goomba stomped G2, by the way. Yes,
Yep.
I'm thinking about it.
No, I think it's more. I mean, the last
I've been thinking about it too.
the last two World Swiss stages weren't even elimination series. They were advancement series. FlyQuest then lost later to the CFO, and G2 lost later to the BLG. The last time we've had a series like this was actually 2019 MSI Finals. It's the last time there was an elimination best of 5 between NA and EU. It's actually the only time ever that's happened.
I would also say, you know, Cloud9 Fnatic, it reminds me of that series as well in the World Semifinals, right? And those ones went very bad for us. You know, it is, EU does have a habit of coming in when we have this big moment and then kind of one-upping us,
Luckily,
right?
the bigger moment this time was G2 winning. People aren't giving credit to the Team Secret Rails one, so we can usurp them.
Hey, I'm not on the desk tomorrow, but do you remember what happened when we were on the desk together for the
Nope,
MSI
can't recall.
2019 final? Do you remember?
No, I don't think I was there.
You know what?
I think I was off that week.
Oh, were you?
I think
I wasn't even casting. I was on the game
Interesting. I
design
have a
team.
screenshot that I'm just about to post, and you were definitely there.
I don't remember. I don't know what she's
There you
talking
go.
about.
Yeah, okay, well, you're about to
I
be
was a
right.
journalist. Don't ask me. I wasn't even on the broadcast.
Oh, I love this so much. I cannot wait
I
for
remember your
tomorrow.
sassy look in the picture even. You're like posed with your 3-0 prediction.
You do remember.
Yeah, of course.
You do remember.
Of course, Sharks. You bully. I remember, okay?
My
We
ears.
lost 3-0. We got slammed.
In fact, the record still stands for the fastest best of 5.
Okay.
But you know what I remember fondly? It's the last couple of years of MSI. I remember KC getting 3-0'd. I remember G2 getting 3-0'd by FlyQuest last year. I remember Fnatic losing 3-1 to TL.
I remember those too,
Those
actually.
are good memories.
Those
and
are good
much
memories.
more recent.
And I'm not going to lie. I have been staying awake last night thinking of the possibility of beating TES, beating T1 just to lose to Lion. I have. But hey, we could talk about this forever. As you can see, we're very excited by the possibility of tomorrow, but we will be back tomorrow if you're able to sleep at 10 a.m. CEST. Great time for Europeans. 1 a.m. PST for G2 versus Lion. So if you're in America, you gotta take a nap now. You got an all-nighter ahead of you. Thank you so much for watching.
Just
Good
don't
night.
sleep.
See you tomorrow.
So much history between the teams, the players, the regions, everything coming to a culmination now.
Okay, well, BLG are looking for an angle, and Bin will find one, gets into the backline, eliminates Kumayushi there. Zeka died at some point in that play, but I didn't quite see it. And there is going to be the Cyclone on tonight. He's going for it. If at first you don't succeed, you're not going to succeed in this series, as BLG will wipe them from the rift, and it feels like mercy. Honestly, with this performance, I don't know whether anyone wants to face off against BLG.
get down, 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 get down. Don't care if you're the talk of the town. I'm what they're all talking about. Good times to make your vibe get down.